Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's day three. Day three of E3, day three of Square Enix Presents at E3. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen so far. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up for you today. Right at the top, right after me, we're going to have Final Fantasy XIV Producer Letter Live E3 Edition with Yoshida-san himself. They're going to be going over Heaven's Ward, everything that's coming out for that. Don't miss it if you're a fan of the MMO. After that, we have Just Cause 3 coming back to talk about some community questions that they got. They're going to try and answer everything that they can. That'll be hosted by Petra Opulova. She's doing a great job. You'll be able to catch all the new info about that as well. After that, we have a Life is Strange program. If you've been following that episodic game, we're actually having a special guest, kind of a last-minute addition. We'll have Ashley Birch from Hey Ash, What You Playing? See, I got it right this time. Yesterday, I totally messed it up, but today I got it. She'll be here talking about doing some voice acting for that, as well as talking about the production of the game so far and maybe something in the future. We don't know. We'll see. Then after that, we have Fox's Hitman Agent 47. That's right, the movie coming out soon in August. We're going to have the producer here. We're going to have one of the actresses, Hannah Ware. She'll be here. We're also going to be focusing a bit on the comic book tie-in that they're doing, and that'll be hosted by Matt Pat of Game Theory. So if you're a fan of him, he'll be here, and they'll be talking all about that upcoming movie. After that, we have the World of Final Fantasy Trivia Battle. I mentioned this earlier on in the kickoff. This one is going to start with a bit of exploration about the game, give you a little more info. But then after that, Trivia Battle time with consequences. They'll tell you about that, but someone's going to have to maybe eat something not so savory. Maybe something not everybody usually eats, but you'll see when you get there. Then after that, we have our Focus on Merchandise program. We'll be able to show you all the new stuff that we're going to be releasing soon. We're going to have things for upcoming shows, exclusive figures, even some prototypes we brought to the show floor. So Kelsey Britt, our queen of merchandise, will be able to show you all about that. And then we will end with our community Q&A with special guests. I know, I've been teasing you. We've been telling you all about this, and you don't know who it is. Promise you it'll be good. It's someone you might not expect and you might not know too much about, but you'll find out more about them when it happens. And then we'll close with our usual grand finale, and that'll be it for us. But don't go away. You got to stay right here because Final Fantasy XIV is coming up right after this. So thank you guys for watching. Be sure to subscribe. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Whichever your preferred platform is, we'll be there. Thanks for our support, and I'll catch you guys later on today.
In the distant past, King Thordan and his knights 12 fought and defeated Nidhogg.
For 7 days and 7 nights a bitter battle raged, at the close of which Thordan and half his knights lay dead.
Children of the land,
We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years.
that once rang clear, two souls intertwined, one true.
It has been a long and arduous journey, and we have lost much and more along the way.
And heaven's near, but flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dim our shadowed hearts. In the waxing room did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart.
So, the dragons are coming.
It shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
Is but to fight, art thou warrior or craven? Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, to accept thy challenge.
You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Lonorito.
Hearken to me, O great ones. Give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
You are the beacon of hope towards which all men are drawn.
Spare us the hyperbole. 'Tis not for praise that we fight. The coming battle is a chance to excise the root of this conflict. And by my hand, it shall be done.
What do you know of the Ascians? Those harbingers of chaos and strife?
Very well. Let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo.
I am become you.
And we are become one.
Eidolon's champion has grown too strong. Equilibrium must needs be restored. The time has come for you and yours to join the fray. Warrior of Darkness.
Hey, 皆さんおはようございます。
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much for watching Enix Presents today. お決まりのやつです。
Yeah, okay.
朝一なんでお決まりのやつです。
なんだろう、俺取り残されたかな。You can say something.
いや、いいよ。はい、ということで、ここからのお時間は第22回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしていきたいと思います。
Letter from the producer live number 22?
22nd, yep.
22nd.
よろしくお願いします。
ご挨拶お願いいたします。
ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。
This is producer director of Final Fantasy XIV, Naoki Yoshida. And I am the EN localization lead, Michael Christopher, Koji Fox. I'm going to be doing the interpreting today for our two special guests.
はい、で自己紹介は？はい、進行します。コミュニティチームのモルボルこと室内です。よろしくお願いいたします。
You can do your own, right?
Yeah. I'm Toshio Muraj from community team, also known as Foxlong.
Perfect.
よし。今日はあれですね。スクエニプレゼンツの中で放送なので。YouTube と Twitch ですね。はい。
So this is a Square Enix Presents, so players should be able to watch it on YouTube and Twitch.
はい。では、今日いよいよ、想定の石ガルド、ファイナルファンタジー初の、エクスパンションであるヘブンズワードのアーリーアクセスビート。
We finally made it. It's the day of the early access for our first expansion, Heavensward.
なので、まあいくつか、注意事項なども含めてお送りしていきたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
Right, so we have a few special announcements and a few things to tell you before we get into early access.
まず僕の方からちょっと予定にはなかったんですけどいくつかお知らせを最初に。
We have a couple announcements that weren't planned and on the script. So
まずですね、ちょっとインターネットでね14のこうまとめとかあとこうブログとかやってる方にお願いしたいんですけどパッチがダウンロードされ始めたので、解析している悪い人たちがいますね。
Okay, so for everybody out there, have their blogs and their websites. People have started to data mine some of the patch.
ゲームをねとても楽しみにしている人たちにとってスポイルは全然100があって一理なしなので。ひどいと警告がいきますので、すいません、もし今上げてるところがあるんだと落としてください。
I mean, there are a lot of players out there that are really looking forward to the game and don't need those spoilers. So if there's sites up there that have some of that data mine data up there, we're asking you to please take them down.
はい、データの解析は違法ですので、
Yes,
お願いします。
it's against the law.
はい。それが1点と、もう一つ。
Here's our second announcement.
今日からいよいよ想定の石ガールドアーリーアクセス開始なのでものすごいたくさんのプレイヤーの方がゲームにログインされると思うんですけどその対策をちょっとお話しします。
Okay, because today is our first day of early access, we expect a lot of congestion, and so we have a few measures that we're taking to alleviate some of that congestion.
いくつかの非常に混雑、プレイヤー人口の多いワールドに関して、まず最初に適用していく新しいシステムがあります。
Okay. We have some player worlds that have high populations, and we have a special measure that we're going to implement in these worlds.
フィールドインスタンスという、考え方です。
This is an idea called a field instance.
想定今しているのがクルザス中央高地それからアバラシア雲海、これが 3.0 エリアですね、それから、クルザス西部高地これも新フィールドなんですけど、
Okay. So the areas that we're thinking for using these field instances, one of them is the Kurthis Central Highlands, which is an existing area, as well as the Kurthis Western Highlands and the Sea of Clouds, two new 3.0 areas.
この3つのエリアは想定のイシュガールドの序盤でかなり混雑が予想されているのでこの、3つのフィールドに関して、インスタンス化を行います。
And because we expect a lot of players coming in and playing Heavensward to congregate in these three areas, we're going to be implementing the field instances in these 3 areas.
フィールドではあるんですけど、クルザスセーブコーチ1、クルザスセーブコーチ2、クルザスセーブコーチ3のように複数にこう分かれます、階層が。はい。
So basically, it's the same area, but we're dividing it into separate areas. Kurthus Western Highlands 1, Kurthus Western Highlands 2, Kurthus Western Highlands 3, and so on.
まあこれによって同じクルザスセーブコーチで発生しているメインクエストとかを遊ぶときに、まあそれぞれ、インスタンス化することで一つのゾーンにこう集中せずに分散できるようになるんで。
So again, a lot of those areas will have a lot of the main quest and a lot of different types of quests. And if all the players are going to the same area, it gets very congested. So to alleviate that, they'll be going into different instance areas of the same Kurthus Western Highlands, so on.
だからよくID でね、4人で行ってるときにたくさんの人が実は同じダンジョンに行ってるんだけど、まあみんな姿が見えないのと同じように、同じクルザスセーブコーチにいるんですけど、クルザスセーブコーチ1にいる人と2にいる人は姿が見えないので。
So just like with current instance dungeons now, where we have many different instances, and you won't be able to see players in those same instances, even though they're in the same area as you technically, this is going to be the same type of thing. You have Kurthus Western Highlands 1 and Kurthus Western Highlands 2. Both of the players will be in those areas, but they won't be able to see each other because it's different instances.
でまあテルは送れるんですけど、お互い姿が見えないとか、あと例えばテレポでそのゾーンにインスタンス化されているエリアに飛んだ場合は自動的に振り分けられてしまうので、まあ、パーティーがバラバラになってしまったりとか、いくつかちょっと不具合に感じられる部分があるとは思うんですけど。
Okay. While you'll be able to send tells to people in the same area, even if you're in different instances of that same area. For example, when maybe a party teleports to that area, parties might get split up between instances, and that might create some confusion.
ただ歩いてだったりとかマウントでそのエリアに入ろうとしたときは選べるようにはなっているので、ちょっと不便ではあるんですけど、混雑緩和にすいませんご協力をください。
However, if a player will go into an area by walking or via mount, then you'll be able to actually choose which of the instances you want to go into. And so that should help players and parties stick together. So it's a little bit of an inconvenience right now, but we're doing this to alleviate the congestion, so we want you to bear with us for a little while.
でこれはもう適用確定しているワールドがあるんですけど、順次混雑状態を見て適用するワールドを、増やしていこうと思いますので、あともしくはその今話した3エリア以外でも混雑が見られたら、他のエリアも、インスタンス対象にする場合がありますので。
Okay. And we've already decided the initial worlds that we'll be starting this on. And whether we add new worlds or not depends on, we'll check out the congestion in those areas and add that as needed, as well as new areas if it's needed as well.
はい。で、詳細はこの後、アーリーアクセス前までにニュースが出ますので、詳細はそちらを必ず、まあ、見ておいていただいた方が混乱が少ないと思いますので。
And further details on this will be released before early access begins, so keep your eyes out for the topics.
はい。まあ、ちょっとね細かいなんだろう利便性が落ちたりとか若干細かい不具合がある可能性があるのでできるだけ使いたくはなかったんですけど、最終兵器投入ということで。
We didn't really want to use this, but we believe that it will alleviate the congestion, and so if there might be a few bugs, but we hope that we don't cause too much inconvenience for the players.
はい。以上お知らせでした。
ありがとうございます。ということで、今日の話題に進んでいきたいんですが、その前にですね、ちょっと吉田さんの声が若干遠いらしいので、マイクちょっと上げていただいて、
Can't hear everybody here, Yoshida?
まあ音量の調整ちょっと続けていくんですが、でね、マイケルは若干鼻息を拾ってるらしいので、それは
やめえ。
ちょっと多分どっちだろう。
Is this better?
多分そう。はい。また何かあれば。
Okay.
大丈夫ですか？
I'm so excited.
わざとやらないでくださいね。大丈夫です。
I'm not going to.
はい。
なんか僕の声遠いって珍しいですね。
ね、マイケルがでかかったんで、それとの対比で小さく聞こえたということだと思います。
You could hear my breath, and now everything's good. Everything's good.
Yes.
We're good.
All right.
また何かあれば放送上お知らせいただければ
お願いします。
はい、それでは画面パワーポイントの方お願いいたします。
Okay, we're going to move to our PowerPoint that we have today.
はい。ではですね、まずはおさらいということで、
はい、
こちらです。アーリーアクセスのおさらいです。
そうですね、今日からですんで。
Alright, our early access wrap up.
まず、本日6月19日金曜日ですね、日本時間18時から、はい、アーリーアクセススタートです。
So Friday, June 19th. I guess this is in Japan. We're already in Friday.
で、イースタン、違う、アメリカだと午前2時。
All right, yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning.
そうですね。
On Friday. So it's actually tomorrow.
Tomorrow for here.
For here.
West Coast.
In the West Coast. All right.
で、GMT だと、明日の午前9時。
Yes. And for Europe, tomorrow 9 o'clock in the morning.
はい。
All right.
ということになってますので、皆さん全裸待機でお待ちください。
Do you want me to try? Should take off all your clothes and wait? No.
で、改めてそのアーリーアクセスへの参加条件ですが、
All right, so for the requirements to get into early access, for those of you who have not yet,
そのアーリーアクセス期間中にプレイ券、ファイナルファンタジー14のプレイ券が有効になっている。
So first, you have to have an active Final Fantasy XIV account.
それから蒼天のイシュガルドの予約特典レジストレーションコードまたは予約特典プロダクトコードを、登録モグステーションで登録していることが条件になります。
All right, then you have to have a pre-order registration code or a product code for Heavensward, and it must be registered through the Mog Station. Registered.
プレイステーション3とプレイステーション4のダウンロード版に関しては、事前購入をしていただいた方はもう自動的にアーリーアクセスが、登録されてますので何も手続きなくそのままもうパッチが落ちていると思いますので
So those who have pre-ordered and pre-purchased on the PlayStation Store, the PlayStation 3 or 4 version, you don't have to do anything. The registration's already done.
まあご安心いただければなと思います。で詳細はウェブの方ありますので、ぜひ最後にもう一度ご確認をお願いします。
All right, and details are up on the addresses you see there, so make sure, check to see if you've actually gotten in.
大丈夫ですか？
はい。
We good?
追加しておくことあります？
いえ、特に大丈夫だと思います。
大丈夫ですか？
はい、
もし
if you don't have it now, if you still want early access, can you still get early access now?
やっぱ急にやりたくなったアーリーアクセスっていう方は、
そうね。
もう方法が限られていて、
はい、
お店、物理的なお店へ走っていって。
Okay, so if you want to play now, there's only a limited number of ways you can still get early access. One of those ways is get outside, run to your nearest game store.
そこに行って、アーリーアクセス付きの予約まだしてますか？
And ask them if they're still doing pre-orders for Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward.
そこで物理的にそのアーリーアクセスコードを予約してもらって、
and you have to actually get the code, get it in your hand, that hard copy.
それをすぐモグステーションに。
And then you go in the Mog Station and enter that code.
それが一つ。
That's one way.
で、もう一つ。
And the other way?
に関しては、
PS ストアで、
はい。今話した、
はい、ダウンロード版で
ストアでダウンロード版で PS3、PS4。
So the PlayStation Store, either buy the PlayStation 3 or 4 version, you can still get early access. So those of you who haven't, you still have time.
はい、その2つが残っておりますので、急にやりたくなったって方はね、
そちらで
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、次です。
で、現在実施中のメンテナンス、今24時間メンテに入ってますが、メンテが終了すると、パッチ 3.0 が公開となります。すでにダウンロード始まっております。
All right, so we're currently in our 24-hour maintenance before the early access, and the patch 3.0 data is already ready. Players have already started downloading it.
パッチ 3.0 はもちろん蒼天のイシュガルドのデータも入ってるんですが、2.0 申請側のエリア、コンテンツに対してのアップデートっていうのもかかりますので、はい。
So in addition to the 3.0 Heavensward data that's going into 3.0 patch, there's also updates and adjustments to the 2.0 areas and content as well.
はい。で、注意点はアーリーアクセスの権利をすでにお持ちの方に関しては、パッチ 3.0、のすべての要素をはい、プレイすることが可能になっております。
So those of you who have the early access will be able to play all of the features and access all of the content that's within this 3.0 patch.
で、アーリーアクセス権利が、付与されてない方は 2.0 エリアコンテンツのアップデートのみ、適用されるということになります。
Those of you without early access will still be able to access the new 3.0 content in the 2.0 areas.
まあもちろんね、アーリーアクセスなくても暗黒騎士とパーティーが組めるというかね、マッチングされたりとかはするんで、そこはね、ご安心いただきたい。
So for example, players that don't have early access but download the patch and are in a 2.0 area, they'll still be able to, for example, be matched up with a Dark Knight in a party that's in a 2.0 area.
そこは大丈夫なので。
はい。ありがとうございます。以上、アーリーアクセスのおさらいでした。
All right, that's all for early access wrap up.
はい、では続いて次に行くんですが、次は画面
What's
こ
next?
ちらです。カンパニークラフトエアシップボイジャーをご紹介したいと思います。
Exploratory voyages. We're gonna go to
あまりにも要素が多くてですね、ずっと PLL でこう紹介してきたんだけど、紹介しきれてない。
はみ出たやつですね。
Oh, so we've been showing a lot of different features for Heaven's Word over the past few Producer Dead or Lives, and this is one that we just didn't have time for, so right at the end we're going to show. In-game?
はい、では実機に移しましょう。
じゃあ画面実機お願いします。
Let's go to the game screen.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。はい、来ました。
Right, here we are.
なるほど、ハウジングエリアにいるんでね。
In the housing area. This is the goblin.
新しいのも出しておく。
Oh, what's that? What's that minion?
ね。
可愛いのがいますけど。
そうそうそう。
ほい。ほい。ピカ。
What did you say?
なんでもない
Did you say something like
後でまたちょっと触れます。
来たって言った。
来たって言った。
Okay, okay, not Pika. You didn't say that. Okay. Into the house.
はい、into the house.
進みましょう。前に行きましょう。
まあそこにもね、いるんですけど、
はい、さっきね、スタジオで似たようなの見ましたね。
さて、フリーカンパニークラフトに関しては、このハウスの中の皆さん、個室に移動するためのドアありますよね。
Okay, so we have the entrance to the private chambers, which already exists in all of your estates. To get to the workshop, this is how you get there.
で、すでに増築が今終わってますんで、もうあとカンパニーのワークショップへ移動するだけなんで。
For this character, we already have created the company workshop for the estate, so all we have to do is move to the workshop.
まあ値段はね、100万ギル以下。
Oh, the cost to create one of these workshops is probably less than 100 or 1 million gil.
さて、移動しちゃいましょう。
はい。
ほい。
And music.
秘密基地。
素見のね、新たな BGM が多数追加されましたの一つ。
That's right. A lot of new tracks from Mr. San. Soken. A lot. A lot.
これがフリーカンパニーの地下工房です。
Right. This is the free company workshop.
で、これがですね、製図台と呼ばれるものです。
Here we have the schematic board.
ここで何をするかというと、レシピの新しい開発を行います。
And what we do with the schematic board is this is where you create new recipes.
で、こっちが、エアシップボイジャー。
Right, and this is the flight control panel where you'll be doing your airship voyages, which are called exploratory voyages.
そうですね、飛行艇に命令を与えて作戦を考えるような
This is
作
where
戦
you
にな
put
り
in
ま
all the controls and program the airship to tell it where you want it to go and what you want it to do.
す。では先に、ここがカンパニーのクラフト台です。
And this is the fabrication station where you will actually be doing the crafting.
アクセスすると、
Okay, to access it, you can look at the crafting log.
これが、いわゆるクラフト手帳、制作手帳だと思ってください、フリーカンパニーの。
So just as individuals have their crafting logs, this is the company crafting log, and this is where you'll be doing all of the crafting.
で、最初にカンパニークラフトできるタイプは3つ。
So at the beginning, there are 3 types of items that companies can craft.
はい、エーテリアルホイール、
Ethereal wheels,
飛空艇、
airships,
ハウス。
and housing parts.
はい。では、まあ、ハウスがまず分かりやすいかな。
Let's take a look at housing parts first.
まあ、こちらがそのレシピになってますが。
This is the recipe and the items that you'll need.
で、こう選択するとですね。
So select the small merchant's wall.
そうですね、こういうのを作れますよ。
And there in this in the hologram, it will show you what it will look like when it's completed.
で、ミディアムサイズだと。
There's medium.
こちら。で、ラージ。
And then large.
これをね、みんなで作っていける。で、じゃあちょっと低くていきましょう。
Let's take a look at airships.
で、今、まだレシピが少ないので、
Currently, you see there's very few recipes in here.
はい、このタイニーブロンコ型。
Here's the Bronco type hull.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。よいしょ、こいつが船体ですね。
Here's the hull of the airship.
で、さらに、よいしょ。
And here's the sail.
さらに、
Here's the forecastle, the front end of the ship.
そうですね、これフロントパーツですね。で、エンジン。
The aft castle, which houses the engine of the
この
ship.
4つのパーツで構成されていくので、
Airships are created with these 4 parts.
飛空艇を作りたい場合に関しては、この4つをそれぞれ独自に開発することで一層の飛空艇が完成するようになります。
So, for a company to create a full airship, you must create each of these 4 parts.
そうですね。では、ちょっとなんかやってみましょうか。
Alright, let's try creating one of these.
よいしょ。で、ここのフェーズはちょっと説明しますね、この後。
Okay, we're going to explain the phases here in a little bit.
で、begin 作りますか。
Press begin.
で、なんとですね、船体でもこの竜骨から作っていくことになります。
Alright, so even when creating the hull, you create it from the parts of the hull.
じゃあさっきのは完成
品です。
That image that we saw before was when the hull was complete, but the hull has different phases, and you must do each phase to create the full.
で、今クラフトスタートしたばかりなのでフェーズが3分の1になってますね。
Alright, so you're in the first of 3 phases.
で、このフェーズが完了するとグラフィックスも1段階。
So in phases 1, then you go into phase 2, and the graphics here will change, showing what parts of the hull you're creating.
意外とですね、そんなに難易度高くなってないです。必要な素材のね。
It doesn't really take a lot of effort, and you don't need high levels to create some of these.
だからクラフターのレベリングをしながらでも、クラフターギャザラーのレベリングをしながらでもまあできる。
So crafters, they can gradually level their classes while doing this. It's not something you have to get your class up high before beginning.
で、みんなでこの素材を集めてきて、納品していくと、進捗が進んでいきます。
And so the company members will all bring in the items, the materials required to complete a phase, and then once they're complete, they'll start the actual construction.
で、素材がこのフェーズ1に必要な分揃うと、組み立てっていう工程に入ります。
So once all of the materials for a certain phase have been gathered by the company and submitted, then crafters of the company must get together and actually create the part.
ただ、組み立てる場合は普通のクラフトと違って巨大なものを作ってるので、パーティーが必要です。4人かな。
So whereas individual regular synthesis only takes 1 crafter to create an item, this time a party of crafters from the company will have to get together and create the item.
まあここに4人いてもらえば組み立てというコマンドが選べるようになるので、それで組み立てる。
So once a party of 4 crafters gets in there, then you'll finally have the option to actually begin the synthesis.
で、そうするとフェーズが進むので、またフェーズ2をみんなで組み立てていくって感じです。
And as you create the phase, progress continues, and once the phase progress is finished, then you move on to the next phase.
はい。よいしょ。ね、これで今制作にもうすでにスタートしているので、このワークショップに来ると、今フリーカンパニーで何を作ってるのかが常にこう見えてる状態。
And so right now the construction has begun, and so you see the part that the company is working right now. So even players that maybe weren't involved in the decision of deciding which part to make can come into the workshop at any time and see what the company is creating and the progress of that.
そしてその今クラフトのレシピ、フリーカンパニークラフトのレシピ見ましたけど、そのレシピを作っていくのがこの製図台。
Okay, so we saw the recipes that we're able to create back there at the fabrication station. Where those recipes are made and discovered are here at the schematic board.
で、これをですね、まあプロジェクトがいくつかあります。さっき紹介した。
You can decide what type of recipes you want to make: airships, housing, or ethereal wheels.
はい。で、例えばエアシップだと、最初のレシピは1個持ってるんですけど、他はこう開発していく必要があります。
So that first recipe that you saw, the Bronco type hull, is available at the beginning. But if you want to make different types of hulls, then you have to create these prototypes first, which are the recipes.
で、必要なそのレシピを作るために必要なアイテムが揃うとレシピが制作できるようになるので、ここでレシピを開発すると。
And so on the right, you can see the required materials, the materials required for creating that prototype. And once you unlock and create that prototype, then that will be added to your crafting log, and you can create that.
そうですね。はい、ここで、製図を行うと、クラフトレシピ側に手帳側に増えると。はい。はい、なので、まあここを行ったり来たりすることになるのかな。
So yeah, it'll be going back and forth between the schematic board and crafting.
そして、
fabrication stand.
いよいよエアシップボイジャーなんですが、
Alright, now we're going to move over to the flight control panel and talk about the exploratory voyages.
今回紹介のために、エアシップ1個、ランク50のやつを用意してあります。
We created a rank 50 airship for this. It says Airship 1. Can you name your own airships?
変えられます。名前大丈夫です。はい。
Okay.
So
like Enterprise?
名前を付けられます。
大丈夫。で、4隻まで飛空艇は持てます。
Free company can have up to 4 different airships registered.
で、フリーカンパニーの例えば人数サイズとか持っている家のサイズによって持てる船の数が変わるんじゃなくて、どのフリーカンパニーも公平にまず、3.0 の時点では4隻。
So at 3.0 at the release, it doesn't matter how many free company members you have or the size of your estate. All free companies get 4 airship slots.
なのでタイプの違うね4隻を作ってこう運用していくみたいな。
So you can create 4 different types of airships.
では実際何をするのか。
Okay, we're going to deploy an airship. Find out how we do this.
まあ今その完成しているエアシップここにね。
Okay, so we have the airship that's registered airship 1. This is what it looks like.
今彼に航路を指定しようとしてます。
Okay, so first we start off by deciding the route that it will be taking.
で今ちょっとそのもしかしたらライブストリームだと見えにくいかもしれないですけど、これがSea of Cloud 要は空の地図ですね。
Okay, so this might be a little bit hard to see on the stream, but on the lower right we have a map of the Sea of Clouds, which tells the areas that are unlocked.
で今見えてるのが4つの島がすでに発見されてます。
Alright, so at the bottom of that map you can see that 4 of them have a little bit of red around them. These are the 4 islands that have been discovered so far, which means you can go to those islands.
でここに対してこのエアシップをどの島からこう探索させるのか。
And so deciding the route, we decide from which area to which the airship will go and explore.
で、当然たくさんの島を回って帰ってきなさいっていうと時間がかかります。
And so if you have your airship go to multiple destinations, then it will obviously take longer for that airship to come back.
だいたい今こう3つの島をこう回ってきなさいと。
We've chosen a course of 1, 2, 3 different islands.
まあリアル時間ですね。帰ってくる探索をして帰ってくる時間が6月19日の12時58分なので24時間27分かかって探索してきます。
So with these 3 areas, if we deployed the airship now, it would be back in about 24 hours and 27 minutes. So this is all Earth time. Back on June 19th, 2015 at 12:58 is when it would return from its mission.
で、船は探索をその島を指定した島を、探索してアイテムを持って帰ってくるっていうのが基本ですね。
はい。
And so, sending this airship to these islands, what does it actually do? You're going there to discover and bring back rare items.
で、今回のこのエアシップボイジャーは、ここにいますけど、この彼がですね乗ってってくれます。
So this time, the airship is piloted by that mammoth Voyager.
だからイメージとしては、宇宙探査をちょっとイメージしていただきたいなと。
So this is kind of like sending out a probe in space.
当然ほらなんだろう宇宙まず探査に行くときに、まあロボットを乗せてね空気があるのかとか水があるのかとか
調査をね。
Like you're checking a planet and you send out a probe first to see if there's water or air.
でそれが確認できるといよいよバージョン2エアシップボイジャーバージョン2でアップデートされるといよいよ自分たちで船に乗り込んでマメットに安全確認してもらったんであそこ
なるほどね。
行けたよって言って。
So in this first season we're sending out the probes, but in a later update we hope to have it so players can actually get on the airship and then go to those places that the mammoth has deemed safe.
そしたら全然セーフじゃない島に
And you go there and it wasn't safe at all.
そうそう行ってなんか他のね FC の人たちもねいたりしてこうワーワーっていうのが次の段階です。
Alright, so yeah, you can go there and there might be players, from other free companies there on that island.
多分このエアシップボイジャーって遊びは今回 3.0 だけじゃなくて、3.x シリーズパッチを通じて段階的にアップデートしていく。
So these exploratory voyages aren't just limited to 3.0. We're going to continue to expand on these through the 3.x series.
で当然ですけどその回り方とかで取ってくるものが違うとか。
So again, it depends because there's so many islands. There might be different things.
なるほどコースによっても
変
わってくる。
Depending on the course, the items you bring back might change.
で効率よく回すってことも考えながら飛ばしたりとか。
So yeah, and then thinking efficiently with one airship or 2 airships, which courses to send them on. What is the best way to get the most items?
はい。で まあ単純じゃないのがですね、ちょっとパーツを変えようと思います。
So this is a little bit complex. We're going to change the components of the airship. Here's the component.
はい、これですね。例えばこれ4つのパーツで先ほどエアシップ構成されてるっていう話しました。
We talked a little bit before about how you had to create 4 different parts to create one airship.
これこう
Here are the propellers of the sails. Oh, so you've changed from propellers to sail?
でこれ別に
Here's the
なん
forecast.
だろう、こう絵だけが変わるわけじゃないんですよね。
And so this is not just the graphics that are changing here, but changing the hull.
そうですね。でこれは何をするかというと、ここにパフォーマンスっていうそのパラメーターですね、エアシップの引き手の性能が出てます。
So we're not just changing the graphics, we're also changing the performance based on those.
例えば当然迅速に飛んでってこう迅速に探索して帰ってきてほしいわけです。はいはいはい。
So a lot of times you want to send out your airship quickly, and you want it to come back quickly as well.
だからスピードの速いこう飛空艇にしたい。
So you want to create a fast airship, one with a high speed rating.
ただ厄介なのがですね、スピードが速いとこうあんまり探索性能が上がらないとか。
なるほど。
But those parts that which increase speed often aren't very good, don't have a very good surveillance rating.
そう、そこがこうパラメーター的にこうどこかをこう上げすぎるとどこかが下がるみたいな。
So if you focus too much on one other one might, actually suffer.
でそれがパーツの組み合わせによって変えられるので。
So finding that good combination of parts that is going to create an airship that suits your free company's needs is going to be a challenge.
だから4隻作れるので、それぞれ特徴の違った船を作って探索に出すのか。
はい。
So because you can make 4, are you going to create 4 different types of airships?
それかもう全部平均的にしてしまって
Or are you
無
gonna
難に
create-
探索に出すのか。
Or are you going to create ones that are all pretty much average?
でこのパーツもパーツのランクっていうのがあります。
And within parts, there's also different ranks within the same types of parts.
つまり突出してスピードが速いみたいなパーツがあるんですけど、これってコストをすごい船のコストを使います。このキャパシティってやつですね。
Okay, so even with some parts, even though they might have great speed or great performance in one area, to actually use that on your airship, we have what's called the airframe capacity. And each part has capacity.
キャパシティを超えてはパーツをつけられないので、4つのパーツでキャパシティがしっかりこう満たされないとつけることができないってなっちゃうんで。
Because of that capacity, you can't always mix and match anything you want. You have to make sure that the parts fit within that capacity.
でこのキャパシティは今ここにランク50って船のランクがありますけど、これを上げるとキャパシティが上がります。
And so that the airframe capacity there, how can you see it grow? That all connects to the airship rank. The higher the rank, the better the airframe capacity.
さっきの探索を繰り返していくとエアシップ EXP が溜まって一定になるとランクアップします。
So basically, and how does your company airship earn experience? It's by going on these voyages. And when you go on these voyages, you earn experience, and then your rank goes up.
そうですね。だから探査中にちょっとじゃあまとめますと。
Okay. So let's do a wrap up of this.
この3つの
Alright, so we have these 3 stations.
はい、まず作ります。
Alright. Okay, so you first create your airship at the fabrication station.
で、探索に出します。
And then you take it to the control panel and you send your airship out on a voyage.
で、新しい島を発見するためにも探索出さないと次の島を見つけてこないので。
So to discover new islands, you must send out your airship, and while it's surveying islands, it will find other islands that you can go to in future voyages. Okay.
で、ここで発見した素材の中にこの新しいレシピを作るためのアイテムがあります。
Okay. And so the items that you will need to create the schematics you find on those islands. So you bring them back and then you use them.
で、レシピを増やして
to create a new recipe, and then you take those recipes.
でまた作っておいて
over to the fabrication station.
で作ってる間にさっき完成してるやつをまた飛ばしてみたいな。
And while you're creating your new parts, you send your existing airship out for more voyages.
で最終的にはすごい一番遠くの島まで探索に行ってくるとだいたいリアルタイム1週間ぐらい探索に行ってくることになるので、
はい、So for some of those furthest, those islands that are furthest away, it takes about a week for it to go and come back.
だからだいたい週末にフリーカンパニーで一回集まって 来週どういう風に飛ばすみたいな話をして飛ばしておいて、また週末が来たらみんなで中身を見てみたいな。
So probably a good thing for a lot of free companies to do is maybe they all gather on the weekend, decide what course, where they're going to send their airships, send them out, and then go about their week, then come back the next week and reap the benefits of that voyage.
で、1個ですね。
Oh, we have something else?
ログ、これ。
The voyage log.
これまだ開かないですけど、
Oh, we're not going to open this yet.
公開日誌みたいなのが作られます。
So there's an actual flight log that gets created with each voyage.
どの島で何が起きて何を発見したかみたいな。
それはもう分かるんです。
So it'll tell you where you went and what items you were able to discover.
でこの辺りをネットだったりフリーカンパニー同士情報交換をして、どこで何が取れたよみたいな。
And then free companies can talk amongst each other about where they found things. Maybe post that on the internet, on websites, so players will know that information exchange.
そうですね。そうしてみんなでその島を探索していってもらえると嬉しい。
Something that not just company members but everyone in the community can do together.
でもうかなりこう大当たりを引くとですね、ドバーってこうアイテムが来るんで。
Sometimes you'll just find the mother load. You get tons of items.
はい、なのでそれをフリーカンパニーみんなでその山分けしてもいいですし、素材自体とかも。
And if you get those items back, you can just distribute the items around your free company amongst your free company.
誰かこう商人担当者を立てて、それをマーケットに流して、でその売り上げをみんなで分配っていうこともいいですし。
Or you can basically, maybe a free company will choose one person to take all of those items, take them to market, sell them all, and then distribute the guild once the items have been sold.
あとはね、その島でしか取れない貴重なレアアイテムがねあったりするんで、それを見つけた場合は、週末にみんなでフリーカンパニーで集まってダイスを使ってね、ロット勝負をするとか。
And sometimes you'll find very rare single items on these islands, and so maybe a thing that I say have the free company come in on the weekend, and then maybe everybody will roll to see who gets to receive that final.
はい。ぜひだからフリーカンパニーの中でですね、ロールプレイをいろいろ楽しんでいただけたらなと思ってます。
Yeah, this is something that the free company can do together, and hopefully everybody will have a lot of fun.
はい。
ありがとうございます。
以上が駆け足ではありますが、
Alright, that's all for the company works.
ね、フリーカンパニークラフトとエアシップボイジャーの説明でした。
ありがとうございます。
はい、
では早速次に行きたいと思います。次はですね、こちらでございます。画面パワーポイントの方お願いします。よいしょ。はい、続いてはこちらです。友達紹介キャンペーンに関するお知らせです。
Recruit a friend campaign.
はい、ごめんなさい、音なんですけど、ゲームの音下げていただいて大丈夫です。
カットしちゃってもらってね。
はい、そうです。はい、ありがとうございます。ということで、こちらのお知らせです。まずこちらをご覧ください。ドン。蒼天のイシュガルド友達招待キャンペーン、ですね、すでに、フレンドリクルートのキャンペーンは、行われてるんですが、パワーアップします。
Alright, so everyone already knows probably about the Recruit a Friend campaign that we currently have, but it's going to be powered up for Heaven's Word 3.0.
はい。で、誘った人、例えば、僕が、モルボルを誘った。ね、僕誘った人。
So basically there are, let's take a look at, okay, Mr. Yoshipi, he is going to invite his friend, Mr. Morbol.
で、僕のリワードっていうのが増えるし、
Basically, the inviter is going to get extra rewards.
だし、誘われたモルボルのリワードも、
And Mr. Morbol as well.
はい、これ今まで以上に、得点が追加されます。
Even more special rewards.
で、これが6月19日金曜日18時からスタートになります。
This begins after maintenance?
Yes.
After the maintenance on June 19th.
はい。で、次いきますね。はい。ドン。で、何が増えるか。これね、全部じゃないんですけど、増えるものです、これ。
増えるものです。
はい。
So what does the inviter get? We're going to talk about things that, new items that the inviter will get.
誘った友達の人数とか、それから誘った人がどれだけ継続してファイナルファンタジー14をプレイしてくれてるかによって、もらえるアイテム、ゴールドチョコボの羽っていうのが今回もらえるようになるんですけど。
Right, so players, inviters, people who have invited players, will earn gold chocobo feathers by inviting these friends. And they'll be earned for each friend invited as well as subscription time purchased by that invited friend.
そうですね、このゴールドチョコボの羽を、まあ、僕誘った人なんで、まあ、もらえます。で、
And so the inviter will receive those gold chocobo feathers and will be able to exchange them for these items that we have here.
でゲーム内でこのゴールドチョコボの羽を渡してこういうアイテムに交換できるってことです。
These three items are the things that you can get by exchanging gold chocobo feathers.
すごい気になる文字列がありますけれども。
What do we got here?
まあ、1枚でカヤカラランと掛け5個、8枚でマウント赤グランチョコボ。
2人乗りのそうグランチョコボの赤レッドバー。
The red version of the draft chocobo. So two players can ride this one.
そして
15枚
目玉
マウントツインタニア。
ツインタニアマウント。
はい、これがなんともらえる。
ということで、まあこんな素敵な名前を聞いたら見せてよって話になるんですが、
吉田汚いとか多分言われてると思うんですけどね、今ね。ちょっとお見せしましょうか。じゃあ
準備の方はよろしいですか？
よろしいですよ。
じゃあ画面をゲームにお願いします。ツインタニアもそうですけど、これは興味深そうなエリアにいらっしゃいますね。
どこかな。
さあさあ、あれです。ツインタニアを見せるくだりでございます。
なるほど。
おい。もう孫うことなきツインタニアですね。
そう、ちゃんとね、拘束されてるんです。
なるほど。
So it's not going to go crazy or easy. It's controlled.
気をつけてください。気をつけてください。
Are you supposed to be showing?
あっちね、怖いから行かない。
はい。
Yeah, you can go.
ツインタニアを見せるんですよ。ツインタニア。
そうですね。で、こいつですね。
Does he have a special move?
ちゃんとね、ダイブする。
ストラバーが。おーい。
That looked like a barrel roll.
みんな跳ね飛ばされてマップのヘリにぶつかって死んでたと思うんですけど、
Sure, a lot of people remember that from the battle.
他のプレイヤーをね跳ね飛ばす機能はないんですけど、
so you can't actually attack other players with that.
やつを従えるというね、
素晴らしい。
Under your control.
はい。といったことで、まあこのようなご覧の通りのツインタニアマウントがもらえますということで、
And you can only get it through these exchanging gold chocobo feathers.
ツインタニアマウントがもらえるのはこれの交換のみということでよろしいですか？
よろしいです。じゃあちょっとパワーポイントに
戻りましょう。パワーポイントお願いします。じゃあ実際どういうルールになるのかというのを次のスライドでご覧いただきます。はい。
さて、ここから、きちんとお話をしたいんですが、
Alright, so let's give you the detailed explanation of this recruiter friend campaign.
おそらくですね、今多数の人がですね、ツインタニアを取るにはどうしたらいいんだっていう。
そうですね。
Yeah, probably a lot of people out there thinking, okay, what do I got to do? I need
15ってどういうことだみたいな。
What do you mean 15?
あるんですね。まずさっきの例でいきます。僕がモルボルを誘いました。
Okay, so Mr. Yoshipi invited Mr. Morbol.
でゲームをまあスタートしてくれましたと、パッケージを買ってね。
Okay, so he bought the package and he registered his code.
Yes.
And you're in.
そうするとゴールドチョコボの羽が5枚もらえます。
Mr. Yoshipi gets at that point. Mr. Yoshipi gets 5 gold chocobo feathers.
それと同時にですね、今回エモート、専用のエモート、拳をこう突き出すっていう。
The fist bump.
そう。でうまくこう2人で合わせるとこういうのがねできるかもしれない。
Possibly bumping.
はい。でまず招待人数によってのリワードなんですけど、例えばもうコウジも誘ったわ、一緒にやろうぜと、一緒にやろうぜと、一緒にやろうぜ、俺ツインタニア欲しいんだよ。
Please, you're hurting me.
とにかく14面白いからさ、一緒にやろうぜ。
Let's play. I'll do it.
でそうするとまた5枚もらえる。
Right, and so you invite another person and you get another 5.
でそれで最大5人まで。はい。
So up to 5 friends, you'll get 5 gold chocobo feathers for each friend, but only 1 fist bump emote for the first one.
これが招待人数に応じたリワードですね。
So that is the rewards you get for the number of friends invited.
でもう一つ誘われた人が どれぐらい14をその継続してくれてるか。
And the next aspect of it is those friends that you invited, if they purchase subscription time, you also get rewarded for their subscription time.
はい。で、もともと誘われた誘われた人、
友達側ですね。
そう、
はい、私側です。
モルボルがプレイを30日してくれると、フレンドシップサークレットとエーテラとペンデュラムは今までもらえてた。
もらえてますね。
So up until now, the current recruiter friend campaign, if the person invited, the invitee, in this case Mr. Morble, if he bought 30 days of subscription, the inviter, Mr. Yoshipi, would get a friendship circlet and an Etherite pendulum. This hasn't changed.
はい、で友達が、90日続けてくれると、グランチョコボホイッスルが今までももらえてます。
And 90 days, then draft chocobo whistle would again go to Mr. Yoshipi.
でここから、さらに150日、210、10日、270日と続けてくれればくれるほど期間に応じてゴールドチョコボの羽が5枚ずつもらえていく。
これ誘った側がもらえます。
そう、誘った側がもらえる。はい。
And what's new in this powered up version of a recruiter friend campaign is now if the invitee, the person invited, so Mr. Morble, decides to extend his subscription to 150 days, 210 days, or 270 days for each of those, the person who invited Mr. Morble, so Mr. Yoshipi, will be getting 5 gold chocobo feathers at each of those points.
で例えばもう実は、フレンドリクルート始まって結構期間が経つんですね。
はい。
14自体の。
So the recruiter friend campaign actually started a while back.
で、例えばいやもうフレンドリクルートシステム始まった時に、俺お父さん誘ったわと。
はい。
お父さんもうとっくに光の戦士になってる。
So back a long time ago when the recruiter friend campaign began, I already invited my father, and my father, he's already, the warrior of light.
もうね、バハまで行くぐらいね、やってくれてるんだよと。
My dad is already in, the coil.
で、その場合、過去の今まで招待してる人とか、それからその人がずっともう続けてくれてるってやつも今回このタイミングで全部累積にちゃんと加えてありますんで。
And as we have written here, previously recruited friends and their subscription links will count towards these rewards.
なのでもう即この瞬間にもう達成されてる方も。
そうですね。
So there's already people that probably already have friends who have continued for 270 days.
いきなりたくさんのゴールドチョコボの羽をもらう人はたくさんいるってことです。
So there's going to be a lot of people who, when they log in, they're going to find that they have received a ton of gold chocobo feathers and items.
はい。これが誘った人がゴールドチョコボの羽がもらえていく。もしくは他にもアイテムもらえたり、エモートもらえたりっていう。誘った人が
これ全部そうです。
These are all the inviter rewards.
はい。
では誘われた人。
So now we're going to go to the invitee rewards. What does the person who is invited get?
はい。はい。で誘われたモルボルが30日プレイするとまずね契約。
So Mr. Morble, if he purchases 30 days subscription, this is what he will get.
今まではフレンドシップサークレットだけだったんですけど、
Up until now, it's only been a friendship circuit.
今回からさっき、誘った側ももらえる拳を突き出す、
エモート。
So what you will be getting new is the emote, the fist bump emote.
はい、それ以外にこれから新しく始めてもらうということで今回、テレポの利用券を99枚。
Okay, so we've also added 99 Ethernet tickets.
嬉しい。
Yeah.
であとはですねシルバーチョコボの羽というのが、配られます。誘われた側ですね。
We also have 10 silver chocobo feathers for the invitee.
で誘った側はゴールドチョコボの羽、誘われた側はシルバーチョコボの羽がもらえる。
The inviter gets the gold chocobo feathers. The invitee gets the silver chocobo feathers.
でそうなると今度はシルバーチョコボの羽でインゲームショップで交換できるアイテムというのがあります。
So what can you do with these silver chocobo feathers? And you can get in-game trade them for in-game items.
序盤の経験値稼ぎが楽になるアイテムがラインナップされてたり、
So basically it's items that will make adventuring easier for low-level adventurers.
レベル15ぐらいの、各ロールごとの装備が一式用意されてたりとか。
For example, like gear sets for low-level players, like level 15 gear sets.
そこはぜひですね、誘った側と
誘われた側でお話をしてこの辺取っとくといいかもね、みたいなね。
So maybe the invitee who doesn't know anything about the game can ask that inviter, what should I trade my 10 silver chocobo feathers for?
ですでに、フレンドシップ誘われてたよ俺っていう方にはエモートは、追ってプレゼントします。
はい。
For those who were invited previously in the Recruiter Friend campaign, in addition to that friendship circlet that you already have received, we're going to be sending you the fist bump emote as well.
だから僕はね、おかんをまずちょっと今回誘おうかなとさらにね。
So you're going to invite your mother,
Yes.
Yoshi P. You think she's going to play?
Yeah. 光のおかんに育てていこうかなと。
Mother of Light.
はい。に育てていこうかなと思ってるので。
You're gonna help her?
はい。まあまあそうやってぜひですね、この機会にですね、一緒にプレーをする友達を誘っていただきたい。
So yes, this is a great chance for you to grab some friends and get them to play with you in Eorzea.
ぜひ家族でプレーするのもね。
そうですね。
Yeah, playing as a family.
はい、パーティー組みやすいと思いますんで。
It's easy to make a party.
そうね、いいんじゃないかなと。お父さん、
それで喧嘩したりすると
お姉ちゃん、お兄ちゃん、
喧嘩したりするとあんま良くないんですよね。
いやいや、喧嘩なんかしないですよ。
出ていけっつって。
いや、しないですよ別に。
仲良くやってください。
仲良くやってください。
Everybody, yeah, friendly. You know, we're a big family, holding hands.
そう。
Are you gonna play? You still gonna play Black Mage?
何
？Black Mage with your family?
うん。
Your father is
いや、
healer?
だから
Mother is
いやいや
DPS?
彼らがその綺麗にね育っていくために僕は別にタンクやってもいいし、
You're gonna be
だって
tank, so you
先輩なんですから。
So you're gonna teach
そう
your family. You have okay.
はい。
I think your mom should be DPS.
そうやね。
いいですか、もういいですか。そのくだりもういいですよね。
Okay.
はい。では次に行きたいと思います。続いてはこちらです。
All right, on to our
よい
next
しょ。
slide. Oh,
さて
new loot system.
はい、ロットシステム
はい
のご紹介です。
はい、今回、パッチノートの方にもすでに公開されていますが、ロットシステムに変更があるので、ここをもう一度重点的にお伝えしておこうかな。
This information has already been released in the patch notes, but there's been some major changes to the loot system, and so we want to touch upon those before we move on.
はい。
はい。まずこちら。
ロットシステムの変更点ですが、
Okay, so the changes that have been made to the loot system.
まずこれ前提としてコンテンツファインダーでマッチングしたときは関係がないです。
はい。So first off, we want to say that if you're making a party through the matching system in the duty finder, this won't change. Nothing will change. This is
はい。今までと同じ通常ロットしか適用されません。
For that, all you can do is the normal lot system.
はい。で、最初にもうあらかじめパーティーを組んでいる状態でコンテンツにアタックする場合にリーダーのみがパーティーリーダーのみがこれを変更することができます。
All right. So when you have a pre-formed party formed by yourself, and you go into here, the party leader can go in and change the loot system and the loot rules.
今までの通常ロットノーマルというルールに加えて2つ新しく増えます。
Right. And that leader can choose, in addition to the normal loot system and the normal looting system, 2 new types of systems.
はい。で、グリード限定とマスタールートっていうのが増えますね。
So greed only and then loot master.
グリード限定は非常に分かりやすくて、今まで、ニードグリードパスが選べてたと思うんですけど、グリードとパスしか選択できないモードです。
In the greed only system, basically regardless of item, all players, in normal you can choose need, greed, or pass. Now you can only choose greed or pass.
だからジョブに関係なくね、誰でも全員グリードにして純粋なロット勝負でアイテム取ろうぜっていう場合によくパーティー募集でね、使われてるんですけど、システムサポートできてなかったので、今回システムサポートさせてもらってます。
Up until now, there's been a lot of parties that have wanted to do this, where regardless of your current job, you'd want to be able to, roll on pretty much any item that came out, and there'd be parties that would try, would be asking for that, but the system didn't support it. Now we have a system that supports that.
でマスタールートは、戦利品、その、コンテンツで得た戦利品、ダンジョンの途中だったらその各種ボスの宝箱とアイテムとかですねを全部リーダーにプールしていきます。
All right, and with the loot master rule, basically now all loot that is retrieved from a coffer will be pooled in the leaders by the party leader.
だからまあ僕とコウジとねモルボルが今パーティーを組んでいて、僕がリーダー マスタールートだともうそのダンジョンで例えば2人が宝箱をあげたとしても全部まあ僕のボックスで専用ボックスが1個作られるんで、
So the three of us are in a party here, and Yoshi P is the leader. Whether I open or someone else opens the coffer, all of those items go into a special pot that is held by the leader, Yoshi P.
はい、でコンテンツから出てしまうとそのプールしてるアイテム消滅しちゃうのでコンテンツから出る前にみんなで最後にね分配をするって感じです。
Okay, and that pool, that pot that has the items in it, if you leave the instance, all of that it goes away, it disappears. So you must make sure to distribute all the loot before leaving the instance.
でその分配するときに、方法が2つ選べます。
Okay, so when distributing, there's two types of distribution that the party leader can choose.
一つは、僕がリーダーなので指定して例えばこのソードは剣はもうモルボルが持っていく約束だったからもうモルボルに渡すね。
Okay, so the first one is basically the leader chooses what item goes to who. So, for example, we get this sword. There's Mr. Morble. Hey, I knew we promised that if this dropped, you'd get it. So here it is.
で逆にこのアーマーは工事のものだ、約束してたから工事ね。
Right, and then when a piece of armor comes out, okay, yeah, this is one that he promised to me, so I get it.
でこれが、指定分配ですね。僕がもう、このアイテムを渡す人はこの人。
So, and that's how that's one way that the leader can distribute the items.
で、もう一個あるグリード分配っていうのは3人ともこのアイテム別にこう、事前に話してなかったねと、まあ誰がもらってもいいから、まあこれはもうみんなでグリードしちゃおうかっていう分配の方針。
Right. And the second option that the loot master rule will have is that if an item drops that neither of the three of us really mentioned before, like, oh, we really need this, it's just, oh, well, whoever gets it can get it, so let's just roll greed on it.
はい。はい、これがマスタールートですね。
こちらパッチノートにも記載されています。
This all is in the patch notes.
はい。
そしてもう一つございます。
はい。
よいしょ。
まずは、飛行場アレキサンダーのノーマルは、この後スケジュール確認しますけど、正式サービス開始から約2週間後に、アレキサンダーがオープンします。
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the Alexander Normal version loot system. Just to remind you, Alexander Normal, the dungeon, will be available about 2 weeks after launch.
さすがにですね、そのローンチから2週間以内にプロデュースされたライブの機会がもうないので、そうですね。
And yeah, so we don't have any opportunities for another producer that live in the next 2 weeks.
なので今説明してしまいます。
So we're going to explain it now.
まず、今回飛行場アレキサンダーにも大迷宮バハムートと同じで第1層第2層みたいな感じで層が分かれてます。
Okay. So just as how the Binding Coil of Bahamut had different turns, Alexander as well has different levels.
でボスを倒すと、直接アイテムその例えば武器とかそれから防具とかが直接ドロップ今まではね大迷宮バハムートって直接アイテムがドロップしてましたよね。
Up until now, in the Binding Coil, what would happen is you defeat a boss, a coffer would appear, and there would be items, actual gear in those coffers.
でね、僕もよくイベントでプレイヤーの方が来て、竜騎士の鎧が6週連続ドロップしてるんですけどってこう言われたりしてた。まあ。
And so I would go to events, and players would come up to me and it's like, for the past 6 weeks, nothing but Dragoon gear drops.
で今まで僕はそれはきっと竜騎士をプレイしろっていうことじゃないかなって。
And he's been saying that's because the universe is telling you play Dragoon.
で今回からその直接ギア装備がドロップしなくなるんですけど。
So from the new Alexander system, it won't be actually finding gear in these coffers.
好きなロールの、装備と交換できる交換用アイテムがドロップするようになります。
Yes. What will happen is in these treasure coffers will contain special items which can be exchanged for the gear of your choice.
例えば第1層のボスを撃破したときにこの交換用アイテムがいくつかドロップするので。
So in that first area of Alexander, that last coffer is going to drop a number of these exchangeable items.
はい。なので、まあ欲しいものにニードをしてもらっていくって感じですね。
And then those items you can trade them for the gear that you want.
はい。で、まあここはちょっとフィードバックも見ていこうと思いますけど、ある程度の個数が出るので。 そんなになんかこうニードで大変みたいなことにはならないと思います。
Currently, the amount of drops, the amount of items that we have planned to drop is not that low. But we'll check feedback and see if we need to adjust the numbers in a future date.
はい。で、これは各層、
はい、
で、今までの大迷宮バハムートはクリアしちゃうとクリアできなかったもう再チャレンジできなかった、
その層はもうできない。
So up until now, once you've cleared one of the turns, you haven't been able to re-challenge it.
今回貴公子アレキサンダーのノーマルは1層を僕らでクリアしたけどアイテムをゲットしていなければいてもいいんですけど基本何回でも挑戦できますよと。
So yeah, from Alexander, you'll be able to go back and play one level as many times as you want.
ただしその層でアイテムをニードしてアイテムをもらった場合は挑戦はもちろんできるんですけど、アイテムを取る権利はなくなるよと1週間。
Okay. And but if you do use need and you get one of these items, then you won't be able to get another one for a week.
だからここがクリスタルタワーと同じ。
So it's basically the same as the Crystal Tower.
で、そのゲットした交換用アイテムと引き換えで好きな装備と交換できますと。
Alright, and so these items that you get can be traded for the gear of your choice.
で、ただし装備する場所、部位によって必要な交換アイテムっていうのが違います。
However, the type and quantity of special items needed varies with the type of gear that they are to be exchanged for.
かつその交換用アイテムがいくつ必要かっていうのも違います。
So you might need more for certain items.
例えばアクセサリーと各種そのアクセサリーと交換するためのアイテムっていうのは1個だけあれば別に1パーツ好きなアクセサリーと交換できますよとか。
So there's an item that can be exchanged for accessories, and because it's an accessory, you only need one of those items to exchange for that one accessory.
一番やっぱりそのアーマーで、パラメータ影響の大きい、その同装備のパーツは、またそのアクセサリーの交換用アイテムとは違う交換用アイテムでかつそれが複数必要ですよ。
And then when you look at body armor is going to have more effect on your stats, on your attributes, especially the body armor. So you'd think big pieces like that, not only will they require a different item, but they'll require multiple numbers of that different item. So for example, that special item B to trade for armor, you need 4 of them to get the body piece.
で、各層1個なんで、4層あったとしたらその4層分毎週チャレンジしていけるって感じです。
And you can only get one from each level each week. So do all 4 levels, you could try to get 4.
はい。だから仮に4層構成なんだとしたら、最大4層分のアイテムっていうのを1週間に1回は確実に取れる。
So if there are 4 levels in the area, then you can get up to 4 of these items per week.
はい。でですね、この交換用アイテムってじゃあどれがどれに対応してるんだって。
And so probably players now are wondering, which item, how many of which items you need to trade for what gear.
こうなんかね、ちょっと変わったアイコンのアイテムだったりするんですよ。
It's kind of a strangely designed item. Looking at its icon.
どれがどれと交換か分かんないからニードできないみたいなことになっちゃいかねないので、
So it could be kind of confusing. So we want to make sure.
これパッチ 3.01 が2週間後に予定されてるんですが、そこでアレキサンダー公開するときにパッチノートにも書いちゃいます。どのアイテムがどれと交換できますよ。
So in those 3.01 patch notes that will be released before the patch that launches Alexander, we'll put in all of that information. What items are needed to trade for what gear.
なのでどれをこの週はどれを取ってどのパーツから装備をアップグレードしていくかっていうのを事前にもう計画できるようにしようかなと思います。
So players will be able to plan ahead of time. Okay, this week I want to get these items so I can exchange it for this piece of armor or this accessory.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。ではまた 3.01 パッチノートを合わせてご覧いただきます。
そうですね。その時にまた詳細出ますので、何かわからないとか出てませんか？大丈夫ですか？
このところ大丈夫そうですね。はい。では参り
ます。でごめんなさい。
はい。
これアレキサンダーのロットってここまでですよね、説明。
ここまでです。
わざわざあそこにノーマルと書いてある。
Oh yeah, there's a reason why we wrote normal there.
この先、正式サービスから約4週間後を予定している。
So approximately 4 weeks after the Heavensward launch.
機構上アレキサンダー霊式。サベージですね。
Oh, the Savage, yeah.
そっちはまたロットルールが違います。
なるほど。
The loot system is different for the Savage version.
でそこまでには1回プロデュースされたライブやろうと思ってるので、
Okay. But we're going to have a producer that are live before that, so you explain it
は
there.
い、霊式の方はまたそちらで説明しようと思います。
Alright.
はい、
Okay.
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは次に行きたいと思います。次の確認はこちら。今後のスケジュールを改めておさらいしておきたいと思います。
はい、
よいしょ。
すごいよね、こうゲームなのにさ、今後のスケジュールって。
Yeah, talking about our update schedule. It's
さてまず本日ですね、6月19日、日本時間だと18時から。
Okay, so early access begins in that's Japan time. June 19th at 6 o'clock in Japan. 2 a.m. on the West Coast.
Yes.
Over here.
In
America. And 9 a.m. in GMT. So in London.
で始まって、そこではなくこの正式サービスから約2週間後。
Alright, so not from the 19th, but 2 weeks from the 23rd, the official launch.
はい、ここで、機構上アレキサンダーのノーマルが、オープンとなります。
The Alexander Dungeon will be opened.
はい。
That's patch 3.01.
はい。はい。ですので、ぜひ焦らずゆっくりとキャラクターのレベリングやメインストーリーの攻略をしていただきたいなと。
So in those 2 weeks, players can, level their characters and experience the main quest without having to worry about Alexandria.
はい。まあここまでに実装されるほとんどのものに修正限とかないので、はい。
Yeah, for the content up until then, there is really no weekly limitations.
はい。損をすることはないので、たっぷり自由に遊んでいただきたいなと思います。
はい。
で、さらにその機構上アレキサンダーのリリースパッチ 3.01 のさらに約2週間後。
So approximately 2 weeks from the release of patch 3.01, so approximately 4 weeks.
そうですね。正式サービスからは4週間後に、パッチ 3.05 が予定されています。
We have patch 3.05 is scheduled.
でおそらく多くの方がここで、レベル60になっている既存のプレイヤーの方多くなっているだろうなと。
And I believe at this time there's going to be a lot of existing players will have at least reached level 60.
ここで機構上アレキサンダー霊式ハードモードですね。
はい。
So first we'll be releasing the Alexander Dungeon, but the Savage mode
がオープンします。それからコンテンツとしては新フロントライン、新しいレベル60向けのフロントラインのニューマップと、それからニュールールが。
And in addition to that, we'll also be releasing the new frontline area with the new frontline rules
が公開されます。はい。そして、アラガントームストーン金書。
Right, and then Allegan Tomestones of Esoterics, a new tombstone will also become available.
そしてクラフターギャザラースクリップの、石化。
And then the red Crafter and Gatherer scripts will also become available at this time.
これらは、1週間に獲得できるリミットが量のリミットがついている。
There are weekly limits on these red Crafter and Gatherer scripts.
なのでここから、毎週また450ずつ集めるみたいな形になってくるので、
はい。
So it'll be something like again in 1 week players will have to get 400, 450 of these.
そうですね。だからまあ焦ってね、その60にしてっていうことにあんまりメリットがないようにしてあるので、ぜひね自由に楽しんで、また4週間後から、みんなで例えばアレキサンダー攻略行くぞだったりね。
So there's really, from the beginning, there's really no reason to rush to get to level 60. You have lots of time to get to level 60, and from there, you have those weekly content.
はい、これが、約1ヶ月ですかね、のスケジュールになっております。
This is our 1 month schedule from launch.
はい、ありがとうございました。ということで、よかっ
Is that
た。
all?
まあこの後お知らせコーナーがあるので、若干のロスタイムにはまあ突入するんですけれども、
We're a little bit over time. That would be good though. It's our launch.
PLL22 回としてはお伝えした方とは一通りここまでとなります。
So that's almost all.
はい、almost all.
Almost all.
日本時間午前3時でございますが、3時を過ぎたところでございますが、日本のツイッターのトレンドに、トレンドワードあるじゃないですか。ツインタニアが入ったそうです。
なるほど。
The Twitter, what's trending now on Twitter? Twintania?
Japanese.
In Japan? Wow, trending in Japan, Twintania.
ゲットしましょう。
はい、
じゃあ最後お知らせ。
ちょっとそろそろ画面を戻してもらう。
一回
そうか、ダメか。
そうなんです。お知らせコーナーがまだパワーポイントなんです。
そうか、そうか。
Have to go back to the PowerPoint.
ワイプが使えないからね。寂しいね。
ということでお知らせいきます。まず一つ目こちら。
さて先ほどお話ししました、プロデューサーレターライブをそのパッチ 3.05 前にやりますようなんですけど、7月10日に 放送予定です。
All right, so we mentioned this a little bit before. The next Producer Dead Alive, we wanted to get it in before patch 3.05. The date has been decided, July 10th.
大体その、パッチ 3.0 というか蒼天の石ガールドが始まっていろいろフィードバックもいただいている頃だと思うので、そのフィードバックに対して、開発チーム的にはどう思ってるのかっていうところだったり、先ほどお話しした飛行士アレキサンダーのサベッジモードのロートシステムの説明だったりとかしていきたいなと思います。
So yeah, probably what we'll be covering here is because, from launch it'll be a few weeks after launch, so we'll have received a bunch of feedback about the launch and about Heavensward content, and so we'll hopefully be able to talk about some of that feedback, as well as give you details on the Savage mode, or Alexander.
はい。では次です。次は新情報ですよ。
Next.
こちら、ドン。
Before the Fall Final Fantasy XIV オリジナルサウンドトラック。
来た、新しいサウンドトラックが発売になります。
はい。で、ですね、2015年8月26日に、発売となります。
August 26th, 2015.
2周年合わせですかね、これ。
That's the second year anniversary.
はい。で、全世界同時発売予定。
So it's going to go on sale at the same time around the world.
ただ日本で作って配送なのでちょっともしかするとアメリカとかヨーロッパは e ストアの対応が数日遅れるかもしれないんですけど、
but because the discs are actually being created in Japan, it might take a little bit longer for them, even if you order on e-store, to be sent out, but only a few days.
なんとかここに合わせようと頑張ってますんで。
Hopefully, we're trying to get it so every region is going to be able to get those discs on August 26th.
で今回のサウンドトラックはパッチ 2.2 からパッチ 2.5 までの数々の楽曲をすべて収録と。
So what tracks are going on the disc? From all the music from patches 2.2 to 2.5, all those new songs released. Anything special?
何か
スペシャルがあるのって
special tracks?
すごくこうリクエストの多かった、バンシン・リヴァイアさんの女性ボーカル版とかも
The female vocal version of Through the Maelstrom, the Leviathan theme. Yeah.
そう祖権の声ではなく
Not Soken's voice, but the female vocal voice.
そうですね、のボーカルバージョンも入っております、なのでこれあれなんですよね、アーレルム・リボンのサウンドトラックと、このBefore the Fall のサウンドトラックで、2.X シリーズコンプリート、
申請がこれでコンプリート。
The Realm Reborn soundtrack plus this soundtrack, you get the full 2.x experience.
で、ミニオンがついてる。インゲームアイテム。
In-game item comes with it.
ミニオンザプライモグズ。
The Primogs minion. Looks like there's 5. It's 5 minions or 1 minion?
そうです。
1 minion?
1個のミニオンになんと5体
セットなんです。
So it's a set. So 1 minion but 5
呼び出すとね、5匹のプライモグズたちが。プライマルズ、ファイナルファンタジー14の、オフィシャル、祖権が組んだオフィシャルバンドの名前がプライマルズで、あいつら相当悪そうなんですけど、見た目もね。
Yeah, we're kind of evil looking.
なんかね、とても可愛い。
These guys are cute, yeah.
そうそうなって、帰ってきますね。彼らを呼び出すことができる、ミニオンが。
So that minion comes with, the code comes with the Before the Fall soundtrack.
はい。
ということでサウンドトラックのお知らせでした。次です。次はこちらです。よいしょ。
Welcome back.
蒼天の石ガルドの発売を記念してですね、ウェルカムバックキャンペーンを、行おうと思います。
Okay, to celebrate the launch of Heavensward, we're going to be reinstating the Welcome Back campaign.
条件は今、パワーポイントで出ておりますように、現在プレイしてない人を対象に、行わせていただきます。期間中に復帰、これ特定期間1ヶ月だけなんですけど、その期間に、復帰をしていただくとアイテムレベル120のいくつかの装備と交換できるアイテムをプレゼントさせていただきます。
Right. So to make it easier for those players who've taken a break, stepped away from 14 for a little while, to make it easier for them to get back into the game, we'll be offering those players who return during the following period. It's about a 1-month period. There's a 1-month window there, but we're giving them an in-game item that can be exchanged for item level 120 gear.
で期間としては、正式サービス、蒼天の石ガルド正式サービス開始の6月23日から、1ヶ月に7月23日までの間に復帰をしていただければ。
And so that campaign period is from 6 p.m. Tuesday, June 23rd to 6 p.m. Thursday, July 23rd. So it's a month long. This is JST, so you'll have to, I think there'll be a topics that will actually have the dates, so you won't have to actually get out your calculator and find out how many hours it is. But it's from June 23rd to July 23rd.
で対象となる方は、こちらに記載があります。この期間中に、プレイをしてなかった方が、はい対象となります。
And so, who's eligible? It's those players that have that did play before March 31st, but have not logged in between April 1st and June 7th.
はい。まあ向こう2ヶ月ぐらいプレイされてない方は基本的にしばらく遠ざかってた方だろうということでこの期間に設定されております。
Yeah, we decided this because we thought that players that haven't been playing in the past 2 months have probably not been playing for a while, so we want them back.
でこのまあアイテムレベル120装備ってまあ全身ではないんですけど。もちろんね、さすがに全身だとね強すぎる。遊んでたのに、一生懸命遊んでたのに、遊んでなかった人に120全身はないわ。
So you look at this item level 120, it's not a full set of item level 120 because that's not really fair to the players that stayed and played.
特定そのジョブの武器と交換するこうアイテムだったりとか。
So maybe exchanging it for a specific weapon for a certain job.
銅と脚のセットをロール分用意してあるので、
or a set of body armor and leg armor for each.
そうですね。それをこうメインジョブとサブジョブの武器2本交換でもいいし、
はい。Maybe exchange it for 2 items. Maybe that weapon for your main job and that weapon for your support job and your sub job.
そうですね。銅と脚のセットをメインとサブで、まあ2個でもいいし、
まあその maybe 2 sets of body and leg armor, one for your main job, one for your support.
メインの武器と銅と脚のセットっていうのでも構わないし。
Main weapon plus your body and leg set.
他にもね、いくつか、もっとレベルがアイテムレベル当然低いんですけど、便利ないくつかアイテムも用意してます。
There are other items that you can be exchanged in addition to the item level 120 gear, maybe for lower level stuff. It depends on what the player needs.
それぞれ復帰した場所で、まあ使いやすいものに交換をしていただけたらいいなと思っています。
Basically what the player needs at the time that he or she comes back to the game.
そうですね。これで復帰をして蒼天の石ガルド側に向かっていただけたらなと。
Yeah, hopefully this will help players that have been away from the game but want to get back into Heaven's Word, help them get back in and get right back into the game.
はい。それでは最後お知らせがもう一つございます。こちらです。よいしょ。
はい。はい。ベテランリワード。
次のベテランリワード840日。
はい。840日をベテランリワード達成した方にはこちら。
140 days。
ね、フリオニール装備。
そうですね。
フリオネル from FF2
ですね。はい。
ワイルドローズアタイヤということで、こちらに画面に出てます。こちらのセット。
はい。
whole set, all 5。
ただですね。
はい。
剣はついておりません。
But not the sword.
はい。
Only the gear.
右側にあるね。
剣は飾りでございます。
That sword is just
イメージ。
the image.
はい。はい。
Kind of like the box.
そうね。こうね。やりたい。
やりたい。
はい。まあナイトの方なんかは何かこうね、合いそうな剣をね見つけていただいて。
そうですね。
And a good sword. Maybe a paladin would use.
はい、こちらが840日のベテランリワードとなっております。
New veteran reward.
はい、
はい、ということでお知らせ以上でございまして、カメラの方に戻していただいてよろしいでしょうか。
はい。
ということで、まあ時間に限りがございますので。
It's already been 70. Ah, is that good? Okay.
そうです。
さて。もうねあっという間に、やっぱり我々ねいつもやってるプロデューサーレターライブ好き勝手にね時間延長したりしてやってるんですけどさすがにね机にプレゼントの中なんでね。
Yeah. Normally, if we go over a little bit, no one really gets upset at us for doing it in our booths. But this time we're at Square Enix Presents, so yeah, we probably should.
そうですね。そろそろ終われっていうメッセージね。
もうそろそろ10分オーバーになろうとしております。
まあ一応ですね最後にちょっとご紹介を。
こちらのね。
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about these guys before we finish. Here you go.
ねこいつら。
お。
ね、新しい、グッズですね。
グッズです。
はい。
New plushies。
この2体の、カーバンクルのぬいぐるみが、間もなく発売になります。
Plushies will be on sale soon。
これがですね、尻尾がちゃんとね、これ中にこう針金というかね。
There's a wire in the tail, so you can。
なので尻尾の角度調整できたりしますね。で、こいつの発売なんですけど、
So when is this going on sale?
世界一早い最速発売がですね、なんと、 パリで行われる
So it'll go on sale
ジャパン
first
エキスポ
at Japan Expo.
で先行発売となります。
Japan Expo first.
7月2日から7月5日、
July 2nd to July 5th.
でヨーロッパの、e ストアで販売開始されるのが8月を予定しています。
And so it'll go on sale at Japan Expo first, and then in the e-store in Europe in August.
そうです。
All right.
で、続いて US。
All right. The next is North America.
はい。7月9日から12日
All right. So
に、
July 9th to the 12th.
開催されるサンディエゴコミコン
Comic Con San Diego.
で、こちらね2匹ね販売になります。
Blue and
はい
yellow?
はいはい。
Yeah.
で
Will go on sale at the Comic Con.
日本残念ながらイベントがない。
そうですね。
In Japan, no events.
そうなんです。なので7月下旬に e ストアで販売を開始
All
さ
right.
せたい。
So in Japan,
はい
at the end of July, it will
はい
go on sale in the e-store. In America, when does it go on sale in the
あ
e-store?
8月です。
Okay, so it's the same as Europe. In August,
そうですね。
players will be
はい
able to buy this on the e-store in America, North
はい
America as well as Europe.
彼らにもね全く同じ姿をした可愛いミニオンがそれぞれ
さっきのやつ
さっきね
Okay, so if you purchase the plushie, you get the in-game minion of the same color.
そうですね
あ
ついているのでぜひです
Blue
ね
and yellow?
はい揃えていただきたいなと
Oh,
なるほど。
gotta catch them all.
うん。
Am I supposed to say that?
でジャパンエキスポなんですけど私行きますので
Oh, you're gonna be at Japan
そうですね
Expo?
はい
この後正式にお知らせもしていきますが、はい、
行ってこいと
FF14 が出店しますし、
お
吉田さんも行きます。
PR
So
してこいと
14 will be at Japan Expo, and Yoshi P will be there at
僕の
Japan
アーリーア
Expo.
クセスはいつ来るのかとでまあそこでですね
Alright.
手売りしていこうと思います
So you're gonna be selling them at the goods booth. Yoshi P will be
はい
selling.
まあモルモルも行くんでね、
はい
君はこれを
And
手
Mr.
売
Mobile
り
will
して
go as well. He can sell the blue, and you'll be selling the
はい、僕はこのピカってる方をね
the
手売り
shiny,
して
the shiny,
シャイニー。
はい
the shiny
を
one.
売っていこうと思ってますなのでぜひですね、
はい、
日本でいち早く手に入れたい方はですねもうパリまで来ていただければ
そうです。
So yeah, if
何の
there's
問題
any
もござい
fans
ま
in
せん。
Japan or America who want to buy it first,
はい
you got to go to Paris.
はい
お待ちしております
無茶を言っていくスタイルねはい
Go to Paris.
出張に来られてる方とかぜひね
そうそうそう。
お立ち寄りいた
If
だき
you're
たい
there
で
for
す
business,
はい
perfect. Just stop by.
はい
はい。ということで、これで全部ですね。
はい
That's all.
ということで、最後に吉田さんから締めに一言いただいて終了としたいと思います。
はいようやくですね、
はい
お待たせしました、2015スプリングとは何だったのか
2015 spring. It's been a long spring.
はい、
But
お
we
待
made
たせしましたいよいよ今日から蒼天の石ガールドアーリーアクセススタートとなります
All right, early access. We're almost there in less than 24 hours.
本当に開発チーム主力を尽くして新作の RPG1 本分以上のボリュームを、作り切った、つもりでいます
The dev team has been hard at work for the past few months, creating what we believe is enough content to fill an entire RPG.
いよいよですねテレビドラマに例えるとシーズン2スタートと
So you can look at this as like a television program where we're entering season 2.
ただし第1話のねボリュームがねシナリオだけで50時間以上あるっていうね
But if you look at the first episode, if you look at just the quest, it's about a 50-hour long first episode. So.
なのでぜひですね、自由にMMORPG なのでメインストーリーを追いながら自由に皆さん楽しんでいただけたらと思いますので
But again, because this is an MMORPG, players have the freedom to do whatever they want. So spend the next few weeks just going in there, playing, enjoying the story, enjoying the battles.
はい今14をプレイされている方はもうあと本当にあと何時間後だっていう状態にカウントダウンに入っていると思いますので、ぜひ楽しんでいただきたいですし
We know a lot of you, the current players are out there just counting down the hours until the release.
まだですね、ファイナルファンタジー14をプレイされてない方はですね、プレイヤーの皆さんから猛烈にお誘いが今かかるんじゃなかろうかなと思っておりますので
And for those of you who are not playing Final Fantasy XIV, expect a lot of invites from friends.
はいぜひですね、その波に乗っかってですねフリートライアルもありますんでちょっとお試ししていただくのも構わないと思いますし
But again, for those of you not playing, it's really easy to get into Final Fantasy XIV. Not only the invites, but we have a free trial where you can check out the game. Just come on in and try it.
はい、この蒼天の石ガールド側にもね、スムーズにいけるような施策がいろいろ入ってますんで。
And we've done adjustments to the games to make it easier for new players that haven't played before. Get in and proceed through the existing content so they can get up to the Heavensward content and be able to play with their friends quickly.
はい、ぜひこの機会にですね、最新のファイナルファンタジーをお楽しみいただければと思います。
So yeah, I hope you guys really look forward to it. There's only a few hours left, but we have a great game awaiting. So see you in a couple hours.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございました。
Right,
それでは
thank you very much.
以上をもちまして第22回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了させていただきたいと思います。
Alright.
皆さんありがとうございました。
Thank you.
スタッフの皆さん
ありがとうございました。
伸びてごめんなさい。スタッフ
too. These guys are great.
ありがとうございました。
Alright.
Hello, people of the internet, and welcome to the Just Cause 3 Q&A, live Q&A, coming to you from the Square Enix booth at E3. My name is Petra Opilova, and I'm the community manager for Just Cause 3, and with me here is the amazing Roland Lesterlin, who is the game director for Just Cause 3. Welcome, Roland.
It's great to be back.
How are you feeling after 3 days of E3?
Well, you can hear from my voice. It's been going a little bit, but it's been going great. We've had amazing response. There's a response online. The fans have been great. Been having tons of fun. All the interviews going around. We've picked up some prizes. I mean, the team back in New York and in Sweden, they've been really excited. There've been long email chains with lots of memes and things like that going around, and being so happy at all the fan response, which is super helpful. I mean, it's the thing that drives us to keep working harder and polishing the game more and more, getting ready for December 1st.
Yeah. Long way still. 5-6 months, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Oh my god, can't believe it. Anyway, let's get to the questions. So basically how this is going to work, we have already collected some questions from our social media channels, such as Twitter, Instagram, also Steam, and our personal Just Cause 3 forums. And we have a list, but you can also tweet to Just Cause 3. Hashtag Just Cause 3, any questions you might have during the stream, and we will just be checking them out. I will be really antisocial and looking at my computer while Roland is answering the questions. But yeah, let's get started. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Your voice is okay?
It's going to be great.
So let's start with a broad question from Steam, actually. Hoot. If I butcher your name, by the way, I'm really sorry. I'm foreign. It's just like how it goes. So Hoot is asking, what will be the best thing on Just Cause?
The best thing?
Yeah.
God, there's so many things to choose from. I mean, you could probably tell from the trailers, it's probably explosions.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I actually think the best thing in Just Cause is player mechanics. It's just like the fluidity that you can move through the world. And we spent so much time focusing on gameplay and systems from the very beginning that it's starting to get to that point where every button interaction has an immediate response to it. It feels like you are Rico running around, and the things that are in your mind can happen. And that fluidity of movement, wingsuiting to parachute, even just running on the ground and turning and shooting and being able to do all those mechanics seamlessly, I think that's where we're really shining.
Yeah, because when you look at the trailer we announced, we'll publish on Tuesday, I think it was. You can check it out on our YouTube channel as well, which is /JustCauseGame. You can see Rico is going into an explosion, and you think, oh my god, what's going to happen? And suddenly he comes out of the explosion in a parachute, and it's just like, oh my god, it's so cool. Next question, coming from Twitter. Aditya Jain is asking, as someone who has played both Just Cause and Just Cause 2, what I want to know is what makes Just Cause 3 even better?
Even better. Well, I think the biggest thing that we started with was looking at all the great things in Just Cause 2. So we looked at the grapple hook and the parachute, obviously, because that was a core piece of the game identity, and the explosions and the destruction. And we decided, don't change things that aren't broken, but let's improve on them, let's polish them, let's spend more time making sure the feel is really there, use the extra power of the new consoles to push the fidelity across the board. Rico's much higher fidelity now as a game character. Many more animation sets now are running within it. The grapple hook itself feels really good, and then changing that so that you can now control the tension of the grapple, that really feels like a game changer. It doesn't sound like a huge thing when I just tell people that, but it's like when you suddenly realize that you can just slightly pull the trigger and you just see the wire go from kind of loose to just taut, and then you could see the physics objects like straining against their constraints, and then you see them fly together, and that suddenly opens up this huge world of creativity within it. I think the wingsuit is pretty game changing. By stabilizing the parachute so you can really fight from the parachute. There's my voice cracking there. You could really fight from the you could really fight from the parachute now and like shoot and aim and feel really good about it. The ability now to do traversal with the wingsuit, it's just pretty joyous. You just have tons of fun. The grapple hook and the wingsuit, you get that real sense of fluidity and flying and movement, and the team's done an incredible job to get that feel right. And then the thing that a lot of people talked about in JC2, saying they wanted vehicles to feel more variety and they wanted to feel weightier and all that. So we rebuilt all the vehicles from the ground up, and the variety of vehicles is enormous. So I think that is a pretty massive jump forward. And then destruction.
Yeah, because you have like with the vehicles, you have like everything from a monster truck to tractor to like a sports car, and it's just like wow, and especially if you can upgrade them with the nitros, it just gives the vehicle something else to do with. So yeah, that's like my personal favorite there. Next question. Oh, I really like that one. It's from Josh Duckhouse. Just Cause 2 theme music is superb. Can we expect similar experience with the score to Just Cause 3?
Well, I don't think we've actually made any announcements on the score yet, but why not? I'll make an announcement right now. Yeah, surprise. An old friend of mine, Henry Jackman, came on and did the music for us, and if you guys want to look him up on IMDb, he's one of the biggest composers in the world. Normally he just works on huge films, from Pirates of the Caribbean to Captain America. He did Captain Phillips, that one. He did The Interview, which, that whole North Korea thing. Sorry, Henry, I didn't mean to call you out there. But it's amazing to be able to work with someone as talented as him, and the fact that he would accept to come on board and work on a game when normally he's working on these giant, huge films all the time with crazy famous people. And I've known him for a long time now, maybe 15 years, 14 years, and then he came on board, and he's just so talented. He lifts the whole game, that experience, that feel, and working with our audio director and our sound designers to really integrate it, because it's a really tough thing to do big music in an open world game. It has to be adaptive. It needs to constantly be changing according to what the player is doing, so that if you're just looking at a vista, you want it to hear the birds, and you want like a soft thing, and then you want the combat to kick in as soon as an explosion goes off. And the audio team has been doing an incredible job of making every gun and vehicle sound great, the whole sound landscape in there, and then that combined with some of Henry's music has been pretty fun.
Yeah, because people sometimes don't realize how much music actually does for games, because it's just like enhances the whole experience, and you're just like feeling after the explosion, after you do whatever you want to do, you're like, oh my god, I'm so awesome.
Yeah, it's a great thing, and the fact that Henry and his whole team spent so much time, and there's just a lot of passion in it. They really were listening to what the game was about, and and they were trying to invent new instruments because the island is an invention in the Mediterranean, and being influenced by Italy and Spain and music that comes from there, and using steel string guitars, and we also listen to the old JC theme, so we're not going really far away from it. We use a lot of that as our influence to create a new basis for how the soundscape works.
Nice. So exciting.
So there you go, an exclusive announcement just for you guys.
Tweet it out, tweet it out. I will tweet it out after. Okay, next one from Panda. A very creative name. What can we expect to see in terms of assets and vehicles? Well, we kind of touch on that, right? Will many of the JC2 assets be reused in JC3?
So that's a tough thing, because when we're doing any game that goes from one console to the next, the increase in resolution that we're doing per asset dramatically changes how we build them.
Yeah.
And how we decide to build the world now, with the fact that so much stuff is destructible in the world, you need to actually build the destruction into the assets themselves. So we really had to work with our artists and our designers and our programmers and our sound designers and the VFX guys and pretty much everyone to redo almost every asset in the world. We redid our entire terrain system as well, so that we were able to carve into the terrain and create, not just tunnels for roads, but these cliff sides. But I'll get a little nerdy because it's fun. Why not? I mean, we got a little time here. For a long time, games, the way you do the map is imagine a projector above a table.
Yeah.
And so you project down the picture of the world, the images. But as you increase the angle of elevation anywhere in the world, the projection that goes against it obviously has less and less information from that projection.
Okay.
So it starts stretching. But what happens when you're straight or angled the other way is you no longer get information there. So we've had to completely redesign how we did it so that we could have overhangs of cliffs and tunnels and giant cave structures and all that. And that really allowed us to create a world that, hopefully will surprise people and get them really excited about going in this immense, beautiful world. So, I mean, going back to the asset question, there's not much we could reuse. But we did really try to create a whole brand identity around even each vehicle. It's amazing. I mean, the art team is spectacular.
It's a crazy amount of work.
It's a crazy amount of work.
Because if you imagine, we have 400 square meters, right?
Miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meters, miles. Sorry.
Square meters. It would be be like the showroom right here.
I'm European. Anyway.
We should do it in kilometers. Right?
That's over 1,000, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
We should do
quick
the math.
It's third day of E3. I'm not doing any math.
Exactly.
But that's such a huge amount of work. And then, but when you actually see it, because you can wingsuit around the cliffs and through like amazing structures, and you're feeling like it's like a holiday for me. You're just like, oh, I want to just have a few minutes just to calm down and relax and just wingsuit around. And you're just like, yeah, nice.
And if you look at the level of detail the guys have done, I mean, from our world designers and to our artists, they go in and there's so much love and care for every building, every piece of trash that's placed in the world. Every bush that's there, like someone has gone in and lovingly put in that level of detail, because we want to make sure that every player that goes in the world, they feel that immersion. And we also think that we're so passionate about making this game and we pour so much of our own heart and soul into it. We want to make sure the players feel that. And I think when you see the game and the fun that's in it and our ridiculous humor that's in the dev team too, I think it comes across directly in the game. And
yay, boom.
I mean, I hope it comes across, and we're real proud of where we are, and we're excited to keep polishing it up.
That's the thing, because you spend so much time, so many years working on it, and then when you come here and see people's expressions, you're just like, yes, they get it, they get it.
I do.
It's working.
And it's very nerve-wracking too, because the games now take so long to make.
Yeah.
You really don't get to make that many games in your career anymore.
Yeah.
So each time you've got to do the absolute best you can to make crazy, awesome games that hopefully players will remember, and you get the opportunity to make another one. I mean, to come here and the reception we've gotten. The fan responses have been great. And I really appreciate everyone after all the, I mean, even when I'm doing the live streams and stuff and people making nice comments, and I like some of the making fun of me on memes and stuff. It's been pretty good too. I like the sense of humor out there, and I think people have the right tone for what this game is.
Yeah, because like it's fun, right? Like you
Yeah.
don't want to like come home and spend time on serious stuff. Well, sometimes you do anyway. There are other games too that are amazing. Like just saying, so I don't smash any other games. Anyway, I kind of drifted off. Let's get back to the questions. Okay. Oh, that's a nice one. James Mills, TM. How often, on average, do explosions occur during standard missions in Just Cause 3? All the time or all the time?
That explosions and missions happen?
Well, I think like just when you play, how much explosions
How much
per minute?
explosions are there? There are a lot of explosions. There are a lot of explosions. I mean, we give you infinite planted explosives in your pocket. So right there's an explosion anytime you want. The variety of weapons, our weapon designers and programmer, there's a weapon programmer who's been making a lot of these weapons along with our VFX artists and the sound guys. And I mean, it's insane. Their creativity to say, take an RPG, for example, and decide how many different ways you can make an awesome RPG where everyone feels different. Everyone does something cool and different. Each one gives you the opportunity to invent a new way of having an explosion, and everyone's awesome. So you can sit there and explosions, missions there's a lot of explosions in missions, and a lot of things that you have to go and cause more explosions for. And we've been spending a lot of time doing tons of variety in our explosions. So and you'll notice an explosion from a grenade looks vastly different from a fuel tank, looks different from a spherical fuel tank, looks different from our distillation towers.
The electrical charge
electrical
as well.
charge that comes down, the electrical centers that are our special bavarium explosions, which I don't think we've ever talked about. Yeah, they're another exclusive right there. We're just going to keep throwing them out there. Tons of explosions.
Third date of E3.
There it is. Just let all
showing.
those secrets go.
Okay.
So lots of explosions in the missions. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Yeah. Cool. Nice one. We can finish now. We have so much now. Just carrying on. Next one. Ron Barron from Twitter. What is the range of Medici's weather/climate? Will we see snow-top mountains, storms, etc.?
Yes, is the easy way to start.
And we are done.
And we're done. Lots of biomes. Everything from when you're swimming underneath the water and the coral reefs and the fish and the sunbeams coming through the water and the sandy beaches to how it transitions. So there's various transitions that come in, so you get kind of rocky transitions. So there's the whole biome base that exists around the kind of beach areas and the cliff sides into the farmlands, so fields of sunflowers and poppy fields and lavender fields.
I love those. So pretty.
Also into our forests, so we have these giant, beautiful forests to go and explore. And then into our mountaintops, which are snow-covered peaks. And our weather system will adjust according to your altitude, so there will be rain and snow and storms that roll in, and this amazing like cloud cover, and you can really go into the clouds and fly through them. And then we have a full time of day cycle. Our time of day cycle actually connects also with our water cycles, so you'll find that during different times, like late at night, the water will be rougher than it'll be in like the early morning or the at dusk, where the wind dies down a little bit, and so the surface of the water will be a little calmer. So we want to do that because also you might decide to do a boat race, and then you'll think to yourself, well, if I do the boat race at night, I'm going to hit lots of jumps, or if I do it during the day, I can get a really smooth path. And so constantly playing with it so the world feels like it's adjusting around you and changing. We have mines, and those mines have, I think we even had a shot in our trailer of one of the areas where there's destroyed trees and like areas that have been chopped down and kind of dead tree areas. And you can see we have these giant cave structures So these huge, we've even put bases that are inside of giant
Yeah.
cave structures. So really just tons of environments to go and explore and check out. And so yeah, weather, biomes, all
It's
of it.
there, people. It's
there.
there. Okay, next question. All Just Cause games have luscious, beautiful maps. Nice for the luscious. But what locations will we explore after Just Cause 3?
After Just Cause 3. Or in Just Cause 3.
He said after, but I believe he said after Just Cause 2, probably.
After
right?
Just Cause 2?
I believe so.
I don't think we're allowed to give secrets out on what the next game is yet. I think that's a little early still for that one. The locations that you'll get to explore, we tried to make the world feel like it has its own personality in each area. So when you start the game, it feels like a vacation spot in the Mediterranean. Cliffside towns, these beautiful perched towns that stick out over the cliffside, beaches with sunbathers and boats and all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, even though there's an oppression, even under brutal dictatorships, you still get people living their lives and, going to the beach because it's nice to go to the beach. And so you kind of start in that region and you'll get this kind of sense of, these big port bases and the cliff sides and, giant bridges and all that. And then as you progress into the second part, you'll actually find a place that, this archipelago that has much more of a Swiss cheese sort of feel with tons of caves and things to explore, bases inside of giant cave systems, cool rebel bases to find and explore. And then you'll get into Region 3 and you'll get into mines and huge mountains to go and explore in. And we got a bunch of other areas that I won't spoil yet.
Shh, not yet. We haven't revealed enough secrets for one
I
Q&A.
think it's okay.
I really like this one. Jack is asking, also in the Firestarter trailer, you showed some vehicle deformation. Is that in the game?
We do have vehicle deformation.
Yeah.
So when we rebuilt our vehicles, we looked at a lot of different techniques to do it. Both soft body, like really doing tons of deformation detail, and then like a morph target. So our artists actually kind of create multiple vehicles each time they make each vehicle, which is one like a destroyed part, and then we can kind of blend into the destroyed vehicle. So that way you can really see where your impacts are.
Yeah.
And then we have shaders on top of it. So, when you shoot the glass, you can see it spider and break there. So you get all that feeling. And then in addition, because Just Cause is such a fast-moving game, you're not really seeing the vehicle, bend around the poles. So we didn't want to go too far that way. We wanted to spend the processing power on hinged parts, so your side view mirrors can break off, the doors can break off, the whole vehicle, the chassis can break apart, and that really gives you this huge explosive feel. So chunks of the vehicle fly all around when they explode. So that's kind of
you can actually see it like here,
pieces of it flying. Yeah, so we wanted to take that approach because we knew we weren't really doing. This game's not really a slow-mo sort of game. It's more of a action game, find your greatest action moment sort of thing. And so that's why we made those decisions to build the vehicles in that way. And then, of course, we rebuilt all like a real core, almost a racing engine underneath the vehicles, which allows for springs and all that. So you can see when you're racing around in a dune buggy, you'll actually see the wheels move around in the environment and the springs compress. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, sounds really cool. Sticking to vehicles, can you be a passenger and let NPCs drive you around as they go about their business in Just Cause 3?
Actually, it's an awesome feature, and it's something we don't talk about a lot because there's just so many things to talk about.
Yeah.
And it's one of those little things that really changes the way the game works. So when you free a town, rebels will be in that town afterwards, right? They're your ally force. And anytime rebels or military meet in the world, they'll just be fighting each other, and you can decide whether or not you want to help out or not. But if you're in a vehicle, you can drive up to a rebel, honk your horn, and the rebels will jump in the vehicle. Now that's pretty cool, and they'll fight, they'll lean out the windows and shoot. But if you decide to stunt out of the vehicle up onto the rooftop and walk around, the rebel will just take over and keep driving. Now, if you don't tell them where to go, they'll just drive randomly on the road network and make their own decisions about where they want to go. Now, you can keep stunting back in and back out, and that rebel will keep moving out of the way, let you drive the vehicle again. But if you place a waypoint marker in the world and then stunt out, you can literally tell the rebel guy, like, drive to this base for me.
Yeah.
And then you can sit there stunting, taking out, the military that's chasing after you with RPG while he is driving you to the base. And then when you jump off the vehicle, they'll jump out of the vehicle and start fighting with you. And it just creates this, like, awesome system of, oh, God, this vehicle, has a gun on it. Let's get all these rebels inside of it. Now I'm going to go attack a base with a bunch of allies.
Yeah, that's so realistic as well. Like, you can actually have buddies in the game that can help you out. That's so cool. And next one, I'm looking at some live ones as well. So keep tweeting using the Just Cause 3 hashtag if you want any of your questions answered. We will also award some people who have been tweeting and interacting with us with some amazing Just Cause 3 goodies like t-shirts and magnetic recos, which are really cool because they're tiny and you can stick them on stuff.
We're going to do a competition with that thing.
Yeah,
that's
so cool.
Should we tell them what we're going to do with it? Because it should be fun.
Okay.
With the magnetic. Okay, we're going to tell them. Because then it'll get out there. What we're going to do, at least with the devs right now, is we're going to take some pictures with magnetic Rico in the craziest places we can figure out.
Yeah.
And then we'll post them. And then I want to see what everyone else does with the magnetic Rico.
Yeah.
Because that would be fun. Think of all the places you could put on top of a car.
And also, because I took him to, when I was flying over here, I took him on the plane. It was so cool, just like, oh, Rico is traveling around the world.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so fun.
I would love to see where people start putting magnetic Rico and taking a picture of it. So it's a challenge to all of you, and whoever wants to get involved in that, take some awesome pictures. Yeah, 3-inch Rico everywhere in the world.
Yeah. Let's make it happen, people. Next one from Mama Luigi. Will the bridges get rebuilt after blowing them up? I think that applies to also like other structures.
It does. Like our gas stations, so the gas station will stay destroyed if you stay in the area.
Yeah.
But once you leave the area and you go far enough away, we carry basically the spawn system around with the player wherever you go, so that the game is always interacting with the player wherever you are. So when you come back to that area, things like the gas station will actually be rebuilt because they're so much fun to blow up. It would be a shame that they were gone.
By the end of the game, just everything's just like...
and then our bridges are kind of the same thing because our bridges are useful for AI. Yeah. They use it to move around the world. And so when you destroy a bridge, the AI has to start repathing and figuring out use another part of the road network to get around. So we wanted to respawn the bridges as well because they're so much fun to blow up. And when you're driving away, you don't want to suddenly be on a road that didn't have a bridge anymore. So the idea is that it's there, and then you could stunt out and blow it up again.
Yeah. Cool. Next one. How complex is the new destruction system? And how much stuff can we actually blow up?
So it's complex. It's a complex system. The people who've been working on the destruction, from designers to artists, the VFX, the sound, the programmers on it, even animation in some of them, all that time spent has made a fairly complex destruction system. To do what we're doing is a pretty big feat in an open world. And then we had to create rule sets for ourselves. I mean, the idea of destroying everything in the world, yes, it's theoretically possible, but if you flatten the world out, you lose the area that you can then grapple to get up in the air and get a vantage point on people. And Rico is returning to kind of where the place he grew up, so the idea of just leveling the whole country
for the people.
I mean, you kind of do it, but what you really do is you level everything that the military holds, so everything that the dictator holds, and that's why he starts losing power over the course of the game, because he's losing his military bases and the control in the towns with using propaganda over the people. But we wanted to then use that extra horsepower of being able to have both static structures and destruction to make the granularity of destruction really there. And even our designers, like the guys who are tech designers who focus on destruction, they talk about an emotional feel of how things destroy. So, how long does it take for a fuel tank to start just creaking and then ripping off its bottom and, start exploding, and then how long until the explosion kicks in? And then what happens afterwards, fire shoots up from where it had ripped off the pipe, and, the area then has like an exploded state underneath it that you'll see. So, it's all about spending that time and energy to put in the love into all of that stuff, so that when our fans get hold of it, they can experience all of that and play around with it.
It does feel epic though, like especially when you're destroying the big towers and then you just like go into wingsuit and fly down and everything is like falling around you and just like, oh my god, this is so big.
That's amazing.
By the way, there is a glass so people can actually see us, so they're like making faces at us. Yeah,
it's awesome. It's all the fan support. That's why we do it.
Next one. It's still sticking to the destruction, but it's about vegetation destruction. Okay. How much is there?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty much everywhere.
Destroying the flowers.
You could destroy the flowers. But like our other destruction, the flowers will come back.
Yeah.
They'll be fine later. But, you throw a grenade in the middle of a sunflower field, it will create like a flattened ring of sunflowers where that grenade explosion was. You come in with, flying in with a helicopter, for example, the jet wash coming down will actually place and push down the sunflowers around you as you come in.
It's like vibrating.
Yeah, they'll vibrate as the wind comes in. So you can drive through it. You can do all that stuff. The trees, they explode.
Yeah.
You can literally go in the middle of a forest with an RPG and blow a runway, spawn a plane, and you have a runway in the middle of the forest. We wanted to give you that level of interaction and that level of fun.
Oh, you have also the hay rolls, right?
Hay bales, yeah.
Yeah, and you can set them on fire and then just roll them around. It's just like, ooh, cool.
Yeah, it's a wild thing. We're having so much fun with it, and the game is about destruction and just joy, and we wanted to make sure that, the detail we put everywhere, and then maybe some people just want to mess around making pictures in sunflower fields.
Yes. Can't wait for that. Jack Still Alive is asking, what is your favorite part in developing a Just Cause game?
God.
And we have just 4 minutes.
4 minutes. I know, that's a tough one. Well, to be honest, I was a huge Just Cause 2 fan, and I wasn't a part of the making of Just Cause 2. I was just a fan like everybody else. When I played that game, it was a vacation. Like there were days where I just wanted to throw in Just Cause 2 and just fly around, and the ability to like kind of see through the water underneath it, and that tropical paradise and these huge explosions everywhere. That is what inspired me. And then when I got the opportunity to join Avalanche Studios, and they're like, hey, would you like to make, work on Just Cause 3? I was like, oh my God, that's just a dream. And everyone who's working on the game kind of feels the same way.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I think my favorite part of working on the game is working with the developers. The people and the passion that exists within the studio is amazing. And the guys making Mad Max and The Hunter, and there's just this camaraderie that exists within the studio where everyone's kind of cheering everyone on, and there's friendly competition, and someone sees an explosion and they're like, oh, that's awesome, did you see what we did over here? And all the games that we make are very different from each other. They have a different vibe to it, but just sitting down one morning and being able to sit with our VFX guys in New York, like Fred and Josie, and sitting with them and saying, what's going on today? And they're like, hey, like check out like this new awesome explosion. I tweaked it so now there's an electrical field and it's got a a shock wave that goes out, and the amount of love that they pour into it, it's fun. Like I think that's the best part of making the game.
That's a really good answer. So I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for asking questions. You can still ask questions tagging in our Twitter account, which is @JustCause, and I will try to answer them as soon as possible. And hope you enjoy it. Let us know if you did, and if you didn't, then don't let us know. Just positive stuff, people. Positive stuff. Let's be nice. Anyway, very nice to bring this to you. Thank you so much, Roland, for
Thanks.
answering all the
It's
questions.
great. Sorry my voice is gone. It's
Yeah,
the
I
way it
think
is.
after this I will need a rest as well. So thank you so much and bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Scott Blows, and we are here to talk Life is Strange today and answer some of your questions. So before we get started, obviously you can see we've got a special guest that wanted to come in and say hi. So this is Ashley Birch, the voice of Chloe, as you probably all know. And yeah, she just wanted to swing by and say hello quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately I have to run, so I can't stay around and answer questions. But I just wanted to say, hey, thanks for playing the game, and thanks for liking Chloe, and yeah.
Do you want to do a really quick Chloe line?
Ah, what's a good Chloe line?
On the spot.
What's your favorite Chloe line?
Oh, there's a lot. What's your favorite Chloe line? It's a good
question.
You could say,
so many lines.
Welcome to American Rust, my home away from hell.
Yeah. That's a good one.
The junkyard one.
Welcome to American Rust, my home away from hell.
So good. Awesome.
So cool.
All right, well, Ashley's got a dash.
I gotta run, but thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for swinging by and saying a quick hello to the fans.
Yeah,
thanks very much.
thanks for having me.
All right.
It's good to
Cool.
meet all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, Ashley.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so, guys, let's talk Life is Strange. So with me, I've got Raoul Barbet, the co-game director, Michelle Koch, co-game director, and Luke Badadous, the producer. Hey. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello,
so
Scott.
we know each other quite well by now.
Yeah.
So,
oh yeah. A little.
Cool. So we're just going to get you in the mood for Life is Strange by playing you a quick trailer. For those of you who haven't played the game, this should it'll explain a little bit about what it's about.
So what do you want? You don't know who the fuck I am.
What are you doing? Get that gun away from me, psycho! No!
My name is Max Caulfield. I'm 18 years old. Years ago, my family moved away and I left behind my childhood. After 5 years, I'm back in my hometown, Arcadia Bay, Oregon. Now I'm studying photography at Blackwell Academy, my new home. In the end, it's still high school, which kind of sucks. Then there's Chloe.
Home, shit, home. Let's dance! Or take my picture with your new camera. Come on, rock out, girl!
Then something happened. Something that changed my life forever.
Max, what's going on?
Where am I? There's something else I have to tell you. Holy shit.
Talk to me, Max.
Oh, no! I discovered I could reverse time.
Max, start from the beginning. Hey! Max? Chloe? Oh! Get in, Max!
In the bathroom today, you set off the alarm. You hella saved my life.
Don't ever touch me again!
Then I realized I had a choice. Hey, you okay? And the power to change everything.
Bang!
What the hell?
Come on, slowpoke!
If I see you here again, you'll learn all about real trouble.
So, what would you do now?
Okay, so hopefully that just gave you a little insight into the game if you hadn't already played it, and for those who have, that was just to get you in the mood for our session today. So I know you guys have been really, really active talking to the community. You know, they all love the game. They've all been discussing it like crazy. So has there been any particular feedback from the community that you know, has caused any changes in the development of future episodes? You know, what can you say about that?
Yeah, like you say, we got a lot of feedback from the community, and it was after the episode 1 release, it was quite a huge surprise to see so many fan art and so many reactions on series on forums. So we are reading a lot of forums, Twitter, Twitch, a lot of feedbacks from the players, and this is what is really
cool with the episodic format for a game. As we are doing the game episode by episode, we are currently working on episode 4. We can take into account some feedbacks or even some characters that the player like, so we can change a little some scenes, adding some characters, adding some scene, modifies a little bit some scenes to, because we can see a lot of feedback, so we can modify some of the next episode. But we will stick to the main storyline because we have the end of we have already written the whole story arc, so we will keep this one, but we can slightly modify it depending of those feedbacks. So it's quite great to see that.
Yeah. That's awesome. So there you have it. Your feedback is, being looked at every day, and there might be some slight changes. We don't know, but we'll have to wait for 4 and 5 to kind of see what happens. So there are many choices you can make throughout the game. So were there some scenes that were more complicated to kind of develop or kind of get your head around? What were they?
Yes, I think when you work on a game with choice and consequences, like we have so many choices we take into account that everything is quite hard to plan. We have, in each episode we have something like 4 to 5 major choices and 10 to 15 minor choices, and of course it starts to pile up after each episode, and we're still taking all of them into account to modify the story and the journey for the player. But some of the biggest scenes have been harder, and for us what's the most important is to deal with we are dealing in Life is Strange with some really serious themes like social media bullying, domestic violence, teen pregnancy, and other subjects that are really close to reality and close to what it is to be a teenager in America. And for those scenes, that's the scenes where we are taking the most of time to be sure that we are handling them in a very right way. So we don't want to trivialize any subject and really to speak about those subjects in the best way possible. So we are doing a lot of researches. We are working with our writer Christian Divine, who is living in San Francisco, to be sure that everything is working. And so we won't really deal with those subjects in the perfect way possible.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So Max, obviously the main protagonist, the main character who you play, she's a character that a lot of people can relate with. She's not a superhero. She's just kind of your average teenager. She's like just an everyday hero. But was it always intended for Max to be quite introvert and shy, or were there any other concepts for her character?
Yeah, Max at the very beginning of the project, when we start to write, it begins really with the rewind mechanism and all this choice and consequence theme we wanted to have in an adventure game. So at the beginning we had a lot of main characters. Max was one of them, and little by little, when we tried to figure out how the game will be with this power, the fact that it's not like an offensive power, so Max began to become the perfect hero and the perfect character for the player. So it's little by little adding some layers to those characters and to Max that she's becoming what she is. But the idea was really to talk about those choices that is sometimes difficult, also to take some choice. So Max was, like you say, at the beginning of the game, a little shy, introvert, but she will evolve, she will grow up, I think, because of this power, and also because of course, Chloe. This is this kind of friend you have that you don't always like how she behave, but she will take you to maybe other paths, and I think Max will grow up, and you will see, of course, in episode 4 and 5 that she will change a lot. But,
I've definitely noticed as each episode has gone on. Excuse me. Each episode has gone on. We're seeing Max kind of play with her power a little bit more, and she's almost getting a little bit more confident with it. I'm thinking. So that's really, really cool to see that kind of character arc and that development.
And it was also a good entry point to this universe to have Max like this, and we wanted also to talk about that because I think we all have difficulties when we were teenager. It's a very violent world. High school world could be really difficult. So Max was a perfect character to talk about all this.
And that's also why we created Chloe the way she is, because in the beginning they are really polar opposites. And Max is shy and introvert, when Chloe is angst-ridden and extrovert and with this punk rock attitude. And in the course of the games, of course, both of the characters are evolving and getting to rekindle their friendship and get some of Max's characteristic will, of course, change Chloe and the other way also. And in the end, this is a coming of age story, so that's really the idea, to have Max evolving through the whole game.
Yeah, brilliant. Great. So yeah, this question's pretty good. So a lot of people are curious about the doe, or the spirit animals that we see throughout Life is Strange. There's quite a lot of theories about it. I, for one, I'm pretty interested to see where it's going. Without any spoilers, guys, don't worry, we're not going to spoil anything for you. Is there anything you can kind of tell us a little bit more about your decision to kind of have these elements in the game, or a little bit about these kind of spirit animal?
Yeah.
Right from the beginning, we wanted this story to take place in a small town in Oregon, and because we really thought that these natural elements, the ocean on one side, the forest on the other side, was great for bringing the feeling of nostalgia and the feeling of loneliness, of isolation we wanted to have in the game. And so, of course, those animals, we won't spoil what exactly is behind this, but they play, of course, an important part in the story, as the doe is guiding Max in the very beginning, in the first scene, in the last scene of episode 1. And so we can't say much, but the player will find out exactly.
Awesome.
And it's also why we chose Oregon, this small town, to be in Oregon. We wanted really to feel this, the nature and all those animals. So we asked the level designer to add a lot of squirrels, birds, to feel also this.
The squirrels are amazing. I love them. Very cute, and there's lots of them doing different things. I think my one was the jumping up at the fireflies. He's my favorite. Cool. So I know you guys are massive music fans. Music is a pretty huge part of the game. I would say it's very integral to the atmosphere and kind of the feel. Was there always going to be licensed music by known artists? The way the game uses the music is quite unique. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, since the beginning, I think we were working with music on our scene. Even at the beginning, we didn't have any rights, but we use them on the scene, just on the prototype, to see how it will fit with the universe. Since the beginning, we wanted to have the score and some licensed tracks from known artists. Thanks to Square, we were able to have like more than 15 licensed tracks, so we are really happy with that. But the idea was also to use those tracks to tell something about the universe, tell something about the characters. That's why, for example, Chloe in episode 1 will listen to a Sparkler's title, when Max will maybe listen more to like folk, neo-folk, indie songs. So this tells also something about the character. And the score is made by Jonathan Morali, who is a French artist from the band Sin Matters. You can hear 2 songs of Sin Matters also in the game, in the corridors, the scene of the beginning and the end of episode 1. And Jonathan is a huge fan of game. It's the first soundtrack he's doing for game. He's doing a lot of soundtracks for movies in France also. But we are so happy to work with him. We're a huge fan of him. So I think it gives something unique with the score. The music you can listen in the menu, in the compass. I think the mix between this score and the licensed tracks, it's here since the beginning, but we are really happy to be able to keep this. And also we wanted to use the licensed tracks in a diegetic way also, so it means it will be interactive. This is the player who choose when she wants to listen to a song, if you want to play the scene with this song or not. This is what is really great with video game, that the player will choose how he want to play this scene on a slow pacing, or maybe to go fast directly to the next scene. So this is something where the music, I think it gives a lot to the game. So we are really happy with that.
Really important.
Excellent. So, as a community manager, I see a lot of the kind of the theories and the kind of the fan art and the cosplay. What did you imagine such a great reaction from the community? There's a lot of it.
No, it's beyond what we could have imagined. Since the release of the first episode, we've seen so much like fan arts. Like people are sending us gifts, even.
Yeah,
so
wow.
it's kind of crazy. We've never seen such a good reception.
For all the fan art, it's so crazy.
So it gives a strong support for the teams because as we are still working on the episode, it's really exhausting. It's like you have to ship 5 games in a short period. So after each release, we can read, like we said before, on Twitter and on Reddit and everything, the good feedbacks, and it gives a moral boost to the team. We share the best comments, and also we had like some fun watching the videos. You know, the guy who streamed the game. We watch a lot, and seeing the reaction to the most intense scenes, to not spoil the people who haven't played, it's like amazing for us.
Your guys' reaction has been absolutely fantastic so far, please keep it coming.
Yeah, and it's also what is great with again episodic format. Because there is some time between each episode. I know it's hard sometimes to wait, but it allows the community to grow and to talk together, and to see that is really something we didn't expect that at all, and we didn't even think about it, that this time between each episode, it gives us a lot of strength, and it's quite unique.
Yeah, we've seen some people asking why you don't release all the episode yet. It's just because we're still working on it. There's a lot of work to do, so we don't just hold the episode just for the sake of making people wait.
And so yes, really thanks everyone for the feedbacks and the fan art and the cosplay. It's just awesome.
So long nights getting those extra episodes ready. I can't wait for episode 4. Don't worry, we're not going to do any more spoilers. But can you give us a little, what can you tell us about episode 4? Like, what are the sort of themes we can expect?
Not much.
It's hard to tell anything without spoiling. What we can say is that we really think that the player will be surprised again, and we are making our best to make it again the best episode possible, and we really hope that they like it.
Cool. Okay. I wasn't expecting a big answer.
That's the best we can do.
But we like to please the fans here. Okay, so we asked you guys what questions you would love to ask Don't Nod, and there was a lot of them. So we're going to get through as many as we can. We had some really great questions sent in, so thank you everyone that has sent in. And if we do read your question, congratulations, because you will be getting one of these special shirts that we've got designed. I don't know if you can read it from where I am, but it's Go Bigfoots, the team at Blackwell Academy. We will be contacting you and sending you one of those out if your question was picked. Okay, so first question from Leanne. What was your biggest challenge during development?
Oh. Thank you, Liam. Hard question.
No making the game.
We can.
The time, I would say, but
on a creative way you can answer. But just for the on the production side, we hadn't expected so much work for an episodic game. At first, the game seemed smaller. It was a small team. The budget was small. It's still a small budget and small team compared to the AAA games. But the game needed more time, needed more people, and it's really complicated to have an episodic game. You have many constraints, like everything needs to be here for the first episode code-wise, because then if you want to update something, it's really complicated. So it's a real struggle on many topics on the production side, and it's quite exhausting for the team, as I said before. But also on the creative side, it needs a lot of work just to make everything consistent with all the minor choices, the fact that you have to report from one episode to another. So
the dealing with the consequences of each choice is quite difficult. We've got like huge Excel files with a lot of different outcomes. It's quite complicated. Also dealing, I think, maybe with the fact that we are French developers and we wanted to make a game about American teenager in Oregon. So we wanted to do it right, and so that's why also we work with Christian Divine, a great writer, and we are doing a lot of research to be sure that we are accurate and that we hope that some teenager from Oregon could recognize some stuff and feel that this is realistic and this is the kind of problems you can also encounter as a teenager. This is the kind of high school you could be in. So yeah, it was a great challenge, and I would say to finish maybe the rewind. The rewind was on the paper it's a great idea, but in a technical point of view, the team has to make a lot of effort. The develop team and the level designers. It's quite complicated to think about all the outcomes, all the technical issue you can.
Yes,
sometimes they say, okay, get rid of the rewind.
No, don't get rid of the rewind.
and we've got it. So it's cool.
And even on a narrative point of view, the rewind and the time travel is always really hard to deal with. So we worked hard on this, and it was quite hard.
Okay. So another question. So this is from Johnny A. What encouraged you to explore teenage issues in a game? Obviously, it's not really been done before that we've seen. Why these themes?
We think that when you're a teenager, it's a really hard time. It's a really violent world for teenagers, because we started the game as there is this teen drama layer on the game, but teenagers are. It's really a world when it's really interesting to talk about all those issues teenagers are having, and we talked about it already, like social media bullying or violence or isolation. It's really a reflection of the human world, and everything is quite violent and condensed when you're a teenager. And also, since we are having a game about a coming of age story with choice and consequences, it was the right period of time to have our story here, because when you're a teenager, you're still free to become whoever you want. You still can make choices, decide what studies you will make later, and you're really building your life at this moment of your life. And it was for us the perfect metaphor for this choice and consequence story.
And all those themes we wanted since the beginning of the project talk about them, and it's like you can have in novels or movies some using the video game media to talk about those things was really important for us, and we can see a lot of projects in the indie games becoming more and more about those themes, and I think it's really cool to see the video game talking also about those, and all the feedbacks we have from the community, just telling that they are not feeling they are less alone with this game, because they see that there is other people feeling like themselves. I think it's really cool. It's why also we are doing video games, to give hope to people and to talk about those things. So it's really cool to see some feedback like this.
Yeah, and the game it handles quite some mature themes, but you guys have handled that really responsibly, and you even set up like a help page for those who might have experienced these issues, which was lifestrange.com/talk, which appears at the end of the game, and that was really awesome to see. So thank you.
Thank you.
Did we just see a bit of Nathan there, being nasty Nathan as always? So how difficult was it? So this is from Niall Gallagher. How difficult was it to adapt time travel into a narrative? So was it hard to get things like the butterfly effect right? Because there's a lot of dialogue choices. It must have been really complicated to kind of fit that in if you want to change your choice, rewind, and you've got two separate situations for each scenario.
Yeah, I think we have also chosen to begin small. In the episode 1, it's really an introduction to this power, just using it in a small way or easy way. And after we will add some layers, as you have seen in the next episode, because we were used to design some scene with this power. In episode 1, it was each scene was a new discovery. We've got another problem. Okay, we got another problem. So after episode 1, we knew what we could do or not. So, but on a narrative point of view, it's quite complicated to design the dialogue,
because we don't have unlimited resources. We cannot do those dialogues with hundreds of branches. So we still need to focus on reducing the number of branches while still keeping the feeling that you have enough choices to be realistic and to be interesting for the player. So it's really a battle, a struggle between production cost and creativity for every time. So we work a lot on with the designer, with the writer, to be sure that we are taking into account everything the player has made and reducing it to what will be really efficient and what will be working. So we have a lot of differences. We have different text messages based on the consequence you made. We have new dialogues if you rewind and talk to someone because you learn some new information. Max receive different emails based on the choice of the player. It can be new environment, new characters. So really a lot of possibilities, and it's really hard to keep track of everything and to be sure that we are doing in the efficient way with our budget.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good questions coming in. I think my favorite character is Warren. I don't know. I kind of like his sort of quirky awkwardness. I'm a little bit awkward sometimes myself, I just love how he's always pursuing Max and like asking him to hang out. So which character can you kind of relate to most, or which character is your favorite? This was sent in by Therese. Which ones?
Good question. Luke, you can begin?
Yeah, I think my favorite one, I like Warren a lot like you, but my favorite one is Chloe, of course. Like, she's super awesome. She's like the friend you have that want to do crazy thing, that always drags you into things you wouldn't do, but you do it anyway. So she's fantastic.
Good stuff.
Yes, it's a tough one because we love all those characters, so they are really great. I think I really love Max.
You're Max.
I don't know if I'm Max, but I really love the fact that she's starting as this shy introvert character, but she still has a lot of personality, and with all her inner voices, we are really seeing inside of her what she's thinking about stuff, and she thinks of sometimes clever, sometimes jokey stuff about how she's percepting the world, and of course she's evolving through the whole game. So I think she's a really great character.
Yeah, difficult. I would say Victoria, Nathan,
all the nasty names.
They're all good too.
Yeah, and really, for example, Victoria, I like the way we try to have those characters. They are not black and white, so you can find some aspect of in every character that could relate to someone you know, or this is what we wanted to have. So you will have for sure some surprise in episode 4 and 5, but yeah, I would say I think Chloe also, because like Luke said, is the kind of friend you at the beginning you hate her, and at the end say, oh, it's so cool too.
Yeah, everyone's got one of those.
Yeah, it's cool. It's the kind of friend you take a different path, and at the end think you're a little jealous, in the same time you don't want to be like, and so it's really interesting. The relation between Max and her, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah, and going back to what you were saying about how each character's not black and white, we're definitely starting to see more of that now as the episodes have progressed. Like Victoria, I'm warming up to her. I'm starting to see there's more to her than just kind of being the nasty girl on the campus, and it's really interesting to kind of see.
That was basically the idea for every character. In episode 1 we are really getting into the story. We used sometimes some known archetypes for the characters, so that's an entry point for the player. We have the shy girl, the nerd, the football players, etc. So it's quite the character you usually find in teen drama. And in each episode, we are really adding other layers to those characters and changing them and making them evolve with the way that will surprise the player and also show that, in fact, in life there is no, like Raoul said, nothing in black or white, but it's shades of grey for everyone.
It was also the idea behind the choices. We wanted to have not easy choices to make, because there is no good choices. In fact, it's just the way you deal with them and you try to continue to live with them. So no black or no white choices.
Yeah, I think we've all been in a couple of situations where we really wish we could rewind time. Some embarrassing moments, but we won't go into them.
Okay.
Okay, so next question from Christian Gabri. Sorry if I haven't pronounced that correctly. So the game's got a very unique sort of visual style to it. I really love it. I think it looks beautiful. How did the idea for the game's visual aesthetic come along? It's got this very kind of unique sort of paintery style. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
When we started to work on the story, the character and the game, we knew that we had some keywords that were really important for the game, and one of those keywords was nostalgia. And when we were exploring a few different possible art style, we really quite soon in the development saw that the game wouldn't work as well with a realistic rendering, because everything would be so detailed that you would anyway lose the focus and just look at some of those details. When you're going for realistic rendering like we are seeing right now, we can let the player put some of his own imagination and some of his own perceptions and memories to the pictures he's looking at, and that's really what we wanted. We wanted the player to feel the scene, to feel the mood of the scene, the lighting, and not focus on the details. Really focus on the whole picture and the whole scene, and bring some of his own perception.
Yeah. So going back to kind of the visual style, the games, I think the game's got two very distinctive color palettes. As we can see behind me right now, there's a difference for when kind of some bad things are going on. It becomes kind of gray and a bit dull, a bit bluey. But then there's these really beautiful sort of sunlit. What do you call it? The
golden hour.
The golden hour. Yes, thank you.
The magic hour.
The magic hour. Yeah. It's really interesting to see, and the kind of contrast when different things are going on. Was that intentional?
Yeah, of course. We got like two panel for exactly like you said.
We could show you
this kind of gray or blue, maybe
more vivid.
Yeah, vivid stuff, and we will have again some scene like this in the next episode. But and having like Michel explains, like warm and moody atmosphere, very nostalgic atmosphere with more yellow and autumnal the tones.
The idea was really to have this feeling of almost putting the player into a cocoon, into something that's really cottony. We really wanted the lighting to be part of the scene. The light is almost a character in each scene, and this was something that should reflect this nostalgic feeling and this softness of youth. And of course, it contrasts with some scenes that are really more harsh and contrasted and vivid to show the violence the characters might be. And the teenagers, every teenager might be confronted with.
So it's very. I think it would be very interesting at some point to share maybe with the fans some of these early documents, because like Raoul said, these color palettes you mentioned were indeed something that the team worked on, and also, for example, the Chloe's room, the concept, one of the early concept of Chloe's room compared to the actual result in game are extraordinary. It's extraordinary to see how the team managed to reproduce the same feeling that were in the early concept art.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys would love to see that back home. So maybe, maybe we will see.
Made a promise.
No promises. We got a couple more questions coming in. So big question. It's on everyone's mind. What are we talking? Are we talking waffle or bacon, or pancakes?
So,
most important choice in the war
game.
Yeah,
I'm glad that the design team introduced a vegetarian option for me. This way, I always choose the pancake or the waffle, even though it's digital bacon, so I could choose it without killing any pig. I still vote for the vegetarian one.
And this question is quite crazy, because we have made a presentation at PAX like some months ago, and we were playing the scene in live. And when we arrive at it's not a question in the diner. I think it's the one with Joyce. But in the diner, it was like all the crowd that were fighting just for these questions.
It was eventually they came to an agreement. They wanted, I think, the bacon, and Adam, who was playing, just choose the opposite. So he went against the popular choice. So
we've got a riot.
Why did you do that?
Horrible.
Well, for me it was easy. It was bacon all the way.
For me too.
Can't beat it.
Take the pan.
So are you guys enjoying E3 so far? It's been a great show.
Yeah, it's our first E3 for the two of us. It's really impressive to see. We've been to Gamescom already, but to PAX, but seeing how with all the screens, the sound, it's really huge. But as we have a lot of work, we still have to work on the morning remotely with the French team. So we've not seen that much. We've been able just to see few things.
just
10
meters around.
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't play any game. I didn't have the time to play any game. I just walked a bit, but it's awesome.
And it's cool because for the one who are at E3, we can see the Life is Strange trailer on a huge screen.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Between Deus Ex and Hitman, so yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see it out there on the show floor being played. A lot of people have come by and enjoyed it. It's been awesome. Yeah. Okay. So another question. What is this one that's coming here? So when creating the game, did you guys expect that this game would have as much emotional impact on people? Because I know from personal experience and several others of the community, it's had a big impact on people. I've seen a lot of your guys' Let's Play. Sometimes tears have come.
It's crazy. We're really happy that it works.
And like we said before, I think it's also because of the themes we deal with, and I think the most important thing is to have great characters. We wanted really a character-based story, so we really wanted to improve those characters for the players to feel links with them, and so I think it's working a little, so it's cool. And also the themes, even if we are like adults, I think you will always remember this period, this difficult period. It can be to be a teenager, so I think it can bring something for the players. I think it's working, so it's cool. Yeah, we are so proud to see all those feedbacks.
When we started to work on the game, we didn't ask ourselves the question if it would have this impact or not. We were really focused on creating the game and the story we wanted to create, and we would like to play as players. And we really, I think at the beginning, we really said to ourselves, we won't even think about what target audience or about marketing points, and we really focused on creating what the story we thought would be the best one. And we were really happy that Square Enix loved this project and accepted the game as it was. So it's cool, and seeing that the result is working, that it's working so well with the players, and the response is great. It's awesome.
Yeah. You guys are on Twitter pretty much every day, every night, reading everything.
Those two are crazy with Twitter.
So we have to make Raul read the same tweets because
they send me like a sum up of all the stuff.
It's good. It's good.
We just love reading the feedbacks of the player, so we are really reading them. So that yes.
Yeah, and even when, like Michel said that yesterday, when we are working late at the office because we have to, someone said, okay, let's do like a Twitter motivation lecture.
Oh, that's
so
great.
It's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're also doing that for the players, and it gives, like we already said, a lot of strength to the team to know that we are doing also the game for a huge community, and so yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. That see, you guys are keeping them going, keeping them motivated.
Thank you.
Keep
Thank
those
you for
tweets
your
coming in for their long nights.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you guys ever? Max has got this fantastic power of being able to rewind. I would certainly love that power. Yeah, we're starting to see her use it in different ways now. She's kind of getting more used to it and finding new ways of using it. But did you guys consider any other powers for Max before going with time manipulation, or was it always from the start Max was going to have this power?
I think it was always from the start with time manipulation, but we've explored a lot of variations and possibilities on how we can use this. Could it be rewind or freezing, or a lot of variations you can do with time? But we really wanted to talk about time manipulation because this was the basics of how we designed this story with the choice and consequences and this butterfly effect and the fact that this is a coming of age story where Max really has issues to go forward, and the time episode was working well. But I think yes, we have, when we were working on the design, we explored a lot of. Maybe we can talk about some of the possibilities we've explored. Or
like I said before, there was a lot of characters at the beginning. So we wanted to be sure that this is the right power also with the right characters. So it's little by little that Max is a little shy, so maybe it hasn't to be an offensive power. So I think it's also the right power for the character of Max. So this is how we end with this one. But at the beginning it was like so many weird ideas.
Yes. And we had at a point to settle with some rules, and that's what you have in game. Is the way that time travel works in our game is all the rules we worked with the game designers, with the writer, to be sure that everything is consistent and working to give the player the best experience possible when he's playing the game.
Yeah. It's got a really cool effect when you rewind. It's really cool to see everything moving around the scene with you. And it's got that really cool sort of camera exposure effect, which ties in really nice with Max, obviously a photographer at Blackwell. It's really nice to see, and I've never played a game where I can do that before.
Like you were talking when you talked about the color tones and the stuff, it's also linked to the photographic aspect. We wanted really to all the elements of the game stick together, and of course Max will keep his her old camera because she's a little nostalgic also. She don't want to grow up too much. This is this kind of small things we wanted to be coherent, cohesive. So photographic art and element, all the FX guy, quite a great genius to add all those elements. When you use your power, we wanted really to have this light clicks and
double exposure stuff.
Good, cool. Okay, so we just got a couple more, and then we're going to show you a little video. Okay, so there are quite a lot of like very little subtle things dotted around the world, and I absolutely love finding each one of them. I think one of my favorite examples is when you're walking the corridors and you see something on the wall saying, "Oh, I've lost my portable computer or my laptop." Yeah. And then further down the hall, I saw on the notice board like selling computer with 15 gig of cat pics. These have been fantastic to see. Have they been kind of fun to put in or work on?
This is we really wanted to, since the beginning of the project, to have this slow pacing aspect in the game. It means that we wanted the player to even push them to take their time and to look around, to look at a lot of different objects. I think it's important to give some rewards for that. So, like you say, I think when you find by yourself those kind of funny stuff, it's quite, you wouldn't say, "Oh, cool." So we want to discover more and more, and this is the same idea behind, for example, what we call the Zen sequences. When you sit on the fountain, and we had some voiceover of Max telling something about the world, about herself, and we add some layer of the music. It's this kind of rewards you give to the player who will push them to take their time and to explore the world. And we really wanted to do that since the beginning, because sometimes, for example, in our previous game, it's more like action game, so you don't have the time, because this is not the kind of game when the designers they are not letting the time sometimes to the player. Here we really wanted to let the time to the player to explore and to see stuff. But there is a lot of hidden stuff like that. It could be very small stuff, but
that's what creates a world. Every small detail is important, because it creates a story, and it makes the player feel that the world is living, that it's a real world. And even when you're revisiting places, some of the stuff will have changed, of course, because it's another day, and the player should really look around. There is really a lot of hidden stuff.
And we put also a lot of hints from one episode to another. You can find a lot of cool stuff.
There you go. So make sure you explore when you're playing. The average sort of runtime is about 2 to 3 hours for the game, but I probably spent about 4.5 because I was just looking at everything,
Cool.
picking everything up. Yeah, it's been great and interesting that there are some hints hidden. So yeah, be sure to have a look, guys. Cool. So there are all our community questions. Thank you to everyone that has sent one in.
Thank you.
Sorry we couldn't answer all of them. There were a ton. But I will be in touch with you personally to get you one of these shirts. We also do have another shirt, which is Max's shirt. So I'll let you pick which one you want. Cool. So we're just gonna chat a little bit more generally about the game, and then we are going to play the new E3 trailer, so you guys can check that out if you haven't already seen it. So, episode 3. I don't want to spoil anything, but it ended pretty. It was big. It was a big. Emotionally, a big ending. Yeah, it shocked me, but it was. No, it was great, and we're really starting to see the game sort of ramp up now. Like, episode 1 was very much an introduction to the series, and very much an introduction to the power. It does feel like a TV show, and I know that's what you guys intended with the pacing. You got the pilot, and as it goes through, things start getting a bit more interesting. Has it been really cool to kind of build up suspense because you've done it episodically? Has that been enjoyable?
Yeah, this is also why we wanted to make an episodic game. Since the beginning of the writing, we had like 5 episodes. So since we have worked with a French writer, Jean-Luc Cano, who's working for TV shows and movies. Since the beginning, we wanted to have this, like you said, this different way of telling a story. It means that you will have like 2 and 3 hours per episode, when you can make the character evolve, can talk about different themes from one episode to another. So we knew that we wanted really to keep that, and also of course to control a little the way the player will play, to know that the player will play like 2 or 3 hours for one each episode, and having this cliffhanger at the end, it's really great to think about that, and it's what is working for TV show, of course. At the end of a lot of episodes, you're like and cool. For the game, it's really interesting to have this, and we have seen also other companies doing that very well, and yeah, really good.
Cool. Okay, so guys, we are just going to play you the new E3 trailer that we put together, which shows you what's happened in Arcadia Bay so far. So here we go.
Spoiler.
I would look away now. Oh, yeah, mine. That's fine.
And there she is, a lovely young woman.
To all of you American girls, it's sad to imagine a world without you. American girls, I'd like to.
What the hell is this?
Be part of the world around you.
That's Rachel Amber. Something happened to her. I want proof you can rewind time. No!
Come on, Slowpoke!
What are you doing here, Max?
I wish I could rewind back all the way to this day and change everything. Oh my god.
Cool. So that's the new trailer to round it up, and we are out of time. So thank you for everyone that has tuned in and watched. And if you weren't able to catch the stream, this is being recorded, so you can check it out later on. So my name is Scott, and thank you, Raoul, Michelle, and Luke.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
For more information on Life is Strange, you can go to www.lifeisstrange.com. And that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thanks.
You.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We are human beings. Each and every one of us. This must not go on. This injustice must end.
An increase in the number of terrorist attacks highlights the danger posed by augmented citizens.
I once thought I could save the world. Now look at it.
Help me!
Sometimes you just have to let go and embrace what you've become. They've worked from the shadows for years, shaping the future, manipulating lives, controlling information. Innocents have died as they play their game.
We will not sit idly by and allow our rights to be eroded out of fear and ignorance any longer. We will not be herded into ghettos and treated as outcasts. We will stop at nothing.
The world is different now. The old rules no longer apply. So much pain. So many lies. Their darkness must end.
This should be your fight as well, brother. The promise of a golden age is over.
I won't let it happen again.
As the inaugural Space Reconnaissance Force mission launched, mankind took its first steps on worlds beyond its own. One fortunate byproduct of the prolonged conflict with Lazonia is symbology, a power based on written patterns resembling runes. The 10 wise men herald an interstellar apocalypse, but doom is averted thanks to an Earthling mistaken for the hero of light. war with the Vendini erupts, sparking a struggle that could end time itself. How this incident helped uncover the Star Ocean's origin will be told for generations, as long as the sands of time continue to fall. Amidst these chronicles, a new entry shall be inscribed. One replete with unexpected encounters and heart-wrenching farewells. One where the fate of a planet hangs in the balance.
Have you heard of the ancient Keyblade War?
Yeah, the Master's favorite story.
So, you know the Lost Masters. They're the ones who started the Keyblade War.
Never heard of them.
You can drop the facade. On that land shall darkness prevail and light expire. The future, it's already been written.
Who's to say I can't change it? And maybe light will prevail. There's more to light than meets the eye. You might be surprised.
Oh, I hope so.
As memories lost are slowly drawn back in, two siblings embark on an adventure unlike any before. Welcome to Grimoire, a world of the weest of beings. Here you can befriend adorably familiar monsters and turn tiny enough to jump on for a ride, or turn tall enough for them to ride on you. Join forces with adorably familiar heroes and heroines and witness a most peculiar story unfold. They may be small in stature, but the fate that awaits them is grand indeed. This is the size of a new Final Fantasy, the beginning of a new world, and a tale with countless encounters. World of Final Fantasy.
Long ago, we looked upon a foreboding sky. The memory of the star that threatened all burns eternal in our hearts. In its wake came an age of silence. Yet with each fond remembrance, we knew those encountered were not forgotten. That someday we would see them again. Perhaps it was no more than wishful thinking. But after the long calm, there are now the beginnings of a stir. The reunion at hand may bring joy, it may bring fear, but let us embrace whatever it brings. For they are coming back. At last, the promise has been made.
We're up 47. I've got the first row files compiled and uploaded. Go over them and let me know what you need. Good to have you back.
Something else dwells in the darkness of this place. But I've got to continue. I finally feel a sense of purpose again. Like I'm doing what I was meant to do. Some kind of marker. The journey will be perilous. But I must find a way.
I think we're all responsible for what happened. Maybe Kate was so ashamed she got wasted on that video.
You really believe that Kate wanted to get drunk at a Vortex Club party?
Oh yeah!
We just need to connect the players. And find out more about who Rachel was involved with around here. Weird shit is going down at Blackwell. And I'm going to find out why. We better find out what's in the principal's office first. This is so cool! Check out that note. Rachel in the dark room. What does this even mean? Holy shit! You can rewind if we get caught, right? Your power is changing everything, Max. You're becoming like this force of nature. We still have to be careful how I use my power. I don't want to get stuck in time.
The amazing Spider-Max.
Get in!
You have serious balls, little girl. But playing with guns and dressing like Rachel doesn't make you tough.
How do you know these are Rachel's clothes?
I don't want to see you again, Max. You've hurt me and my family enough.
My dad gets killed, Rachel betrays me.
Rachel is missing.
Why does everybody in my life let me down?
You don't know shit about my father or me.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh no, this is totally fucked up.
Power is earned. Power is taken. Power is king.
I pledge to make the bosses cringe instead. What gets them justified is our fight. Till the system is gone, recite this ex-loser song.
In the distant past, King Thordan and his knights 12 fought and defeated Nidhogg.
For 7 days and 7 nights a bitter battle raged, at the close of which Thordan and half his knights lay dead.
Children of the land.
We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years.
That once rang clear. Two souls intertwined. One true.
It has been a long and arduous journey, and we have lost much and more along the way.
But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dim by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart.
So, the dragons are coming.
It shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
Is but to fight, art thou warrior or craven? Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, to accept thy challenge.
You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Lolarito!
Hearken to me, O great ones. Give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
You are the beacon of hope towards which all men are drawn.
Spare us the hyperbole. 'Tis not for praise that we fight. The coming battle is a chance to excise the root of this conflict. And by my hand, it shall be done.
What do you know of the Ascians? Those harbingers of chaos and strife?
Very well. Let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo.
I am become you.
And we are become one.
Hydaelyn's champion has grown too strong. Equilibrium must needs be restored. The time has come for you and yours to join the fray. Warrior of Darkness.
Square Enix presents an Avalanche Studios production. Just Cause 3. Just Cause 3 is a huge open-world game with over 400 square miles of complete freedom from sky to seabed. With a large arsenal of weaponry, gadgets, and vehicles, prepare to unleash chaos in the most creative and explosive ways you can imagine. Rico Rodriguez returns to his mother's homeland, the beautiful Mediterranean island of Medici, to liberate it from the brutal dictatorship of General Di Ravello. Obsessed with power, Di Ravello rules Medici with an iron grip, suppressing his citizens, building huge military structures, and leading a strong defense force. But why does this island republic need such a large military? Di Ravello has his eyes on much bigger things than just Medici. He sees global domination as his ultimate conquest. Rico, driven by the desire to return Medici to its once beautiful and peaceful past, goes about bringing down Di Ravello's armies and military bases by any means possible. Rico's tools of the trade include an updated grapple hook, which can be used anywhere in the world, to scale great heights, as a weapon, or for moments of awesome stunt action. Now players can deploy multiple grapple tethers, enabling Rico to chain together incredible moments of chaos and destruction. Combined with a new manual retract function, the grapple becomes even more powerful and versatile. Slingshot vehicles into checkpoints, attach soldiers to exploding fuel tanks, smash helicopters into the ground. You can also hook onto objects and tear them apart, and even construct wrecking balls. The possibilities are endless. The parachute is now a far more stable platform for combat, helping Rico strike his enemies with great precision, using one- or two-handed weapons. This allows the combination between the grapple and parachute to be a highly effective combat force, something that no other game can do. On top of this, there's the all-new wingsuit, which allows for total freedom of the skies and completes Rico's aerial abilities. Rico also carries a gun rack of machine guns, rifles, handguns, grenades, rocket launchers, and unlimited C4, creating spectacular kills and awesome explosions. Medici is filled with over 80 land, sea, and air vehicles, from sports cars to jet planes, via monster trucks and tractors, each one modeled in incredible detail. Vehicles are a complex set of hinged parts, crumple zones, and explosive fuel tanks. Buildings, bases, and gas stations all blow up in unique physics-based chains of destruction for amazing moments of unpredictable chaos. All this comes together in Just Cause 3's incredible missions, where you tear down the General's bases of power, liberate towns in the open world, and gain access to new vehicles, weapons, and rebel facilities as you progress.
Di Ravello knows where you are, and he's sending a big old army to kill you.
Additionally, the world is packed full of collectibles and challenges to discover, all of which are tracked online for high-score bragging rights. These include races, scrapyard scrambles, classic gun ranges, wingsuit courses, crash the bomb, and destruction frenzies. Complete them to unlock new mods that upgrade Rico's explosive capabilities and vehicles. Giving players endless ways to cause epic action, destruction, and chaos across 400 square miles of beautiful Mediterranean paradise. Just Cause 3 revolutionizes the open-world genre, one massive explosion at a time. Square Enix and Avalanche Studios will set the world on fire December 1st.
on battlefields of blood. Hatred has united the darkest of warriors to wage a war of subjugation or total annihilation.
I hope you're ready to die.
Till every last one is dead.
Claim more lives today.
Death to all Kain's followers.
Bring them death.
Let's kill some leeches.
All is evident.
Your fate is in my hands.
For supremacy, for survival, this is the war for Nosgoth.
Hello, Internet, and welcome to the Square Enix booth here at E3 this year. This is the Hitman Agent 47 part of today's events, where we're going to be talking all about the upcoming movie, Hitman Agent 47. We're excited about it. E3 2015 has been a great event so far, but this, my friends, is going to be the highlight. So I'm glad you're tuning in with us. I'm Matt Pat, host of the YouTube series Game Theory and recently Film Theory, where if you're not familiar with us, basically we overthink video games and movies, apply math and science. It's basically the nerdy education channels and the nerdy video game and movie channels fused into one, making like super nerdy channel, but you know, that's beside the point. Today, we're talking about both of those things, video games, movies, Hitman Agent 47. So I'm sure a lot of you guys watching right now are probably pretty familiar with the lore around the Hitman franchise. But for those of you who aren't, or those of you who need a little bit of a refresher, here we go. So, Hitman Agent 47 centers around an elite assassin who's been genetically engineered to basically be this super killer, right? He's been genetically engineered through various iterations of the Hitman, right? So there's been 46 agents prior to this, and this one is Agent 47. He's super fast, he's super strong, and he's super aware of all of his surroundings. And the only way that he can be identified is by the last two numbers on the barcode that's been tattooed on the back of his head. So there have been multiple agent clones here. This one follows Agent 47, who is played by Rupert Friend, who you might be aware of from the TV show Homeland. I know I'm a fan of that one. There's also Zachary Quinto, who you might know from Star Trek, but my personal favorite role of his is from American Horror Story. And then there's also Hannah Ware. There's Kieran Hines, Thomas Kretschmann, and also Emilio Rivera. But where the Hitman Agent 47 movie differs, actually, is in the inclusion of a new character, a strong female with a mysterious background called Katja Van Dies. And we're going to be lucky enough to have her in the studio today to talk to her a little bit about her role in the franchise as well. So as the movie goes on, start to find out a little bit more about her backstory and how she fits into this agent program. It's pretty exciting. I was lucky enough to see the movie a little bit before it hit theaters. I think there's something to be excited about if you're a fan of the games, if you're not a fan of the games, but it's pretty incredible. So that being said, it's coming out August 21st, so to get you ready for it, let's first toss to the trailer and get you caught up.
Why don't we start with your name? 47. That's not a name. No, but it is mine. What exactly are you? An assassin. And you're here to kill who? You should really let me go. Last time I checked, you're the one locked in here with me, and I'm the one with the gun. No, Mr. Sanders. You're locked in here with me, and you just brought me mine.
Look, I know this is gonna sound strange, because it is. He's an engineered human being. Stronger, faster, more intelligent than normal people. They're called agents.
What does any of this have to do with me?
Your father started the agent program. He knows their weakness. You're the key to finding your father.
Pretty awesome, right? And that interrogation scene in there that you saw in there, probably like one of the most exciting action sequences I've seen in a movie in a long time. Very original stuff that you're going to see throughout this. The action sequences, whether you're a fan of the series or not, are incredibly fun, incredibly original, and just really awesome to see, like edge of your seat. So that being said, as you saw in the trailer, it's coming out August 21st, but leading up to that is the 47 days of Hitman. So every day leading up to the release, starting on, let me double check here, Monday, July 6th. I can't do the math in my head that easily, so I had to check the notes. But for 47 days this summer, the Hitman franchise is going to be everywhere. So starting Monday, July 6th, every day there's going to be a new Hitman activation happening somewhere online where new content is going to be released. It's going to be, it's all going to be aggregated on foxmovies.com. There's going to be exclusive artwork, some exclusive videos, alternate costumes, chats with the cast, any other ways that you can engage with this thing. It's going to be incredible. And a part of that actually is going to be a new comic that's going to be debuting, which basically tells a prequel story to what you're going to be seeing in the movie. And with that being said, we're lucky enough to have in the studio the creator of that comic, F.J. DeSanto. If you'd come on out, sir. Thanks for joining us. Hey, it would be nice if there were other people here, so that way, you know, we could play off each other.
Poor guys. I hope they pay them for that.
Hey, well, we're all excited to have you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Of course, of course.
Awesome. So, tell me a little bit about your experience working with this comic.
Well, it's a fascinating thing because I got a call from Adrian, the producer, who will be on here later, and who basically said to me, hey...
Spoiler alert. Spoilers.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
fine.
And he said to me, hey, you're going to write Hitman prequel comic. And I said, I am?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he said, yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it. And, you know, I come from a background of, I've done Star Trek, I've done Star Wars, I've written all these other things. And the excitement of sort of taking a character that had never been done in comics before was utterly fascinating. And so Adrian had sort of worked with Boom Studios to put together this book. And, you know, it required a lot of sort of research into, okay, what are you doing with the movie? And how do you create something that services the movie and but also stands alone as a cool comic, but also can be accessible to all the fans of the franchise, but also new fans. If somebody wanted to come into it, you know, brand new, cold into this would be a cool entry point.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, this is a prequel story to the actual events that we're going to see in the movie, correct?
Right. Yeah.
And what was that process like, actually, you know, that collaborative process working with the movie team, working on the comic yourself? How was there a lot of give and take? Were you included in kind of the production process? How did that go?
I was fortunate enough to sort of stay throughout the whole thing, but what was sort of, you know, I had to go to a locked room at Fox and read the script because the movie wasn't done. And you know,
they have like a vault that you have to go into? And
really, it was just like a chair, you know, in a room. And so you had to read the script. And then there was a lot of sort of back and forth between Boom and Adrian in particular, because Adrian's sort of like the gatekeeper of the franchise. He's the guy who understands, you know, the game, the movie, what the comic should be. And we sort of hatched this story out. I sort of threw some ideas around and you know, and then it developed relatively quickly because you understand where the movie starts and sort of, you know, like I said before, how do you do something that's self-contained but also is a cool, if you go and see the movie and you know the comic, you go into it with even much more information about what's going on. And when Boom brought in this artist, this guy Jesus, who's incredible, you know, we started to get the tone of it, et cetera. And like I said, I don't want to do any spoilers, but you know, it came together very quickly, but the idea was also, how do we capture in these 22 pages a cool story that, you know, has the flavor and feel of the game and the movie, that fans can sit there and go, okay, they get this, they understand this, and it's something respectful of the franchise as a whole.
So how closely to the lore of the games, the existing lore of the games, does this prequel story adhere?
I think in terms of what he does and how he operates, it does.
Yes.
You know, and again, the story is driven by the movie.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there going, okay, we need to get to point A to point B in these 22 pages. You know, but we'll sit there and like I said, Adrian, sort of the gatekeeper of this, he's sort of saying there, he would do this here if it wasn't something in the right tone.
Yeah.
But we were all familiar enough to sit there and understand that, you know, he's going to use this weapon, you know, the silver balls, or he's going to, you know, strangle somebody out. And to be honest, you know, as a writer, it's a lot of fun to sit there and take this iconic character and sort of be able to come up with something that he does that's unique to this.
Yeah, and actually you mentioned his weapons, right? That was one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, but to fans of the franchise, all of his signature weapons, the Hitman signature weapons, you know, the fiber wire, the silver ball, those are all there, as well as the signature costume changes that the franchise is known for too.
Well,
so
yeah, that was a big thing that we sort of said around. We need to get him, again, I don't want to spoil too much,
of course,
but all those elements that you're talking about were all talked about in advance. You know, how do we sort of weave those things into the story we've come up with.
So that being said, are there any Easter eggs for people who have read the comics that are now going to go see the movie then? And like, will they see kind of the callbacks to the comics, or how is there a give and take there?
Well, I mean,
little inside jokes
bit.
or anything?
There's a couple of little things in there. I mean, it's not much because you only have 22 pages to
of course.
do this. And like I said, it's sort of designed to get new fans invested, or fans of the movie. Like, or, you know, I hope somebody who sees the movie and has never played the game, or will seek out the game and the comic book. You know, and how do you? It's all world building in the end for us.
And have you played the Hitman games?
Oh, of course.
And have you beaten the Hitman? Because they're hard games. Don't get me wrong. Like, they are challenging
No, I'm not.
games.
I'm not. You know, like I love it. I'm not as good as most. So I watch my 17-year-old nephew play it. You know, it's more like watching a cool movie.
Yeah.
And then I'll play it and he'll go, no, get out of here. I know what I'm doing. When I'm stuck shooting everybody in the room.
So modern games or retro
No.
games?
I love all modern games.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes it's a little difficult.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Of course, thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you on.
Yes.
So I think at this point now we're going to start bringing on Adrian and Hannah.
All good.
The producer, as well as Hannah, who is
right,
the
I'm
mysterious Katja Van Dies. Oh, but before we bring them out, sorry. Yes, thank you. Oh, you can head on out. You're all done and set to go. But they're reminding me that we actually have a trailer for the comic itself. So let's roll that trailer, so that way you guys can start to see a little preview of the prequel story that's going to be coming out during the 47 Days of Hitman. I'm excited about that. You know, it's going to be, again, this is coming out as a part of the 47 Days of Hitman. The art style looks incredible. FJ DeSanto has been fantastic working on it. Very interesting how it's going to play into the lore that you're going to see play out during the movie. And with that being said, speaking of the movie, let's bring out the producer, who is Adrian Iscaria, and also actress Hannah Ware, who plays the mysterious Katja Van Dies. Plays a pretty crucial role in this. Thank you. Yes, give it up. Give it up. We're in a sound booth. The crowd out there is going uproariously, right, guys? Nothing. Wow, nothing. No response from the guys outside of the booth. Hey, it's great to have you. Don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging. Hey, nice to meet you. Great to have you.
Thanks for having us.
Nice meeting you guys. So, we just heard a little bit about the comic, but now I want to hear a little bit from your guys, the movie perspective, right? So, Adrian, if you can tell us a little bit about what it was like to translate a video game, a very interactive medium, into, you know, a movie, an on-screen experience, where now all of a sudden you're appealing to both gamers and non-gamers alike, action fans, things like that.
Well, I mean, our first goal was to make a movie, first and foremost. And, you know, it happens to be based on a very popular and iconic video game. But, you know, it was always going to be a real movie for us. And, you know, when you're approaching something from that perspective, you take what's best about the original material, what, you know, has made it what it is, and what the fans love about it, and you bring it to a different medium. And, you know, understanding what the requirements of that translation are. So that was I would say, you know, if there was one rule on this movie, is we are not making a video game movie. We are making a real movie based on a video game.
Great, and that's good to hear, because a lot of times video game movies do get a tough rap, right? So, so focusing primarily on making the good movie, I think, is the right way to start. But that being said, a lot of people watching are going to be fans of the franchise. So, as fans of the Hitman series, what sort of elements can they expect that they'll recognize from the games?
Well, a lot. I mean, you know, 47 is one of the most iconic characters in the history of video games and now pop culture.
Yes.
So they're going to get the real version of 47, you know, in a cinematic incarnation.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get the stealth action, the rich history of the character,
Mm-hmm.
the mythology of the world
Mhm.
that he exists and operates in, and a lot of other surprises that I can't go into, but
course.
ties directly into the mythology of the games
Mhm.
that have been, propagated by Square Enix for the past 15 years.
Right.
Well, actually, IDOS before Square Enix.
Right,
and
right.
now-
Yeah, this goes way back, right?
Yes.
So what
2000.
what excited you about this project? Like, why was this a property or a franchise that you saw and you're like, I want to make this into a big screen experience?
Well, I'm a video game fan.
Mhm.
I don't play it as much as I used to.
Sure,
but I
sure.
used to be an avid.
What's your
game-
favorite, Adrian?
Hitman, Agent 47.
Oh well, good answer. Good answer.
So-
have you beaten the game? I asked FJ this, but have you beaten the Hitman games ever?
I-
they are legitimately very hard.
Blood Money was the last one I
Okay,
beat.
okay, that's a good
but
one.
Not Absolution.
Sure.
I was a huge fan. I couldn't believe the rights were available, and on a lark, went up north to San Francisco, met with great people at IDOS,
Mhm.
and ended up getting the rights. But the impetus behind that was he is such a cinematic character. A lot of video games are great video games, but they're very generic. This one felt very cinematic and had this central character. So I just.
And how long did it take to put this together? Because there are some
25 years. I was 12 when I started.
Okay, wow. Well then, that's quite the development process.
See the white hair?
I see that.
Well, look, the first one actually happened very quickly. We got the rights in 2005, and the movie came out in 2007.
Mhm.
And then it took a long time to come up with this one,
Mhm.
and our goal was to try to put together a story and a approach to the character that we could reboot the entire franchise, and I think we did, and she's a big part of it.
Right, and actually, so the reboot part is one that I'd like to touch on really quickly, and I'm not meaning to ignore you, but we'll we'll be talking all about you and your process
Nobody
for a
wants
while.
to hear from me, trust me.
No, I think this is really interesting because you mentioned the previous Hitman movie. So people who saw that, what makes this different? You mentioned this is a reboot to the
This has
franchise.
nothing to do with that one, other than
Good. So I just wanted to make sure that people who had seen that either when it was in theaters or home video or whatever, that this is not in that continuity. This is a whole reboot to the franchise. It's kind of a new spin on it.
This is a new spin. It's a reboot. It's a new actor, Rupert Friend, playing Agent 47.
Yes.
It is what we hope to be the beginning
Mhm.
of the quintessential Hitman cinematic franchise.
Okay, great, good. So, were there any elements? Because I noticed watching the movie, there are definite moments that feel like a video game mission. One sequence in particular feels like a very stealth mission that's inserted into the middle of the movie, which is fantastic. I love that sequence. Were there any elements of the game that you couldn't translate or that kind of had to be left on the cutting room floor?
Well, look, when you're dealing with a developing of a script for a film, you have to be first and foremost true to what the story of the film is going to be and how
Yes.
the characters are going to be serviced. You can't worry about set pieces too much.
Right.
But this is Hitman, this is Agent 47, and there is a huge fan base and a legacy. So we were very cognizant of putting sequences like the one you're referring to in the movie, as
Yes.
long as it made sense in the context of the larger story.
Right.
That was our cardinal rule.
Sure. And now speaking of the overall larger context of the story, so Hannah, you play Katya, right? Katya. Am I? Is my accent bad? Katya. Sorry.
No, I wasn't doing anything.
No, it's quite all right. So, and you are a completely original character to the Hitman lore, right? Kind of just created for this movie. Can you tell me a little bit about your character without going too much into spoiler territory? Because she's kind of important. Just so you know.
Important. I play a woman who 47 enlists in some capacity to help with his latest target, his latest mission. We sort of go on this ride together and become this odd duo, which help further his mission and my own personal mission that I'm on, and that's where you meet Katya at the beginning of the story.
Right, and your character is an incredibly empowered, strong woman. I mean, you're out there kicking just as much, ASS. Am I allowed to say that? This is the internet, so that's not really a curse word. But you're kicking as much butt as Agent 47 is in there. So how was it playing against Rupert? At kind of his empowered self. You guys make a pretty killer duo. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, it was slightly intimidating at the beginning because
Sure.
he's Quinn from Homeland. So I've seen him disassemble guns at a speed that.
And you're not doing that on a regular basis?
Surprisingly not. But
Okay.
now I do.
Uh-huh.
I actually left some firearms at a hotel once.
Really?
During this whole process.
So
yeah.
I was going to say, so what was your training process like? Because there is a lot of like gun handling, there is a lot of action sequences, which
Yeah.
I'm sure you had kind of like the stunt people come in for. But
Yeah.
what training did you have leading up to taking on this role?
Oh, we worked really hard. I mean, this was my first sort of role like this, so I wasn't accustomed to guns
Sure.
at all.
Uh-huh.
And my gun etiquette was terrible at the
Okay.
beginning.
Any key points that
just like
so our
waving the
audience can
gun
take-
around in between takes when I
Yeah,
was
just-
trying to communicate something and no one was understanding me,
threatening
so
people,
I'd be
"Give me my
forgetting
craft
I had-
table."
It was like a handbag I'd throw around. Yeah, that thing. Adrian knows that one.
She actually picked things up very quickly.
Mhm.
She had a lot to do in this movie.
Oh yeah, you're
had a lot
you're
to
all
do.
over the place.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You also go through a variety of different looks, and you kind of throughout the movie. It's really, this isn't a spoiler, but you go through kind of your own training process, which
Yeah,
is very cool as
definitely.
you follow Agent 47 through the
Yeah.
events of the film, which
Yeah.
is great.
I mean, we both have our own personal character arcs,
Mhm.
but they're both sort of inform each other's
Mhm.
and are integral to each other's,
Right.
and are both personal and physical.
Yeah.
It's really exciting.
Mhm. And was it weird or awkward in any capacity to be an entirely new character, kind of being fit into this established lore, this established world of the Hitman franchise?
Not really, because as Adrian said, we set out first and foremost to make a movie,
Mhm.
and although it's based on this wonderful video game, which
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a gamer as
Sure.
such, but when I first watched Hitman and tried to play it a few times,
I was going to say, did you play it as part
I'm
of
a
the
novice,
research
though.
then? Okay.
I wouldn't pretend to be anything otherwise, but I was really impressed stylistically. I thought it was beautiful, and I really understood why it would make a great iconic film.
Mhm.
But we really did feel liberated because we started from a point of making a movie,
Mhm.
and this was just a great springboard.
Yeah.
And same goes for my character. My character wasn't in the franchise, so I felt incredibly liberated and just looked at this woman's story and her journey like I take every character that I start off with, and
Sure.
and take it from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Any funny behind the scenes sort of stories that you can share with us, or any dirt about the mysterious
be so
agent or
mean.
anything? I don't know. It's the internet. We like gossiping. We like this sort of stuff.
Zach and I, we spent a lot of time together, and we're writing. I haven't told you about this. We're writing a spin-off called Operation 44, and it's the experience.
They're the prequel to the prequel comic.
Right, of course not.
Part of Agent
My attorneys
47
will be in
Days
touch
of
with you very
Hitman.
shortly. Or actually, Fox's attorneys.
Okay,
Go
fair
ahead.
enough.
It'll be like the skit sitcom of what it was like to be on the set of Agent 47.
Really? Oh, coming to a web series
Odd
near you,
little
or
moments
part of the 47 Days of Hitman, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bonus scene.
That's actually a great idea.
Right? There you go. You could absolutely do that. Some bonus scenes. Is it like slapstick comedy, or?
It's sort of those. It's like when you enter the Twilight Zone, which we did when we were doing nights, and you have very peculiar conversations in really weird places.
Mhm.
I remember being stuck in a car with Zach for long periods of time and realizing he didn't know who Kate Bush was, and I was enraged at 4 a.m. on a street in Berlin, and also the smell of Cinnabons.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
In the train station.
We shot at Alexanderplatz for 2 nights running, and it was just sort of like it was like Groundhog Night.
Mhm.
And the only thing that was open, and the only thing I'll ever remember about that whole experience, other than having I looked like an albino rabbit. I think you had to colour grade me. Do you remember that? My eyes went quite
We
red.
did not. No. It was for the part. It was for the part.
Well,
You were very stressed. 47 was after you. So.
Yes, someone was after me.
It's a good character.
One brilliant entrepreneur in Berlin decided it would be a great idea to open up the Cinnabon shop.
That one shack right by the tracks.
He must have made so much business that
Yeah.
night, but all I can remember is feeling a bit sick in the morning because you just smelled cinnamon everywhere. So that was another.
Cinnabon at
See
any
how tough-
hour of
see
the
how
day.
tough actors have it?
Right?
The
I know.
smell of
Oh my
cinnamon
gosh,
on set
my
is
stomach hurt
terrible.
from eating too much Cinnabon at 4 in the morning. It's never too late for Cinnabon. Apparently, the Square Enix Hitman Agent 47
We were
live stream
fueled on Cinnabon.
brought to you by Cinnabon. So there you go.
Good, yeah.
You just gave us a new sponsor. Thanks.
Right? Yeah, there you go. So contact one of these guys. But hey, I want to thank you both for being a part of this, and I believe at this point we're going to be tossing into a new featurette that is going to be, what was that?
So thanks for having us.
Oh, no, of course. No, thank you guys. And now we're going to toss it to a new featurette that's going to tease a little bit more about Hitman.
Right.
So, why don't we start with your name?
47.
It's not a name.
No, but it is mine.
I play Agent 47, who is a clone and an assassin.
The bald head, the barcode. Agent 47 is just one of the most iconic pop culture characters in history.
The most important thing is that everything what we try to do is character-driven.
What do I have to do?
I was intrigued by the idea of someone who's had their emotions genetically removed and how they might manifest themselves.
He's methodical, he's intelligent, he is the ultimate puppet master.
He's 10, 15 moves ahead. That's one of the things that make this character very unique.
You know who I am.
There you go. Every time, the interrogation scene, every time I see it, by far, like, one of my favorite moments from that film.
People love that scene.
It's phenomenal. It's so original. It's like I said it earlier in the live stream, but really, every single action sequence has such a unique twist to it. It's very, very cool.
We're very, cognizant of trying to make it fresh and pop. And wait till you see what she does in the movie. So.
Well, no spoilers, no spoilers. But thank you both for coming in today. Adrian, Hannah, as well as FJ, who we had earlier, doing the prequel comic book, which will be coming out as a part of the 47 Days of Hitman. But if you're also a fan of the game or really excited about the movie, there is a way that you can get involved in the whole process. So part of the promotion around the movie is going to feature a contest that's going to be run on IGN. Basically, it's called the Search for Agents 1 through 46. So as you can tell by the title, and if you're familiar with the games, this movie features Agent 47. So what happened to the other 46 agents, right? Well, if you enter on IGN's Facebook page with any original photo inspired by the Hitman franchise, you could be chosen to become an official agent. And what that means, because I heard that and I'm like, what does that mean? Well, what that means is that you're gonna potentially win some agent gear, you're gonna get your own agent identity, movie tickets, signed autographed memorabilia, and there's a lot of other stuff too. So it's a pretty cool idea. If you want to do it, it's a photo of you inspired by Hitman on the IGN Facebook page. Remember, that's IGN. It's facebook.com/IGN, and enter the original Hitman photo in order for your chance to win. It's movie tickets, anything. Pretty cool opportunity. Thank you to you guys once again for being on board. Amazing live stream here. And then finally, keep your eyes peeled for the next Hitman trailer, which is going to be rolling out. And don't miss Hitman Agent 47 coming to theaters once again, August 21st.
As memories lost are slowly drawn back in, two siblings embark on an adventure unlike any before. Welcome to Grimoire, a world of the weest of beings. Here you can befriend adorably familiar monsters and turn tiny enough to jump on for a ride, or turn tall enough for them to ride on you. Join forces with adorably familiar heroes and heroines and witness a most peculiar story unfold. They may be small in stature, but the fate that awaits them is grand indeed. This is the size of a new Final Fantasy, the beginning of a new world, and a tale with countless encounters. World of Final Fantasy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Square Enix Presents. My name is Kari Takasue, and today I'm joined by none other than a very special guest from Japan, Mr. Hiroki Chiba, who is the director of the freshly announced title, World of Final Fantasy, for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita. What an incredible honor to have you on the show with you today, Chiba-san.
この作品について千葉さんとお話しする機会をいただけてとても光栄です。
ありがとうございます。みんなワールド・オブ・ファイナル・ファンタジーってなんじゃらほいっていう感じだと思うんですけどSC カンファレンスでリメイク来たの前に流れたものって覚えてもらえればいいかなと。
Thank you very much. I think everyone is thinking, what is World of Final Fantasy? But it would be great if you could remember it as a title that came before the Final Fantasy VII remake. Yeah, moment.
Yeah, so not much is known about the title just yet, but because it was just announced, and we've only seen just a little bit through this announcement trailer. Can you please tell us a little bit about the concept of the game and how this all came about?
発表されたばかりなので、まだ詳細についてあまり知られていないのですが、まずはこの本作のコンセプトについてどのように作成することになったかとかの経緯を教えていただけますでしょうか。
今回のこのワールド・オブ・ファイナル・ファンタジーのコンセプトなんですけど、今までのファイナルファンタジーに登場したモンスターを集めて一緒に戦うというのを主のコンセプトにしておいているゲームです。でこのコンセプト自体はプロデューサーの橋本が結構もう長い間温めていたもので相談された時に、そういうゲーム自分も遊んでみたいなとすごい思いましてもうなんかもうすごい勢いで企画をまとめて橋本と話し始めたっていうのがきっかけですね。
So the original concept, the concept of this game is to befriend and collect monsters from the previous Final Fantasy series, and it was originally the producer, Mr. Hashimoto, had originally came up with the concept, and when he consulted with me regarding this project, I was very intrigued, and so I wrote the concept really quickly.
Well, I'm so glad you jumped on it fast because I'm looking at this visual style here and it's absolutely adorable and I've never seen anything like it. What made the art team go into this new type of direction?
とてもアートスタイルが可愛いのですが、なぜこのようなアートディレクションになったのでしょうか。
もともと新しい IP としてこのワールド・オブ・ファイナル・ファンタジーを企画しているときに最近のナンバリングの30以降の15までと続くそのリアルな路線で若干こう離れつつある若年層に向けてアプローチしたいっていうのをまず一つのテーマとしておきましてその時に「ファイナルファンタジークリスタルクロニクル」などのアートを手掛けていた泉沢という人間に手伝ってもらって今の二頭身のプリメロをちょっと書いてもらったんですよね。それは橋本に見せて提案したのがスタートでしたね。で可愛らしい部分の二頭身の部分は泉沢にこう先頭に立ってもらって進めていきながら、同時にやっぱファイナルファンタジーらしさっていうのはどうしてもこう強いものが必要だと思ったんで、野村にも相談しまして、ランとレーンの主人公のデザインをしてもらったという感じです。
So when creating a concept as a new IP, currently since Final Fantasy XIII, the visuals are going towards a more realistic approach, and but we wanted to focus on a younger generation of an audience, so that I reached out to Mr. Izumisawa, who is the character designer for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. And so he designed all the cute characters, and I showed it to the producer, Mr. Hashimoto, and he really liked it.
Good.
But because we wanted to keep the Final Fantasy likeness in the title, I also reached out to Mr. Nomura, who designed the main protagonists, Lan and Rain.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you're incorporating a lot of elements then that appeal to both the new users as well as the fans. Is it difficult to find the right balance to please both like the old Final Fantasy fan as well as someone new that's just coming into the franchise?
新規プレイヤーと既存プレイヤーの、どちらにもアピールするということなのですが、そのバランスといいますか、新規プレイヤーにもアピールするものと既存プレイヤーにもアピールするもののバランスは難しいですか？
そうですね、そもそもゲームを作ってバランスを取っていくっていうのが全体的に難しいことなんで、そういう意味では難しいんですけど、もともとファイナルファンタジーっていうのはもうこう常に新しいものに挑戦して新しい驚きと感動を与えるっていうのがファイナルファンタジーだと思うんで、そういう意味でこの今回新しいチャレンジ方向性というのを提示して一つのファイナルファンタジーにしていこうかと思ってるんで、その点は逆に言うといつもやってることかなと思いますので、簡単でもあり難しくもあるという感じですね。
So creating a balance in a game is always difficult, but Final Fantasy is all about new challenges and challenging ourselves to new things. And so in a way it's not too difficult, but it is still difficult because it is a production.
Right. So any game called World of Final Fantasy is pretty evocative, and there's so many worlds that the game can tap into. And what can we expect to see in this title from the Final Fantasy series that we do know and love? And I saw one of the characters riding some Magitech armor there.
ワールドファイナルファンタジーという作品名からいろいろなことが連想でき、またいろいろな、世界からも引っ張ってくることはできると思うのですが、本作において私たちの知っていて愛しているファイナルファンタジーシリーズのどのような要素というものが期待できるのでしょうか。例えばトレーラーでは窓アーマーが、出ていたと思うのですが、
そうですね、窓アーマーに映像で載ってたのはレーンという今回主人公の兄弟の2人のお姉さんの方なんですね。でもう1人出てきてる男の子の方はラーンという、弟にあたるんですけど、この2人がワールド・オブ・ファイナルファンタジーの主人公としてゲームが進んでいきます。で窓アーマーに関してはもう本当皆さんご存知の通りファイナルファンタジー6の、オープニングに出てきた、ちょうど3体っていうのもちょっと意識してなんですけどね、出てきた、それをイメージして作ったものです。で今回のファイナルファンタジーワールド・オブ・ファイナルファンタジーにはもういろんなモンスターが過去のところから抽出したものが出てくるんですけど、窓アーマーだけじゃなくてそういう機械みたいなものでモンスター以外のおなじみの召喚獣とかもたくさん登場して全てを仲間にすることができるというゲームになってます。はい。
So the girl that was riding the Magitech armor in the trailer is the older sister, Rain, and the other character's brother, and they are the protagonists of this title. And as you all know, Magitech armor appeared in the opening of Final Fantasy VI, and as you can see, having 3 there is actually in that image of Final Fantasy VI. Many monsters for the previous titles will also appear in this game, and not only machine monsters but summons that you all know and you like will be in there as well.
All right, that sounds good. So there's a story with a brother and a sister and a lot of different monsters. What can we expect from the gameplay? Because no Final Fantasy is complete with at least a few RPG elements. Can you tell us a little bit about how the gameplay style is?
ファイナルファンタジーといえばRPG 要素というところなのですが、どのようなゲームプレイというものを期待できるでしょうか。
そうですね、ゲームプレイとしてはどちらかというと転以前のちょっと昔のファイナルファンタジーの王道 RPG といったプレイ感を大事にしてます。で、ただ王道と言ってもまんま作ってしまったら昔のものの焼き回しになってしまったりちょっと古くなってしまうので、やはりちょっと PV にも出てたみたいに主人公の2人で2つのタワーを作ってモンスターたちと積み重なった状態っていうのを 新しいシステムとして入れています。で見た目の表現だけじゃなくてゲームシステムにもしっかり組み込んで、新しい遊びを皆さんに提供したいかなとなってます。
So the RPG elements in this game is we've based it off of previous titles before Final Fantasy X, and so it'll have a traditional RPG feel in it. But if we just incorporate that into the game as is, then it kind of feels maybe like a copy. And so we did not want to do that, and we wanted to, of course, challenge ourselves to new things. And so as you saw in the trailer, monsters and the character were creating towers, and you saw 2 towers in the trailer, I believe. But that is a whole new system that we are incorporating into this game, and that will become a big part of the game.
That's really interesting because I'm looking behind me. If you can see on the screen right here, the idea of stacked up monsters is very unique to the series. But stacking monsters isn't, just cute. I believe it affects gameplay. So let's ask him how that concept will affect the gameplay.
その画面にもありますようにタワーという形になっているのですが、もちろん見た目も可愛いのですが、ゲームプレイにも関わってくるということなので、そちらに関して少し詳細をいただけますでしょうか。
はい、タワーの部分なんですけど、ちょっとこのイラスト多分初めてかな外出ししたのだと思うんですけど、これは先ほど話を出した泉沢の方でデザインしたものなんですけど、本当初期コンセプトとしてこの絵を一番最初にポッと出てきたんですよね、泉沢の方から。これを見た時にちょっとこれをゲームシステムに入れたら面白くなるんじゃないかなっていうのがきっかけでなってます。でこのタワーを組むことによってモンスターたちとのタワーとしての成立した時にパラメータの変化やアビリティの変化が起こるというようなものになってまして、すごくシンプルな例で説明すると、ファイヤーを持ってる3人、モンスターなんで人って言っていいか分かんないですけど組んだ時にファイヤーというアビリティを持ってる3人が集まってファイガになるみたいな、そんなような変化が起きたりといったようなちょっと面白いゲームになってます。
So the image you see here, I believe this is the first time we're actually showing this image. It's one of the first concept art that Mr. Izumisawa has drawn for us, and that actually gave me the idea for the tower system. By forming towers, the monsters and the characters' stats and abilities will change. The simplest example would probably be that when you stack 3 people, he's not sure if you could call it people because they're monsters, but when we stack up 3 of them, and if for example, if all of the 3 has the fire ability, the ability will turn into Fire Aga, and that would be the easiest example.
Cool. Well, no Final Fantasy game is complete without some lovable characters. Will we be stepping into the shoes of some new characters, or will we be able to make our own?
もちろん愛嬌のあるキャラクターなしではファイナルファンタジーゲームとは呼べないと思うのですが、プレイヤーの皆様は新しいキャラクターを操作することになるのでしょうか、または自分でカスタマイズしたアバターのようなものを使用できるのでしょうか。
今回のワールド・オブ・ファイナルファンタジーはファイナルファンタジー11や14のようなキャラクターメイクをしてみんなで共闘するという MMO のスタイルとはちょっと違います。でやはり昔からのファイナルファンタジーのプレイ感というのをテーマにもしてますので、主人公2人、今回はお姉ちゃんの方がレーンで弟がラーンというんですけど、レーンとラーン、この2人をユーザーが操作することになります。ただこの2人自由に操作する方を切り替えたり、ボタン1つでPV にも出てきたようにキャラクターの頭身を自由に大きくしたり小さくしたりってできるようなちょっと面白い操作感やシステムも入れてますので、期待してほしいですね。
So the game is not going to be in an MMO style like Final Fantasy XI or 14 where you could create avatars, and because we wanted to have the traditional play style, that kind of feel that the older Final Fantasy series had, the players will only be able to use either Rain or Lan, but you could freely switch between those 2 characters, and as you saw in the trailer, they changed sizes and you could actually freely switch between those 2 sizes as well.
That's so cute between the siblings and writing on different monsters. I'm really looking forward to it. Definitely. You mentioned a map earlier. Many Final Fantasy players love exploring the world map. Is that possible in this game, or do you have an idea about how big the world is going to be in World of Final Fantasy?
ファイナルファンタジーのファンの皆様は、ワールドマップを冒険するということ、その体験がすごい好きなのですが、今作でもそのワールドマップのような要素というものを期待できますでしょうか。
そうですね、本当に何度も言ってしまいますけど、昔のボリュームだったりそのプレイ感っていうのを結構大事にしてるんで、ぜひそういう要素もこう入れたいと考えてます。僕もワールドマップを引く手で飛んだりするのは大好きですので。
So right, because I personally love that kind of feel, we are trying to incorporate that world that everyone likes, and I really like going on an airship and traveling through the world map myself, and so we are definitely trying to implement that into the game.
Awesome. And what about the legendary Final Fantasy characters that we know and love? Any cameos that we can look forward to that we all love?
今までの前作までのキャラクターを、この作品で見ることっていうか登場するようなことを期待することはできますでしょうか。
そうPV にもファイナルファンタジー7のクラウドとファイナルファンタジー1、ディシディアで初めて名前がついてしっかりとキャラクター付けされたウォリアー・オブ・ライトが登場しています。その他もこうたくさんのキャラクターが登場するんですけど、その何が登場するかはちょっとまだこれからの情報をお待ちくださいという感じなんですが、野村の方にもそんなキャラ出てくるのって言われてるようなちょっと変わったチョイスになってますんで、これも面白いと思います。で彼らはただゲスト的にポンと出てきてもうそのなんて言うんでしょうね、シンボリックに使われてるんじゃなくてグリモワールという2都市のキャラクターたちが住んでる世界に生きてる人たちとして登場して物語の中にもしっかりと関わってきます。
So as you saw in the trailer, Cloud from FF7 and Warrior of Light, who was first named for Dissidia, but he appeared in Final Fantasy 1, they'll definitely appear in the game. Please wait for more information for more characters, but there will be more in the game. Even Mr. Nomura was surprised at some of the characters that I selected to appear in the game, so please look forward to that. And these characters, they'll not just be a guest or a symbolic character in the game, but they actually live in this world called Grimoire, and you'll be able to meet with them and speak with them within the game.
Well, I can't wait to play the worlds in Grimoire, but I'm sure your team is working really hard on the development, and I hope everybody will stay patient as he offers up more news on the development. When can you tell us when we might expect to hear a little bit more?
こちらの最新情報といいますか、次に何を、いつ頃また情報を期待できますでしょうか。
そうですね、まだやっと発表できたというところなので次のことはちょっと考えてないんですけど、非常にボリュームがある、本当に昔の「ファイナルファンタジー」遊んでて感じたような、こう驚きとその手応えを同じように感じられるようなすごいものになってますんで、あまり出し惜しみしないでどんどんと情報をお伝えできたらなと思ってます。
So we were just able to announce this title, so I do not know when we will be able to announce anything new next. But it does have, this game has a lot of volume and a lot of surprises that the previous Final Fantasy series had, and so please look forward to more information.
Amazing. Well, we're going to be doing something fun in a second, but we're going to get set up. So if you can give us a few minutes, we'll be rolling some fun stuff soon. Okay, so now we got some new people on the screen here. You might not recognize them yet, but we're going to do something new we've never done here on Square Enix Presents with the world of Final Fantasy encompassing so much Final Fantasy love and lore. We thought that we'd hold a trivia challenge between a few of our own self-proclaimed lore masters here at Square Enix. Now, these guys are pretty boastful about them thinking that they're the best, so we said, why don't we bring them on the air in front of all of the fans to see who actually knows the most Final Fantasy story. So here we have Square Enix Community Manager, Mr. Dan Cito in the red.
Hello.
Yay.
Wow,
We
it's the
have,
most applause I'm going to get all.
and he's here from London office, so community manager here. We have Mr. Product Manager Matt Kishimoto, loud Matt.
Loud?
Yes.
Is that loud?
And then we have our copywriter, Scott Strickart. We're joined by his beautiful wife out there. Let's wave to her.
Yes.
You can't lose. All right, so we don't have too much time. So are you guys ready to answer some FF trivia?
Let's do it.
You're ready?
Is there a prize if we win?
There is a prize. So as you can see on this beautiful screen behind me, the winner gets an actual trophy. So I, got the help of the team to design a trophy. It's called the Battle Lore and Challenge Knowledge Medal Acknowledging Great Enlightenment Trophy, created by Eric So, who is out there in the audience. It actually stands for Black Mage, so just in case you didn't know.
That's clever.
And the
Boom.
losers will be eating bugs or cactus.
Well, what, losers? As in the other two people?
Okay.
Yes, two people.
Yeah, yes,
there will be two losers and one winner.
Can you also do that move again?
Anyways, so I'm going to start with the first question. Ready? And you cannot answer until I finish the question.
Is there a
Oh,
distance?
and
'Cause Dan's
Shiba-san is going to help us by saying who's correct and who is wrong. I mean, he knows everything about the game, so he'll be the judge of who's right and wrong, and whoever buzzes in first, he will decide. All right, here we go.
Look how close he is.
What? There was the rule.
And which two playable characters from Final Fantasy VI are siblings?
Ooh.
Who, me?
Matt.
Edward and Sabin?
Edward and Sabin. Is that correct or
No.
wrong? Bing bong!
That's actually Edgar and Sabin.
Edgar.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Oh, yeah, the crowd. Dad, move.
He said right. I saw green circle.
What do you
I
guys
saw
think?
green circle.
I don't know. Should you get a half a point?
I think half a point.
Half a point.
I'll take
half a point.
That was
I think
bad.
no points.
That
I
was
think no
bad.
points.
I get half, he gets half.
Okay. Okay,
How did you
so
not even buzz
okay.
in?
Okay. 0.5 point.
I waited till the question was done.
Oh.
I heard siblings and
Oh,
then.
let's be nice,
Okay,
guys.
All right, let's do
okay,
this. Let's
so
do
next
civil.
question. Which two players... Oh, sorry. A rat tail must... Oh, sorry. Which village in Final Fantasy III is known for raising chocobo? I hear only one sound.
Gishel.
Oh, so here's a... What did you say? Gishel?
Gishel?
We just learned it's called Gizal, but he's right.
okay.
That's how it looks.
Gizal.
It's Gyshal. Is he correct?
Yeah. Visa?
Yes.
Should it also be a half a point because you got the pronunciation
No.
wrong?
Get out of here.
What?
Get out of here with that.
What?
発音が間違って
ここが
る。
0.5で、ここが1です。
ここが一。
はい。こっちが0.5で、あ、違う。
あ
彼が1です。で、マットが0.5です。Okay, next question. Get ready. A rat tail must be given to blank in order to upgrade the party's job classes.
Bahamut. Yeah.
This isn't looking so good for us.
I got a half a point, bro.
Oh, hey, there's only one
マットが
winner.
0.5で、で、スコットが2ですね。こっち1と2。Okay. Oh, I like this one. All right. And next question. Name the Magus sisters.
どっち早い？
あ、どちらの方が早かったですか？
スコットでしたね。
Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy.
Mine says Cindy, Sandy, and Mindy.
Well, same. Just.
Ah, just kidding.
Oh man.
Heart
attack.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good thing
All
you
right,
can't flip
ready?
these tables.
Next question.
Heart attack.
What is is the Blitzball team name of the Guado?
Of the
what?
Guado?
The Guado.
What is the Blitzball
Oh, the
team?
Blitzball team. The Guadagloys.
Nice.
Dan Fito. All right. Oh, this is a
job,
good
Dan.
one. I like this question. In FF7, which player character do you see first?
I think playable character, right?
Yeah, playable. It says playable.
It's Cloud.
Not playable. I said
Not
which
playable.
character.
No!
What
How
did
do you
you
rate it?
You
How do you rate it? There's no way on that.
No way. That is totally uncool.
どっち
どっちだろう
Give it to Matt. Give it to Matt.
Oh.
Barrett?
No, he
What?
said not playable.
ブブーですよ、ブブー
No, it
です。
says playable.
Oh, it does say play. Oh, wait, so
Eris.
it's... Ah.
Oh, in the Midgar opening sequence.
That's a Scott. Okay, ready?
The shame.
It's okay. There's a Cloud question coming up now. Cloud makes an appearance in the trailer in this game. Name Cloud's weapon. That's 10 characters and starts with an A. And this game is World of Final Fantasy. I didn't even finish the question,
Yeah.
guys.
No, I forgot the rules.
Oh, that's tough anyway.
This is the trailer we just showed. In World of Final Fantasy, Cloud made an appearance in the trailer. Name Cloud's weapon that starts with an A. That's 10 characters.
Starts with A.
Ooh.
Yes.
It's not the Buster Sword? That's crazy.
ringing, but that's
Nope,
wrong.
I know that's wrong. That's why I didn't ring it in.
That's also 11.
Oh, what?
Well, you did the accounting.
I'm going to skip on if you can't get it in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Think of words that start with the A. 6.
There's 10 characters.
10 characters. 5.
There's a hint from.
ヒントがあるそうです。
You could put 4 materia in there.
That's really technical.
Yeah.
3, 2. Come on, copywriter.
There wasn't enough characters.
1. Okay, the answer was, does anybody know in the audience? Oh, Apocalypse!
Nice!
Yay! You work here, you don't count. Okay, next.
Well, we all work here too.
All right, this one is from Final Fantasy
You
VI.
covered it
Your
up.
favorites, guys.
Oh, okay.
Pay attention. Don't push it till I'm
Not
done.
pushing until
Ready?
you're done.
Kefka manically poisons the water supply of Doma Castle, murdering everybody, including whose wife and child?
It was Dan. I was in early. I'll give it to Dan.
I'm drawing a blank. Wait.
You get 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Cyan.
Okay.
What's the last name? What's the last name?
Oh.
Oh, look at it. Look at it.
What is that?
He's like, what is it, bro? What is
You
it?
better pay attention here. I'm going to go. Which Final Fantasy was the first to use the Ra and God naming conventions for spells in its original US release?
US release. This is biased.
Sorry. We're at E3.
Yeah.
I will say
5, 4, 3,
I'll say 9.
2, 1, 0. Ah!
Can we?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
6.
5, 4,
7.
5.
No.
Multiple.
8.
These guys know how to count. Apparently, Dan knows the answer.
I knew it was 7.
I didn't want to do it before.
6 and 7.
No, I knew it was
I thought-
not
I
the original
thought-
translation. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ready? It's another Final Fantasy VI question. In Final Fantasy VI, what is the total number of playable characters, including the 2 secret characters?
I buzzed in early, but I'll do it again.
Okay.
14.
Yeah!
Dang.
So the current...
Gogo should be
What
2
am I-
characters.
The current
Gogo should be
ranking
2
right
characters.
now...
He should be 2 characters.
Scott has
He
5 points. Matt has
No!
1.5.
Yes. At least I'm not.
Someone's gonna eat bugs.
Hey, well, at least I'm not last.
All right.
Pride is on the line.
All right, let's keep going.
You may
This
be.
is from the trailer that we just saw for World of Final Fantasy. There is a very large enemy introduced in the video. He's known to wield a sword larger than Cloud's Buster Sword. His name is...
Iron Giant.
Ding dong. All right. All right. Are you looking at my answer, Scott?
No,
Your
I don't.
eyes
Yeah,
closed?
I don't have
there we
answers.
go. There we go.
Not
I think
all
we
right.
call out to the crowd.
Angle
I
that,
think.
angle that away so
Okay,
there's no
Pay
question.
attention. Ready? In Final Fantasy VIII, who kills Odin?
Cypher.
Is there Tifa? I think it would be half a point.
No, I think it's Cypher.
It is Cypher. Uh-huh.
Maybe they pronounce it differently in the EU
What
version.
do they call it?
Tifa.
Oh. We were
Him.
told Cypher, but we'll see. All right, you guys ready? Don't be discouraged. This item is used to make chocobos search for treasure in bubbling water or mountain fissures. This item is...
In bubbling water or mountain fissures. What game is this?
Oh, sorry, FF9 for those.
Oh.
I didn't say that. My fault. In Final Fantasy 9. Think of items.
It's not a.
nine.
It's
not greens.
It's not a green, is it?
Yeah.
Does anybody know out there? You know, here's a hint. Last year, Hazama-san and Yoshida-san had a challenge, and they ate this.
Peppers? Chili
Joe
peppers?
Chili.
It's like, does he get half a point?
Give him half a point.
It's a dead pepper. Okay, dead pepper.
What are these half points?
Half a point for Matt.
Now he has 2 points. Okay, ready? How do the
Both
characters... Sorry. In FF9, how do the characters recognize Regent Sid, although he is an Oglop?
Is it a mustache?
Nice, Dan.
Nice
Well
job.
done, well done.
Yeah. That was it. Bring
Oh,
it.
yeah.
No, no, yeah.
It's not
Like,
20
yeah,
points.
forget this
Play
guy.
nice,
This is the
boys.
real
Okay.
battle.
Alright.
In Final Fantasy X, which item is obtained for dodging lightning bolts in the Thunder Plains 200 consecutive times?
Ooh, that's close.
The Venus Sigil?
Nice.
We were told it's sigil, so I'm going to
Is
take
it?
away point 4. Just kidding.
Did they say
Okay.
it out loud in the game?
Anyways,
Nice.
this
I would have
is
said
a
the weapon.
question
I would have got it
from
wrong.
Final Fantasy
Oh.
13. What is Lightning's real name? Wow.
Got it?
It's called Scott. I think it was.
I think it was
Scott. I think
Scott.
it was Scott.
I think it was me.
Claire Farron.
Huh?
Claire Farron.
Yeah. Wow, this is pretty obvious who's gonna win. Okay.
Do you want me to guess? You want me to stop? Is that?
Oh.
You want this water in your
And
face?
just drink some water, relax, go talk to your wifey out there.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is
cocky
from
over
Final
here.
Fantasy XI. What is Shantoto's alias when she visits Ott Urgen?
Oh.
What is Shantoto's
That's so
alias
random.
when she visits Ott Urgen in Final Fantasy IX?
It's Lady something.
11.
No ladies.
No lady?
It rhymes with Aragababa. Or chicken kara.
Karabata. Oh.
What?
I
said it.
It's close enough. Karabata. But give it
Oh
to Dan.
no,
Give it to
you
Dan.
know, I was just gonna sound around things that sounded.
Yeah.
like,
But you buzz. What is it?
Age? I don't know. I'm making noise.
Kurage?
I don't even know.
Kurage?
what I'm saying.
Okay, we're
Now
gonna
I've
do
lost my
this.
trail of thought.
This is Karababa. Okay,
Karababa.
Karababa.
I was
Did
close.
you say that?
You guys
I
are
remember-
very
I
close.
had
I
it.
get half a
Your
point.
turn.
Oh.
I
Okay.
get half a point for being close.
No.
From the previously released game Final Fantasy X comes question. Wakka bequeaths the Brotherhood to Tidus, sorry, I messed up, Tidus, but the signature sword originally belonged to whom?
Chapu.
Nice.
Ding dong. Nice job. Okay, next
You
question
gotta
is
say it with
from
like a
the
Filipino
trailer.
accent.
From the trailer. What are the large enemies from Final Fantasy VI that appear in the beginning of the World of Final Fantasy trailer? It's a mechanical... You're fired.
I thought that was the end of the question.
It's a mechanical weapon employed by the Gestalian Empire.
You already done it.
What?
You already buzzed twice. But now, yeah, you buzzed too. So let me tell you
Oh,
seconds.
Danny's a loser. You can give him a point. It's okay.
What? No, because then
Losing.
I could maybe catch up.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't.
What? What?
Who's
Magitech
answering?
armor?
What? Oh no, that's not.
Okay,
Ah,
now,
you
this is
not-
good. You guys are tied for loser right now, so it's good.
Wow.
Okay, next.
Wow. How many does Scott have? One?
Scott has 8 points, and Matt and Dan have 4, so he's clearly 100%
All right, I'm
better
gonna have
than
to. I'm gonna have to come back into this, guys, just in case.
Okay. What is in Final Fantasy XII? What is the ultimate elite mark in Final Fantasy XII?
Yikes.
You want a clue, guys?
Yes.
What does it rhyme with?
It's like saying yes to Matt.
Who said what?
The sound sounds like saying yes, Matt, but in a different pronunciation.
Yes, yes, Matt. Yes, yes, Matt. I'm trying to. Yeah, no.
We'll skip this. It's yes, Matt.
That's what I said.
Yes, Matt.
It's with my accent.
Oh, it's not.
You see, this is.
Give everybody a point. Okay, moving on. Okay, so it's the same thing, but it's okay. In Final Fantasy XIII, we implemented the fast-paced ATB system. What does ATB stand for? Who was it? I didn't even see that. Dan?
Active time battle.
Okay.
Wait, that's it. That wasn't implemented in 13.
Was it not?
No, it was still called. It was still called.
It just said it implemented.
Fast-paced.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it
It
was
was
used-
in
yeah.
13. It didn't say when it began. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get technical. Sorry.
Yeah, he's
Oh
in
my
it.
gosh.
Okay. Here we go. Another 13 question. At the conclusion of Chapter 2, Lightning and company must do battle with the fallacy named...
Lightning.
Huh?
Conclusion
Oh,
of chapter
lightning.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
Chapter 2.
Look at their faces. This is like the
chapter
funniest
I
thing.
can see it. I visualize it. But I can't remember the
Okay.
name.
The brush of ruins?
Or the first fallacy that you ever fight.
So that's like not the
That
cool
doesn't
guy,
help.
the crazy guy.
Yeah.
That was a hit.
This was in our Final Fantasy X quiz recently, too, if you remember some of the answers from the 10 quiz. And you're like,
Sorry, I don't
not
know.
the dark ones, remember? Like, not the dark kinds, not the dark Aeons, but the non-dark Aeons.
That's
We have a
10.
screenshot.
I'm so confused.
But he was in there, too.
Apparently, you referenced it in
Okay,
one
and
of
the
the
answer
quizzes.
is
Oh, I didn't.
Anima.
Oh.
Okay. All right,
Interesting.
we're almost
I didn't
done
know that.
here. In Final Fantasy XIV, what is the name of the Lamenson Tavern run by the Sanguine Sirens? Sanguine Sirens. The name of the tavern.
The Drowning Winch? Nope. Okay.
No.
I don't know.
Oh, double negative.
I'm
You
gonna
suck, bro.
erase
So it's erasing your points. Okay. One more try, guys.
Oh, wait,
Gotta
erasing
keep
his
moving.
point. I had.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna move on, okay? Because
was it?
I
What was
wanna-
it?
The answer is the missing member.
Oh.
Ouch.
Oh, just kidding. That was the last question.
Oh.
Not one more. Which limit break for Cloud is exclusive to Final Fantasy Tactics and is most powerful and
That's exclusive to tactics?
powerful.
You wanted to
and
attack this question.
I know.
Oh, this is your fault, Matt.
I remember getting clown.
Hint is in
expecting
April
something
when I
about,
go
like,
to
Orlando.
Japan, I love to see the beautiful pink.
Cherry blossoms.
Nice.
cherry blossom.
Yeah.
I
See
did.
that?
I did not know that.
Oh, this is really interesting because that was our last question, and the two winners, the two losers are Matt and Dan, but they're tied. So maybe we can ask one final question to see who's the ultimate loser.
Does Chiba-san have any questions?
Chiba-san, do you have any final questions or new questions about anything Final Fantasy related?
Or, you don't have to make anyone more of a loser.
Because
Because that's good sportsmanship.
Because that makes
Yeah.
it easier, so the loser gets to choose which item they don't want to eat. Makes it easier.
何がいい
Okay.
でしょうね。
何か質問とかありますか？何でも FF に関して。
そうですね。じゃあ。
Let's see.
Do we have to say losers? Can we say
Yeah.
losers?
Oh, sorry.
Less of winners.
Less of
ファイナ
winners.
ルファンタジー7で一番その時に出会ったぬいぐるみのキャラクターの名前は何でしょう。プレイヤーキャラクターにもなる。
What is the name of the plushie that you see in Final Fantasy VII?
だ
I'm gonna take Kate Sith.
Wow. Okay, Dan.
Wow.
So you have a choice of eating cactar. This is nopales. In the kitchen today at E3, the lovely people helped me peel it, and they said it's actually delicious, and they gave me some salt to eat with it.
It's not fully peeled.
Can we show that? Can we show that to the camera? Show that. Show it.
Sorry. This is nopales, cactus. Yummy, yummy, yum, yum, yum. It's peeled on one side, not on the other. He could just take a bite of it.
To be fair, I haven't had lunch yet.
Yeah,
so.
it's really good apparently. So you can eat this, or I prepared some delicious snacks. We have 3 different flavors of crickets. We got bacon crickets, salt and vinegar crickets.
We've seen some faces out there.
And I brought larvettes. So Matt, you can choose a box of your favorite bugs, and you're gonna eat all of them of a box.
Oh.
All of them. All of them.
Oh,
from one
you're
box.
hungry, bro. They're high in protein.
So
They're good
which
for
kind
you.
of protein would you like today?
But what if?
Dan gets to choose first,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, do you want the bugs?
No, I'm good with the cactus.
Okay.
You know, E3, because you don't really eat many vegetables out.
Oh, look how
on
kind
your
she
show.
put
That's
salt
it.
there for you.
Oh, yeah,
Would
just
you like the larvettes barbecue flavored, or would you like some crickets for
So
lunch?
what happens? Does Dan get to choose for me what I have to eat, or does Scott?
Scott's the winner. Do
Well,
you want
what-
to choose what Matt eats?
Can we
I
see?
don't want to be a
Can we see the comments in the
winner.
chat?
Oh.
Should we get people in the chat to?
Yeah,
to
can
vote?
people chat, or maybe the audience could decide. What should Matt eat, guys? What's the grossest?
Hold them up.
Which is
How are they supposed to vote?
So
Okay.
clap.
Hear them.
Just clap.
Can I hear us? They can
Barbecue?
hear us.
Barbecue? Anybody for barbecue?
Barbecue
Yeah.
larvettes?
Okay, we got
No,
one.
no,
One
forget-
for barbecue. That's
because-
not happening. Salt and vinegar crickets.
Oh,
I think that
Do you
might
not
be a
like?
winner.
Do you not like salt vinegar?
Yeah.
Sour cream and onion. Oh, still salt and vinegar.
Larvettes,
And
go on.
Barbecue larvettes.
What?
No one. No one.
That's got my vote. My
It
vote
is
gets a larvette.
Salt and vinegar.
Salt and vinegar.
Okay, open it
Straight
up.
from the
While
UK,
you
probably.
while you two start eating your foods, I'll show you guys the award that Scott gets. Sorry.
Oh, what? Wave in front of our faces while we're having our.
I thought I was a very humble winner here, guys.
I don't think so.
I don't
Like you
think
said,
so either.
I'll jump back in. I'll start answering questions again.
So we designed a first ever Trivia Battle Challenge Award, Battle Lore Challenge Award crystal. Here you go. Why don't you show the audience?
Oh, that is
And we're
cool.
gonna get your name engraved in it. It's gonna be lovely. The beautiful crystal. Congratulations to our winner. And start eating, boys.
Very complex packaging.
Chewy,
This
smile.
is really floppy. I kind of want to slap someone with it.
You almost did.
Water.
This actually
I almost did. I
smells
go.
Okay, here they go.
Salt vinegar in.
It's not that bad, is it, Dan?
There's one on your shirt. Here. Oh,
I'm
it
saving it
fell.
for later,
You're
right?
saving it for later. How is
Alright.
it? Does anybody want some snacks? Snacks? And
You're terrible.
maybe should I eat some crickets too? I've never had a
Oh,
cricket.
don't put yourself through that. You didn't have to do
I want
it.
to see what it tastes like. Well, we
Oh,
got
you
2
could-
minutes on the clock. It was
Okay.
really fun.
Last
what,
year-
what are your thoughts right now? What are you guys feeling? Should we do this next year? Should we do more challenges?
Well, we've got more sides on the trophy for the
That's
next
what I was
winner. I think we
thinking.
need to do this next
Should
year.
we have more people eat
If
bugs?
the fans are feeling it.
I've never had
I'm
a
not.
bug.
No, I'm not feeling the bugs. Last year I joined
good? You want
Hazama-san in
some?
eating the habanero pepper. I think I'm good.
Yeah, so please comment on our Square Enix Presents. Ask us about what, tell us what we should feed them next year and what the trophy should be called next year. Chewing away on the cactus. And that's
Wait, I'm not
wraps
lunch
Thank you
yet.
for
our
presiding
I'm
over
really
this,
hungry.
Chiba-san.
Thank you so much, Chiba-san. It was really excellent having you on the show.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's it.
All right, we're wrapped.
Green. Good for you. It's green.
Hey everyone, welcome to day 3 of E3 and our final day of SCP live broadcast from the show floor. Once again, I'm going to be your host and guide through the wonderful world of merchandise called Square Enix products. My name is Kelsey Britt. I'm merchandise coordinator here at Square Enix. If you remember me from last year, I might look a little bit different. No need to adjust your screen. My hair is actually that color. So to start off, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on who we are and what we do. Of course, you know Square Enix is a world-class video game developer and publisher, known for Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Dragon Quest, Tomb Raider, Hitman, and so many other amazing titles, many of which are here on the show floor. However, what some fans may not know is that we're also well known in the toy industry. Since 2003, with our line of Final Fantasy X-2 figures of Gullywings, Riku, Pain, and Yuna, we've been developing action figures and other merchandise in-house. And not just the action figures, but also silver jewelry, plushes, accessories, wall scrolls, all kinds of great stuff. These figures are conceived, designed, and sculpted by our team of designers in our Japanese studio. It's been over 10 years since that first Play Arts figures of the Ten-2 girls, and since then we've implemented countless innovations in our products. The jointing, materials, paint applications, textures, and other aspects of design have steadily improved with each new line of action figures. So, that's what Play Arts Sky is. But wait a minute, is that Batman, you might be asking? And the answer is yes. We're well known not only as a toy manufacturer of our own video game properties, but also of the Arkham video game series, Street Fighter, Devil May Cry, Halo, and so many more. And we don't just create video game merchandise, we've also created figures based on iconic movies like The Dark Knight, RoboCop, and Predator, to name just a few. What's more, we've branched out in the past few years to create a line of what we call the variant Play Arts Kai. I'll show you some of our variant Play Arts Kais shortly, but the concept behind these figures is to put our own unique Square Enix spin on other classic properties and characters from the DC Comics and Marvel universe, for example. Our variant Play Arts Kai are based on designs by our artists in our Japanese studio, particularly Hitoshi Kondo, but even Tetsuya Nomura, one of our most well-known creators, has gotten in on the fun. Now that you know a little bit more about what Play Arts Kai and Square Enix products are all about, I'm going to show you some of our current and upcoming news in the world of figures. First of all, we have a figure of a perennial favorite of the Play Arts Kai line, the just mentioned Batman. He appears here as he does in the highly anticipated Arkham Knight video game, the latest in the blockbuster Arkham video game series. Now, we've paid more attention to detail than ever before, and the paint's been carefully applied to suggest wear and tear of the many battles the Dark Knight has faced. We have this figure, as well as Robin, Harley, and the Arkham Knight himself on display at E3, so we'll get a closer peek at them live and in person during our live tour of the booth. So, alongside him is his loyal ward, Robin. With his bow staff and retractable shield, as well as his removable hood, this is a character with a really versatile, and you can play with this design. His cape flows behind him, its lining is a vivid yellow, and it's contrasted by the black and red of his costume. So it seems like the Bat family will feature prominently in Arkham Knight, so we're so excited to bring this character to life as a Play Arts Kai, along with Batman. So like Batman, the paint application and texturing has been carefully reproduced to evoke the atmosphere of a warrior who's faced many battles. You can look forward to both Robin and Batman to be out this summer. Now, here's a more mysterious character, the eponymous Arkham Knight. This figure comes with a small arsenal of weapons, as well as an exchangeable helmet piece with eyes that appear to be glowing. The identity of this character, we don't know it yet for sure. Mystery and speculation are kind of swirling around who he is and what his relationship is with Batman. Even though we don't yet know his full story, this sort of militaristic design of his costume and the helmet, it kind of looks a little bit like Batman's cowl. You know, his design is really dynamic and intriguing. The Arkham Knight is also going to be out later this summer. And now, the final figure we'll be talking about today from Arkham Knight. She's a personal favorite of mine, and she's been having quite an eventful year. Your favorite femme fatale clown, it's Harley Quinn. Harley has been given new life by her appearances in the Arkham video game series, regularly featuring as a prominent antagonist. And it seems like Arkham Knight is going to be no exception. Harley's new costume is recreated in meticulous detail. You see that sort of lacy lining on the bottom of her skirt. All of that is sculpted to the utmost. And we've also done our best to capture her eccentric personality. We've included an exchangeable headpiece with a sort of snarling expression, and you're going to get a closer look at that when I go out and do the live tour of the booth. So that's our Harley. We'll take a look at her in greater detail then. So you can expect her to be out this autumn. All of the Arkham Knight figures we've shared retail for about $99.99. To give you a taste of what our variant Play Arts Kai line is all about, I wanted to make sure that I shared this particular figure with you. Our variant line is all about remixing classic character designs with an all-new and unique design. This figure is the first in a line we've dubbed the Timeless series. Wild West Batman lives up to his name with his cowboy hat and with bat ears, his tomahawk that's kind of shaped like a batarang, and a grapnel gun in a classic Western-style gun holster. So this figure is part of a series, and his brothers were displayed at last year's San Diego Comic-Con. We're really excited about this line since it is a concept that was proposed by one of our staff, Alfred Holtz, in our American office. This figure should be coming out this summer, and you can pre-order him on our online store now. He's going to retail for $120. Next, we have another figure from our variant Play Arts Kai line. This is Batman as reimagined by Tetsuya Nomura, something I mentioned earlier. This figure, it's really impressive. If you had a chance to look at him when he was on display at San Diego Comic-Con last year or at New York Comic-Con, you know that there's more to this figure than meets the eye. The sheer size alone is staggering. It measures in at like 12 inches tall and 12 inches wide. He's much larger than the standard Play Arts Kai. But not only that, he comes with an arsenal of accessories for tons of posing. And one of my favorite details is this sort of red bat-shaped symbol on his visor. So you can feel the influence of Nomura-san's years as a designer in this concept. He's sort of massive, gargoyle-like, incredibly imposing. So you can look forward to this figure coming out late this summer, and it's going to retail for $249.99. Considering how many fantastic Play Arts Kai and variant Play Arts Kai we've created based on the characters from the DC Comics world, it should be no surprise that our fans were hungry for us to take on Marvel as well. Dreams came true for us and our fans when we paired up with Marvel for our first variant Play Arts Kai together in the form of Iron Man. This sleek suit design was created with the stealth concept of a ninja in mind, so you can see that in the touches of the gunmetal gray and metallic black on his classic gold and red suit. Iron Man comes complete with these propulsion blast effect pieces for his hands and feet, so it can really look like he's actually flying, as well as pieces to make it appear as though small targeted missiles are shooting from a storage compartment in his thighs. This is really, really cool stuff, guys. We couldn't be happier about our first collaboration with Marvel, and this item is going to be available for purchase this summer. He retails for $120. But the fun in the Marvel Universe doesn't stop there, because look who it is. Your friendly neighborhood variant Play Arts Kai takes form as the web-slinging wisecracker himself, Spider-Man. The immense posability of this figure is displayed here. In this image, we've been able to display him in one of his most iconic and acrobatic poses. Spider-Man comes with a ton of truly cool accessories, as you can see here, to help you pose him in the most fun, varied, and dynamic ways possible. You can also look out for him swinging on shelves this summer. And like all the figures we've shown so far, he's available for pre-order or waitlist on our online store. He also has a $120 retail price. And now, I want to share some items that will be coming to our online store very soon. Take a deep breath, and let's get ready to dive in. This mighty figure is none other than Thor as a variant Play Arts Kai. As you can see, Odin's son comes with his signature weapon, Mjolnir, not Meow Meow. He has a number of effect pieces to recreate powerful poses. Mjolnir can be posed with an effect piece that makes it seem as if it's being swung, or if you can see here, it looks as though he's calling down the power of thunder. It's sort of crackling all around the head of the hammer. But our team has been meticulous and thoughtful in this design. You can also pose Mjolnir without any effect pieces. Thor's variant design is really intricate and vividly colorful, and something that you may not be immediately able to see in the photos is that it has kind of an iridescent finish on his cape and his armor, which makes him look really like he stepped out of Asgard. He looks really otherworldly and godly. And so if ye be worthy, you can pre-order Thor on our online store very soon, and he should be on shelves this autumn. He's going to retail for $149.99. And now, from the highly anticipated Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, it's Venom Snake. This version has him in his classic sneaking suit. This is a highly specialized stealth suit. So you can see all the details of his design have been carefully recreated with the highest possible fidelity. This line of Metal Gear Solid figures has seen waves of innovation in its materials for a wider range of posability than ever before in the Play Arts Kai line. Especially this sort of upper chest area is made of a really soft, pliable kind of PVC plastic, so you can really just get a wide range of poses with them, and that's very important for a stealth figure. So you can see the sheer number of accessories included for posing in a variety of action scenes. You can look forward to this being up for pre-order on our online store soon, and he should also be available this autumn. He's going to retail for $120. So, if you love our action figures, I'm sure you're so totally excited about all the news we've shared so far. But if you're a fan of our other merchandise, you may be wondering if we have something for you. And the answer is yes, of course. We have tons of your classic favorites available for purchase and pre-order on our online store. In addition to our action figures, we have all kinds of cute plushies, figurines, silver jewelry, and accessories. Just for an example, I've listed here some of my personal favorites: the Fat Chocobo plush, our Static Arts Mini Moogle, which is sitting on my desk, and the DC Comics variant Emblem of Valor for Wonder Woman. So our DC Comics variant line, we sort of took a spin on silver because we also make beautiful silver jewelry, and this emblem is sort of capturing the design of our variant Wonder Woman that we created. And there's also one for Batman and Superman as well. So this is really just a tiny sample of all the great goodies we have on our online store, so please go online, check it out, and I'm sure you're going to find something that you'll love. And now, I'm pleased to share some news for the upcoming summer event season. This is our San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, Batman as he appears in Batman Arkham Knight. As we know, we've gone over the design already. I've shown you guys, but he's got a gorgeous new paint application. This figure is going to be available for purchase at our booth at San Diego Comic-Con this year. The booth number is number 3829. We'll take a closer look at this figure in person since we actually have him on display on the show floor here at E3. And as you can see, this is a very dynamic figure. He has got a wide range of posability. The limited color version has this bright metallic blue with touches of gold and sort of harkens back to the classic Batman designs of the past. The metallic finish, it really highlights something that was really important to our team with this particular figure, which is texture. The texture on this figure is really incredible. You have to see it in person. You just get the sense that each disparate part is actually made from cloth or from metal. Like, his skin has this really amazing, like, verisimilitude. I can't think of a less SAT word. I'm sorry. It looks like it's really skin. So that's really something that I wanted to point out, and the metallic finish really emphasizes that. So this figure comes with a wide range of classic Batman accessories, including his grapnel gun and batarang, as well as a range of different posed hands, so you can sort of hold all these accessories with maximum ease. Okay, even though this is our San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, and we're going to take a majority of the 1,000-piece limited run to San Diego with us, a limited quantity is going to be available for pre-order on our online store. So you can pre-order this item right now. And he's going to ship out right after SDCC at end of August. Now, guys, there's so much more exciting news that I would love to share with you about San Diego Comic-Con and all the great products that we're going to be having for purchase there. But I can't share them with you yet. Well then, you may be asking, how am I going to find out about this awesome stuff? Don't be such a tease, you're yelling at your computer screen, maybe. Well, if you want to know all the latest news from our studio and our online store, please follow us on Twitter. We'll let you know when new items are available for pre-order or when high-demand items are back in stock. North America fans, be sure to follow us at SQEX_MD_NA to get the latest updates from our corner of the world. For all the cutting-edge news from our studios, be sure to follow our head of merchandise in our Tokyo headquarters English Twitter account at Hidemi_mad_en. He's always posting exclusive sneak peeks from the studio of upcoming products still in development. Honestly, sometimes even my jaw drops at what he shares. So you can see even more from him at his Facebook address, which was listed on the screen. I'm sure you've seen the address of our official e-store about 100 times by now, but just in case, I've listed that again here as well. All right, guys. Enough sitting around and talking, enough gabbing. You've heard me going on and on about these figures, and I keep teasing you. I keep saying, oh, I'm going to go outside, I'm going to show them to you. Well, now it's time for me to step out of this broadcast booth and offer you a tour of our display here at E3. We've got some exciting prototypes to show you, as well as offering a closer look at some of the products that I mentioned before. So, let's go. Hi guys, so I'm going to show you around everything that we have on display here at the E3 booth. Thank you so much, and let's get started. So from Batman Arkham Knight, we have Robin, Play Arts Guy. He's going to come out in July, and he's going to be $99.99. Of course, he comes with a signature weapon, which is the bow staff. He comes with 2 bow staff, which have retractable shields. So you get a lot of great accessory pieces for this Robin figure, as well as a hood that is removable. So you can display him either with his hood on or his hood off. As you can see, we've displayed him here with his hood off, so you can get just sort of a great view of his hair and his whole head. I really love this design of Robin. It's really dynamic. So I'm really excited to see this figure coming out very soon. And then, of course, we have Batman himself as he appears in Arkham Knight. We've played a lot of attention to detail here in terms of getting all of the texturing and the paint application just so that he really looks like he's weathered a lot of battles. You can see him here. Obviously, he's holding his grapnel gun, which is one of his signature, if not weapons, tools. And then, of course, he comes with this batarang and a ton of exchangeable hands so that you have all kinds of great different ways to pose this really posable Batman figure. Also, $99.99, and from Batman Arkham Knight, this is the eponymous Arkham Knight. He seems to be the villain of the upcoming video game, but not a lot is known about him yet, although he has a really dynamic design, as you can see here. I know I was mentioning this before in the booth, but the contrast of the army fatigues and the sort of mechanized power suit armor design, as well as this sort of mimicry of Batman's cowl with his ears, it's really just makes for a very interesting, visually interesting character. And you can see one of my favorite details, which is that we've applied paint carefully to his eyes to make them look as though they're glowing. This is achieved purely by a paint application. There's no special sort of glow-in-the-dark paint going on here, just pure paint skill. So next to him is Harley Quinn. I know I talked about her a lot before, so I don't want to go on too much. Obviously, she's a favorite of mine. This is her new costume for Arkham Knight. You can see all of her hands, and she comes with that cop's hat like I was talking about before, and pigtails so you can pose her with the hat on. And my favorite feature is probably this expression that she has on her face that we've posed her with. She kind of captures everything about Harley's character. She's really tough, she's really no nonsense, but she's also still, despite it all, kind of cute. And of course, she's very, very menacing here with her baseball bat, which is her signature weapon. She's also $99.99, and she's going to be coming out in September. And showing off here for the first time, this is the gray prototype sculpt of Halo 5 Guardians version of Master Chief. So obviously there have been a lot of great adventures that we've had just in the Play Arts Sky line with Master Chief. So I know that fans will be looking forward to this action figure as well. We've never gone wrong with a Master Chief figure, and I think that this is no exception. If you want to take a look at this exchangeable helmet that we have down here, this one kind of has cracks in his visor. It's hard to tell in the gray prototype sculpt, but this is the kind of detail that we love to pay. This is sort of showing how Chief has changed over the years, how he's become a more weathered and hardened soldier. And if you love Master Chief, but you're excited to see another Spartan join the Play Arts Sky lineup, wait no more. Here we have Spartan Locke, who's also going to feature prominently in Halo 5 Guardians. And you can see all the details of this sculpt, but what you won't be able to see until we have him in color is the bright, vivid blue that he has in contrast to Chief's sort of jungle green. So I really love the contrast of the two characters, not only in their personality, but also in their design. So looking forward to seeing Locke and Master Chief in color, hopefully sometime soon. And now we have our New York Comic-Con exclusive. This is the first time we're showing this off. It's $99.99. It is our Arkham Knight in a limited color version. You can see we've highlighted a lot of aspects of his design with a bright metallic blue. And then there's also some sort of more highlighted red parts on his fatigues. Of course, he comes with all the great accessories that you get with the standard version of Arkham Knight. And he's going to be available at New York this year. And next to him, we have our San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. This is Batman. Obviously, we've already announced this figure, but it is really exciting to see it in person. You can really get a sense of all of the fine details, especially in the texturing. Again, he has kind of a gold and blue metallic paint application that really highlights all the small, fine details of the sculpt, especially the texturing, which is something that we really paid attention to with these figures. So I was asked, why the blue, why the gold, why this sort of metallic blue? And the reason that we love to do this blue, especially for the Batman figures, is that, you know, if you think about Batman, he's really fighting primarily at night. We really wanted to capture that atmosphere of a vigilante fighting in the moonlight. And you also really just get all those nice details kind of pop when you see the metallic. It's catching all the light and reflecting it all back. So that's the reasoning behind our blue and gold paint app. Look forward to that, as well as so much more that we're going to have at San Diego Comic-Con this year. So I hope that I'm going to see you all there. And if you can't make it to San Diego because you're on the East Coast, never fear, because we will be at New York. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you there. Follow us on Twitter for all the latest updates. Check out our online store. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you. Thanks, guys.
Hi everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Square Enix Presents. I'm your host, Riley Brennan. I'm from the corporate communications team here at Square Enix. And on Tuesday night, we had our first big press conference here at E3. First one we've done in quite some time, and judging from all the comments on Facebook and Twitter, and from all the things coming in via our Square Enix Presents YouTube channel, it seems like all of our fans are very excited. And as a result, we've got a very special guest joining us here today on Square Enix Presents, the President and CEO of Square Enix, Yosuke Matsuda. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm Yosuke Matsuda. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
So, Matsuda-san joining us today, and for the first time, a lot of our fans, this is the very first chance they've had to interact with you. So, I think it would be really great if you just give us a little introduction about yourself and your career in the gaming industry.
Thank you, Riley. じゃあここからちょっと日本語の方がいいので、日本語で喋らせていただきます。
So from here on out, I hope to speak in Japanese. I'm a little bit more comfortable that way, so I hope to answer the questions in Japanese.
で、まあ最初のあれですご質問なんですけれども、就任しましてですね、2013年ですねから社長ということで、就任させていただきますけれども、この2年間ですね、大変激動の変化の多い時代でしたね。
Yes, so I became president in 2013, and ever since then, the environment has been rapidly changing.
でいろいろなことを進めてまいりましたけれども、今回こうやってですね E3 で、大きくですね我々のゲームのラインナップをですね、皆様にお届けできるということは非常に嬉しく思っております。
Yes, and a lot of things have been progressing, and leading up to this E3 lineup that we were able to showcase this year, and we're very excited to have been able to show that to all of you out there.
That's great. Now, for those fans who haven't had a chance to catch up on all the great announcements we made at the conference yesterday, let's do a quick recap. So, for starters, let's go over some of the titles that people knew about going into the conference. So, to start, Dragon Quest Heroes. Really exciting. That game is finally coming to the West. Tell us a little bit about that.
そうですね、ドラゴンクエストヒーローズはですね、前年度の2月にですね、日本で発売させていただきまして、おかげさまで非常にですね、皆様からですね、ご好評をいただいております。で、ドラゴンクエストということでいうと、非常に国民的な、日本にとってですね、国民的な RPG なわけなんですけれども、それを光栄テクモさんと一緒にですね、アクション RPG ということで、新しいドラゴンクエストのですね、面をですね、皆様にお届けできたかと思います。で、今回ですね、ドラゴンクエスト、今回アクション RPG にしたということもありましてですね、欧米のプレイヤーの皆様にもぜひ遊んでいただきたいと思いまして、今回ですね、海外発売ということを決定したわけでございます。今年ですね、ぜひですね、ドラゴンクエストの新しいスタイルのですね、ドラゴンクエストをですね、皆さんに楽しんでいただければと思っております。
Yeah, so Dragon Quest Heroes originally released in Japan in February, and has been well received over there. And Dragon Quest as a franchise has been very well loved. It's a nationally loved franchise in Japan. And given we were endeavoring in this action RPG with our partnership with Koei Tecmo Games, we're delivering this new RPG experience to our fans. And given that it is an action RPG, we wanted to bring it over to North America and Europe, and we decided to release it over here. And we hope to that our fans will enjoy this new style of RPG overseas as well.
That's great. Really exciting to finally see that coming over here. Now, both Monday at the Microsoft event and then at the Square Enix event, Crystal Dynamics unveiled the first look at Rise of the Tomb Raider. Tell us about that.
そうですね、トゥームレーダーですけれども、前作でですね、新しいトゥームレーダーをですね、皆様にお届けできて、今回はそれを一層ですね、グレードアップしております。クリスタルダイナミクスのですね、持てる開発力の推移を全力で尽くしましてですね、最高のアクションアドベンチャーをですね、皆様方にお届けできるようにですね、頑張っております。仕上がりとしてもですね、私も見せてもらっておりますけれども、非常にいい仕上がりになってきていると思いますので、ぜひですね、11月ですね、発売をですね、楽しみにしていただければと思っております。
Yeah, so Rise of the Tomb Raider. So the Tomb Raider, from its last installment, we believe we were able to successfully deliver a new type of Tomb Raider, and from there on, it's enhanced even further for this next installment. It really draws on the strengths of the Crystal Dynamics development team, and we believe it's one of the best action adventures out there. I myself have been able to look at the game, and it's turning out pretty well. It's turning out really good, and so we hope everyone looks forward to its November release.
That's great. Avalanche also gave us a really exciting look at Just Cause 3.
そうですね、ジャストコーズ3はですね、これも非常に驚くべきレベルの仕上がりになっておりますね。前作もですね、非常に破壊とオープンワールドですね、その中でも破壊にですね、非常に力を入れたゲームだったんですけど、今作はそれを上回るスケールでですね、もう大変な出来になっております。で昨日トレーラーを見ていただきましたけれども、もう素晴らしいケイオスの世界でですね、ぜひですね、皆さんですね、オープンワールドのナンバーワンタイトルだと私も思っておりますので、ぜひですね、遊んでいただきたいというふうに思います。
Yeah, and so for Just Cause 3, it's turning out surprisingly well. With the previous game, it had its focus on destruction and the open world, and there was more focus on the destruction elements, but this next installment even surmounts that in scale. And it's really a true kind of chaotic world, and it's a wonderful chaotic world. And so we hope that, and we believe that it's #1 in the open world genre of games. And so we hope people will look forward to that as well.
Now, I know a lot of fans have been asking about this next one, and we had a great update from Hashimoto-san on Kingdom Hearts 3.
そうですね、キングダムハーツ3、これもですね、今、開発中なわけですけれども、昨日見ていただいた通りですね、素晴らしい出来に仕上がっております。もうこれもですね、私もこれ大阪のスタジオで作ってるんですけれども、定期的に行ってですね、その開発の進捗を見させてもらっておりますけれども、今回お見せできた内容でお分かりのようにですね、非常にいい出来に仕上がってきていると思います。これもですね、皆さんぜひですね、楽しみに待っていただきたいと思います。これからもいろいろ情報が出てくると思いますので、ぜひ楽しみに待っててください。
Yeah, so Kingdom Hearts 3 is also currently still in development, but it's turning out amazingly. This is actually developed in our Osaka studio, and Matsuda-san and I go check out on the progress every now and then. And as was shown in the trailer yesterday, everything's turning out great, and so we hope everyone looks forward to that as well. And we expect further announcements to come along the ways, so hopefully you'll look out for that as well.
Great, very exciting. And finally, for the games that we had previously announced coming into the conference, Eidos Montreal unveiled the first gameplay of Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
Deus Ex ですね、これアイドスモントリオールで今開発しております。来年のね、早い段階で、皆さんお届けできると思いますが、非常にサイバーパンクの世界をですね、非常に綺麗に描いて、素晴らしい出来になっております。ストーリーもですね、深淵で、 今回のデウス・エクス・マンカインド・デバイデッドはですね、前作を上回る出来になっていると思いますので、これもですね、ぜひ皆さん楽しみに待ってていただきたいと思います。
Yes, so with IDIS Montreal is currently developing the game, and we hope to deliver it to everyone out there early next year. It depicts this cyberpunk world beautifully, and the story as well is impeccable. And so we believe that Deus Ex Mankind, surmounts the previous installment in the game, and we hope everyone looks forward to this as well.
So now on to some of the announcements that we did make yesterday. Let's start with Nier.
そうですね、ニアでですね、ちょっと皆さん驚かれたんじゃないかなと思います。ニアもですね、これ JRPG、典型的な JRPG だと思うんですけれども、この世界をですね、ぜひもう一回作ってくれということでですね、斉藤さんと斉藤君とですね、ずっと話してたわけなんですけれども、最終的にですね、プラチナゲームズさんと横尾さんとコンビを組んでですね、タッグを組んでやるということを決まりまして、私も非常にこれ嬉しく思ってます。今開発はですね、昨日申し上げた通り進捗中ですので、早々ですね、また新しい情報がお届けできるんじゃないかなと思いますが、これ非常に楽しみにしておりますので、皆さんもですね、ぜひ楽しみに待ってていただきたいというふうに思っています。
Yeah, I think a lot of you were surprised to hear that announcement yesterday. It is a typical JRPG, but we wanted them to create this world once again. And we had spoken to Saito-san about this, Yosuke Saito about this, and we were able to get Platinum Games and Yoko-san on board. And so it's something that I'm very happy about as well. And the development is still in progress, and it will be in progress, but we hope to deliver new information along the lines. And it's something that I'm looking forward to as well, and hope you guys are as well.
Another game that we showed off first at the Sony event and then at the Square Enix conference that a lot of fans have been asking about is World of Final Fantasy.
そうですね、これはですね、新しい面ですね、ファイナルファンタジーのですね、新しい一面をですね、お届けできるんではないかと思いまして、開発をスタートしております。でそれで今回ですね、見ていただいたように非常に優しいと言いますか、綺麗なですね、空間、絵、キャラクター、そういったものをお届けしてですね、ファイナルファンタジーの新しい面をですね、新しい遊び方をですね、皆さんにお届けしたいと思って、開発しております。ぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
Yeah, so we were hoping to bring a new angle to Final Fantasy, and that's how the development started. It's, as you can see, it's a kind of an extremely delicate world. It's beautiful in its environment and atmosphere, art, and characters, and it delivers a new type of gameplay element to the Final Fantasy franchise. So we hope you look forward to this as well.
And then another big series returning, Star Ocean. Tell us a little bit about that game.
スターオーシャンもですね、すごく長くですね、待ち望まれていたフランチャイズだと思います。ニーヤと同じようにですね、JRPG をですね、もう一度大きくですね、羽ばたかせたいというふうな思いで、このゲームの開発をスタートしました。おかげさまでですね、非常に開発は順調で、年末にまでにはですね、皆様、日本の国内の皆様にはお届けできると思います。で、欧米の皆様にもですね、2016年、なるべく早い時期にですね、お届けできるように今、開発を進めております。昨日ゲームプレイの画面をですね、見ていただいたと思いますけれども、出来としては非常にいい出来にですね、仕上がっておりますので、これも大きく期待できるタイトルかなと思っています。
Yeah, and just like Nier, it's been a long-awaited JRPG, and we wanted to bring this franchise back to give flight to JRPGs once more. And development is progressing well. We should be able to deliver something to Japan by the end of the year or in winter, and hopefully to our overseas audiences in early 2016. As you've had seen with the gameplay yesterday, everything's turning out great, and hopefully this is something that you guys will look forward to as well.
And then IO Interactive introduced us to the next adventure of Agent 47. Talk to us about the new Hitman.
ヒットマンはですね、今回はもちろんタイトルがですね、ヒットマンということで、言ってます通り、ヒットマンの原点に書いたですね、ゲーム作りになっていると思います。大きなビッグサンドボックスでですね、フリーダムですね、自由、選択の自由といいますか、ですね、ユーザーの皆さんでお届けして、プレイの自由度をですね、強調した形になっております。ブラッドマネーの前々作のブラッドマネーにですね、戻った形のですね、それよりも大きなビッグサンドボックスで、プレイするということになりますので、非常に面白いゲームになっていると思いますので、ぜひ期待していただきたいと思っています。
Yeah, as can be drawn from the title Hitman, it's just Hitman. It's a return to the origins of the Hitman franchise in a sense. It's this big sandbox, giving a lot of freedom in terms of the decisions that are available to the players, and it really focuses on the players' freedom and the players' decisions. It kind of goes back to Blood Money, but with a bigger sandbox available to the players. This is something that we hope everyone will be excited for and look forward to.
Another one of our studios, Square Enix Montreal, unveiled the next game in the critically acclaimed Go series. This time they're working with another iconic Square Enix character, Lara Croft. Talk to us about Lara Croft Go.
そうですね、ララクロフト GO はヒットマン GO と同じようなスタイルでですね、非常にアートスタイルもですね、ゲームデザインもですね、非常に優れた形になっていると思います。ヒットマン GO がですね、非常にご好評いただきまして、GO シリーズということで、スクエアエニックスのですね、アイコニックのキャラクターを用いて、開発をしているというところです。これも近々皆さんにお届けできると思いますので、ぜひ楽しみに待っていてください。
Yes, so Lara Croft Go, it's done in the same style as Hitman Go in terms of its art style and the game style. It's extremely excellent. With Hitman Go, it was well received by our consumers, and so we kind of developed this Go series where we draw on some of the iconic characters within our company. And this, we should be able to deliver it soon to everyone out there, and so we hope everyone will wait a little longer for this title.
And you made a big announcement at the end of the conference talking about a new studio, Tokyo RPG Factory. Tell us a little bit about the studio and also their first project that they'll be working on.
そうですね、東京 RPG ファクトリー、これ実は去年のですね、夏ぐらいに、スタジオを開発、設けたわけなんですけれども、そこからもともとはですね、新しい RPG を新規にですね、開発しようということで、外部のスタッフも含めてですね、独立した形でですね、ゲーム開発を進めましょうということで、スタートしたものなんですね。で現時点で、実は開発中ではあるんですけれども、昨日の段階ではいくつかのコンセプトアートにとどめておりますけれども、これも情報はですね、順次お出ししております。で、出していく予定でおります。で、来年ですね、にですね、早い段階で皆様にですね、お届けできるべく今開発しておりますので、もうちょっと情報の方はですね、待っていただければと思います。いろんなゲームプレイも含めてですね、お出しできると思いますので、楽しみに待っていてください。
Yes, so Tokyo RPG Factory in itself, we developed the studio last summer, and it was developed for the sole purpose of creating new RPGs. And with some external staff, we developed an independent entity that is Tokyo RPG Factory. And our first project that we had announced yesterday, we had limited it to a couple of concept arts at this point, but we should be able to push out more information regarding the game, including gameplay and etc. moving forward. And hopefully we'll be able to deliver something to everyone by sometime next year. And we're progressing with development with that goal in mind. And so we hope that everyone will wait a little longer for that title as well.
Great. And finally, last but not least, the big news from the Monday Sony press conference, the Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's finally happening. Tell us a little bit about that game.
FF7 のリメイクに関してはですね、もうこれ FF7 自体皆さんがむしろよくご存知といいますか、非常にですね、人気の高いゲ ゲームでございます。で、それで今回リメイクということで、発表させていただきました。内容に関してですね、これからいろいろ出てくると思いますのでですね、今この場で言うよりもですね、それを待っていただいて、楽しみに待っていただいた方がいいかと思いますので、ただやはり大変素晴らしいゲームのリメイクということで、素晴らしいものになるんじゃないかというふうに期待しておりますので、ぜひ楽しみに待っていてください。
Yeah, so Final Fantasy VII, everyone knows about the title probably very well. It's a title that has been extremely popular, and we were able to announce it a couple days ago. And of course, I would believe we'll be able to announce many new information moving forward. So we hope that people will wait for that to come out. And given it is a great game in its origins, we believe it will turn out to be a great game. And we hope people will look forward to that and be excited for that as well.
Great. So certainly an exciting lineup. I know we're all excited here, and we hope all of our fans are as well. Now, we asked a lot of you to submit some questions via our Facebook page, Twitter, email, etc. We got a ton of questions. We obviously can't answer all of them, but we did pull a few out from our fans. So we'd love to just run these by you and get some answers from our community. So to start, a lot of people asking, why did Square Enix decide to host a press conference this year?
ですね、昨日の発表でですね、ラインナップでご覧になっていただいた通り、今年度はですね、非常に強力な多様なゲームのですね、ラインナップになっております。ブースでですね、それぞれ見ていただくのもいいんですけれども、他のプラットフォーマーさんのですね、カンファレンスで、ピックアップされたものを見ていただくのもいいんですけれども、内容がですね、非常にそれぞれ、個性が際立って、素晴らしいラインナップになっておりますので、我々のカンファレンスにおいてきちんとですねご説明した方がよろしいかと思いまして、今回カンファレンスを行うというふうに決定しました。で、内容は昨日発表させていただいた通り、ご覧になっていただきた通り、非常に自信を持ってお勧めできるラインナップになっておりますので、ぜひゲームの発売までですね楽しみに待っていただきたいというふうに思っています。
Yeah, so as all of you may have seen from yesterday's lineup from our E3 lineup this year, we have a lot of strong, diverse titles in the mix. And rather than, of course, people can come to the booth or check out some of the titles that that have been picked up by the first-party conferences, that would be great, and people will get an idea of some of the titles that we have. That said, we have a lot of unique titles in our lineup, and we wanted to showcase it and explain it to our fans and consumers out there properly. And so we decided to bring all those contents together in one conference to deliver our lineup. And as you can see, we're pretty confident about what we have and what we have to showcase. And so we hope you look forward to all the games that are to come in the next coming years.
Now, a lot of fans asking, with all these great announcements, with all these games being unveiled, where do you really see the company going forward?
そうですね、我々のグループの価値というものはユーザーの皆様にですね、素晴らしいゲーム体験をお届けするという、そこに尽きると思っております。これは環境なりデバイスなりがですね、大きく変化していってもですね、そこは変わるところはない我々のですね、追求する大きな目標です。それを今後ですね、もっともっと追求していきたいと思っております。また今回ですね VR とか AR とかいろいろな面白いですね、試みがいよいよ本格的になってきております。そういった新しい取り組みをですね、積極的に取り入れて、ユーザーの皆様に新しいゲーム体験を届けていきたいというふうに考えております。
As a group, our goal is to continue and pursue to deliver games, amazing game experiences to our consumers, regardless of the environment or devices changing. And so it only comes down to the pursuit of delivering that amazing game experience moving forward. And there's a lot of interesting, things out there like VR, AR, et cetera, and we hope to kind of incorporate those type of experiences into our games moving forward and continue to deliver new gaming experiences to our fans.
And speaking of new IPs, lots of questions from fans about Tokyo RPG Factory. What was the reasoning for creating a new studio, and how does this differ from some of the other production teams at Square Enix? And what are some of the details you can give us about that new studio?
そうですね、東京 RPG ファクトリーっていうのはですね、 話の中で何か新しい、RPG をですね、作りたいということで、どういった形でやるのがいいのかなというふうに思ってたわけなんですけれども、今ですね、いろんなインディーのディベロッパーが非常に活躍しているわけなんですけれども、そういった力をですね、一回外の形でですね、結集してみたいなというふうに考えまして、東京 RPG ファクトリーという新しい会社をですね、設けて、そこに集まっていただいたというわけです。でそこで、新作のですね RPG を作るということを今試みとしてやっておりますので、継続的にですね、こういった試みは続けていきたいと思ってまして、その中で、新しいタイトルがですね、出てくるということを期待したいというふうに思っております。
So originally why we created Tokyo RPG Factory, we simply wanted to make new RPGs, and we were thinking of how we would be able to do this best. And given the rise of indie developers and the likes of them, we wanted to kind of collect the talents from externally, and we've collected them in the form of Tokyo RPG Factory. And so we hope to create new RPGs with this studio and continue this endeavor, and hopefully this will result in new RPG titles along the ways.
Now, this is a great question. If there was one thing you hope our fans take away from our showing at this year's E3, what would that be?
特に見ていただきたいというのはですね、これ自分で言うのもちょっと手前味噌になるんですけれども、これだけ豊かなですねタイトル群といいますか、日本のゲームも含めて、欧米のゲームも含めてですね、揃っているパブリッシャーといいますか、はなかなかないんじゃないかと思いますね。で、それが非常に高度にですね洗練されてミックスされたタイトルのポートフォリオになっていると思ってますので、ぜひそこはですね今回のショーでですね味わっていただきたいというふうに思っています。
So I don't want to sound too presumptuous, but it's rare, I think, that you see a company that has such variety in terms of the North American, European, Japan studio-based titles and created titles in one, essentially. And so we hope that you'll see this very mixed, diverse portfolio with the announcements that we made, as well as our presence at E3 this year. And we hope that you recognize the diversity within our company.
So a lot of questions here about, it seems like Square Enix is really making a big effort to bring back the JRPG. Can you give any insight into the direction within the company here and why we decided to do this?
そうですね、JRPG っていうのはですね、我々の、スクエアエニックスの、ある意味 DNA でもあるわけでして、そこをですね、もっと強化していきたいといいますか、たくさんの JRPG をですね、世界中の皆さんにお届けしたいというふうに思っておりまして、今回いくつかの取り組みを行って、今回皆さんにですね、お知らせすることができたということであります。ここはですね、やはり我々の会社の本当に今申し上げましたけど DNA でもありますので、また新しいタイトルをですね続々開発して皆様にお届けしたいというふうに思っております。
So JRPGs are essentially a part of the Square Enix DNA, and that is a part of our DNA that we want to continually strengthen and deliver to our consumers and our fans worldwide. And so we've kind of endeavored in a variety of projects, and we were able to announce several this year. But as mentioned earlier, it is part of our DNA, and so we hope to continue to develop new titles and deliver those to our fans out there.
Now, some questions about our development studios. So with studios from Crystal Dynamics in San Francisco, IDOS Montreal, IO in Copenhagen, the teams in Osaka and Tokyo, how are you able to oversee all these different studios, and how do you work with them to make sure all of these games come out in the right way?
そうですね、東京のチームもそうですけれども、海外のスタジオも含めてですね、マネージするのは、大変なように見えるんですけれども、最近ですね、非常にやっぱテクノロジーも進んでおりますので、ほとんどですね、各スタジオは東京にいるのと同じような感じでですね、開発の状況をですね、見させていただくことができます。ほとんど毎週ですね、週1回のペースですか、でですね、各スタジオと海外のスタジオも含めてですねミーティングを持っておりまして、 そういった意味でですね、ほとんどなんていうんですか、ハンズオンでですね、いろいろ開発の進捗を見ることができるというのは非常にいいことだと思っています。そういった形で今日々ですね、開発の状況、製品のですね、進捗具合についてチェックしていると見ているというところですね。はい。
So it's actually not as difficult as it appears to be.
Really?
Yes, we have our Tokyo teams as well as our overseas studios, but with the technological progression, we're actually able to do our progress checks and most of our progress checks just like we do with our Tokyo teams locally. And so we have weekly meetings with our overseas studios, and we're able to really be hands-on with in terms of checking on the progress of development and whatnot. And that's a great thing for us. And so that's how we manage both our overseas and Tokyo studios.
And last question from our fans: What type of games do you like to play, and can you give us your favorite game of all time?
そうですね、スクエアエニックスのゲームは全部好きですよ。ですけれど、そういった意味でスクエアエニックス以外のゲームで、申し上げますと、大好きなゲームですかね。最近やって非常に良かったのはですね、ベヨネッタ2ですね。あとずっと好きなのがボーダーランズシリーズはもう大好きですね。あと最近今やってるのがウィッチャー3ですね。それ今プレイ中です。はい。
So, of course, I love all our Square Enix games. But speaking of non-Square Enix games, recently I've loved Bayonetta 2, and I've always loved the Borderlands series. And what I'm playing recently, what I'm playing right now, is Witcher 3.
Very cool, very cool. So we're almost out of time for this segment of Square Enix Presents. Matsuda-san, thanks very much for taking time out of your schedule to join us here. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more from you and from our lineup in the future.
本当に今日ありがとうございました。で、今回の E3 で発表したタイトルに加えて、まだいろいろなタイトルをですね、今現在開発中です。皆さんに、お披露目できる機会がまたすぐ来ることだろうと思っておりますので、ぜひそういった情報も含めてですね、スクエアエニックスのゲームをですね、楽しみにお待ちください。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Other than the E3 title lineup that we showcased today, we have many titles in development right now, and I don't think it'll be too long before we're able to showcase those to everyone as well. And so we hope that everyone will look forward to all that's coming for Square Enix. And thank you very much for having me.
Great, and thanks to all of our fans who wrote in. Stay tuned to Square Enix Presents for updates from the show for the rest of the day.
Sorry, I thought we were done. We are not done, just kidding. Hello, everyone. I'm Alfred Holes again. Thank you for watching all of our great programming at E3. Square Enix Presents E3 2015. I hope you enjoyed everything we had for you. It was a lot of fun. We had Just Cause 3 on many times with Petra and Roland talking about everything that could be said about the game, explosions and everything in between. I can't wait to play that game. I love it. We also had Tomb Raider. We had 3 separate Tomb Raider chats. Talked with the Tomb Raider community. We talked with the Rise of Tomb Raider, and we also talked with Lara Croft Relic Run. Megan Marie was wonderful to come in and take care of all of that for us. Hopefully we'll have her back next year. Maybe she'll be doing some more hosting of some of the other shows. She was our inaugural host, so, it's always good to have her back on. What else? We had a couple music programs. Distant Worlds. I hope some of you got to see that concert that was happening on, I think, earlier this week. It's a wonderful presentation of all of the Final Fantasy and Squaresoft and Square Enix music that we've had over the years. We also had, today, we had Life is Strange. And special guest Ashley Birch. That was great. Too bad she couldn't stay for too long, but it was great to see her. We also talked about Nier. How great was Yoko-san's helmet? I love that thing. I wish I could wear it, but he wouldn't let me wear it. We also had Mighty Number 9, that wonderful playthrough from Will Powers. I thought that was pretty awesome that he could conduct an interview at the same time while playing the game. It's a skill. It's a skill you learn when you're doing PR and you're doing other things like that. Sure. We also had some focus on Star Ocean. Got to see a lot of the artwork for the new characters with the development team from that. I didn't get to see all of those pictures, but a couple of them I saw, and they look pretty neat. I've always liked the Star Ocean series. Deus Ex came in, gave us a nice insight into that with JJB. We also had, of course, Kingdom Hearts. Tetsuya Nomura was here in studio. He was talking all about Kingdom Hearts Unchained, Kingdom Hearts 3. I know everybody's been super excited about that. What else? Oh, Hitman came in. We had both a look at the new upcoming game, just rebranded Solo Hitman. We also had, just earlier today, Fox's Hitman Agent 47 come in with Matt Pat and the producer Adrian and Hannah Ware. It was really great if you're hoping for that movie to come out, if you're excited for it. You got to see a little sneak peek of some of the behind the scenes as well as the comic book from FJ DeSanto. He was here in studio too. What else? Oh, of course, Final Fantasy XIV. Yoshida-san himself. They went down every possible thing I think they could about the Heavensward expansion. I think some of you will probably be playing it tomorrow with the early access, but if not, you'll be able to play it pretty soon. And then we just saw our special guest. I know I've been teasing it a lot. Our CEO himself came by. He got to talk a little bit, tell you a little bit about himself. I think he's someone that maybe, you guys don't know him that well yet. You all knew the guy before, but he's someone to get to know, someone who's definitely going to try and bring some really great titles. I mean, clearly you saw FF7 remakes coming, Kingdom Hearts 3, all the good stuff we've got lined up for you. So he's definitely got a good perspective on how to do things. Let's see, I'm trying to look. I got it here. I can't even remember. It's been so long. Yeah. Oh, we had the booth tour with Daniel Sato. That was wonderful. He was in here earlier too with World of Final Fantasy. He was that close. I don't know who everyone was rooting for. I know I kind of thought Scott was gonna win, but I don't want to say it between Matt and him and Dan. But he was still munching on that cactus after they were done. He kept eating it. I guess he was hungry, like he said, but and even Matt kept eating the bugs, even though everyone kind of grossed out by it. But yeah. That's how that went. So yeah, guys, what can I say? I mean, thanks for tuning in. This is our 3rd year. We always try to put on the best programming we can for you. I'm glad all of you have been following on Twitch, following on YouTube. Been checking out our ATRs. You checked out our college tour. We hope this upcoming year, in between the next E3, we're going to have some more great programming for you. I know we've got some more stuff planned, ATR-wise, and maybe some surprises along the way. We'll see if we can get some more gameplay out of Scott. I know some of you watched him play the FF10 HD remaster, the Dark Aeons. That was pretty fun. So yeah, with that said, thank you very much. Please subscribe to Twitch, subscribe to YouTube. You might see more of me. I don't know. We'll see. This is my first time on. I've been here 3 years, but Hope to see you again. And with that, we put together a little thank you video. We got as many people as we could who were here from different studios, different developers, different people who work at SEA, just to give you a quick send-off, quick thanks, and we have a little surprise at the end of that. So enjoy it, take a look at it, and I'll see you guys later on.
Hi, my name is Dan. I'm the SEJ Community Manager in Square Enix Europe. Thank you very much for tuning in to Square Enix Presents, and thank you for all of your support.
Hi everyone, Riley Brennan here from the Corporate Communications team at Square Enix. Thanks everyone for tuning in to Square Enix Presents here at E3 2015.
スクエアエニックスの松田です。皆さん E3 いかがだったでしょうか。非常にたくさんのゲーム、たくさんの盛り上がりをお届けできたのではないかと思っております。ぜひこれからもスクエアエニックスのゲームを楽しみにしていてください。ありがとうございました。
はい、本田です。今年の E3 はですね、E3 のショーは、これまで僕が見てきた中でベストだと思います。一番いいショーになったと思います。途中の段階でいろいろ大変なこともあったり調整事項も多かったんですけど、本当に現場の人たちがいろんな問題をクリアしてくれて最高のショーになったと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
One more Take 3 はい、スクエアエニックスの橋本でございます。今回皆さん応援ありがとうございました。これからもタイトルラインナップが充実してまいります。皆さんこれからの応援もよろしくお願いします。
Hi there, I'm Hakan Abrak, the production director from IO Interactive, and this is...
I'm Hannes, the studio head at IO Interactive.
We just want to say to our fans, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you.
We are grateful that you're watching Square Enix Presents. It's great to be here at E3, and thank you for all your interest and your feedback. We're really appreciating that.
Hey guys, I'm Olivier with JJB here. Thanks for attending E3. Hope that you saw some of their Sex Mankind Divided. Hope you guys enjoyed it. John?
Absolutely. It's a great E3, right? One of
it's
it's a really hectic E3. So much stuff that we've shown. I hope you liked it. All the stuff from Square Enix. And obviously, I hope you've enjoyed Deus Ex Mankind Divided. We worked really, really hard on that, and there's so much more to show you from that game still. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Hey guys, Steve Shipkowski, Executive Audio Director for the Deus Ex franchise. I just want to throw out a big thank you to everybody who came down and supported Deus Ex Mankind Divided at E3 or online or wherever you may be catching the information, but we appreciate it, and we're not going to let you down. Look for Mankind Divided next year.
皆さん E3 に来てくださってありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Hello everyone, thank you very much for coming to the E3 show this year, and thank you for watching Square Enix Presents. Have a good one!
ワールド・オブ・ファイナル・ファンタジーディレクターの千葉です。スクエアエニックスプレゼンツご覧いただきありがとうございました。それと今回サポートしていただいた E3 本当にありがとう。
Hi, this is Michael Christopher Koji Fox, and thanks for watching Square Enix Presents.
スクエアエニックスプレゼンツをご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。3年目を迎えたスクエアエニックスプレゼンツですが、また E3 で本当にたくさんの、ファンの皆さん、それから会場ではファイナルファンタジー14のプレイヤーの皆さんにも、たくさんお会いできて、本当に嬉しく思ってます。またこれから今回 E3 で発表されたいろんなタイトルでまたスクエアエニックス盛り上がっていこうと思いますので、これからもどうぞご声援のほどよろしくお願いします。
Thanks everybody for watching Square Enix Presents. We hope you had a great time. We hope you enjoyed E3 and see you next year.
スター・オーシャン5の、プロデューサーの小林です。今回はですね、E3 に出展させていただきまして、このように宣伝をする場を与えていただいてありがとうございます。それで番組見ていただいてありがとうございます。これからも頑張りますんでよろしくお願いします。
Hi guys, I'm Petra Opalova from Just Cause 3, the community manager at Just Cause 3. Thank you for watching Square Enix Presents. Hope you enjoyed the show and let us know what you think. Bye.
And action. Hello, it's Chris Glover here. I work for IO Interactive, PRing the new Hitman game at E3. Thank you very much for tuning in to Square Enix Presents and watching our very exciting game. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you'll enjoy playing it on December the 8th. Cheers.
Hi, it's Kaori Takasue here at Square Enix booth, and we just want to thank all of our fans for tuning into the live press conference and watching our Square Enix Presents segments. It was really fun seeing all of our fans out there, and the developers are extremely excited, and we look forward to more news coming up soon. Thank you so much again, and have a great E3!
So this is a really big thank you as we close out E3. It's been a fantastic show. We've really enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it too. Thank you very much for all your support. We really hope you've enjoyed what we brought for you this year. We're super excited about all the reactions we got, and just once again, this wouldn't be possible without you, our amazing fans, our amazing employees, everyone. So thank you very much, and have a good recovery after E3. See you again next year. Bye-bye.
Thanks for tuning in to Square Enix Presents E3 2015. We hope you guys enjoyed all our exciting announcements. Hope to see you guys again next year.
Thanks for watching. See you next year.
Thanks for watching, everyone. It's been great here at the E3 today. A lot of excitement. I got to meet a lot of the fans. Each time I come here, I get a huge sense of purpose, I think, renewed purpose. And I promise to work hard and make Kingdom Hearts 3 as quick as possible. Thanks for watching.
Hi, everybody. This is Roland Lesterlin, the game director on Just Cause 3, and I just want to say thanks so much for supporting Square Enix Presents, and thanks for supporting JC3. It's been an amazing ride so far, and looking forward to when it comes out in December.
Hi guys, my name is Sam. I do marketing here at Square Enix. Just want to thank all you guys for watching Square Enix Presents.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan Marie, Senior Community Manager at Crystal Dynamics, and thank you to everyone who's tuned in to Square Enix Presents.
はい、SEP をご覧の皆様、誠にありがとうございました。ニーヤを今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。それでは、東京の横尾さんにズームイン。
Thank you for watching Square Enix Presents!
Hello, thanks for watching Square Enix Presents. We appreciate all you guys have done for us. We're having a great time here. We hope you had a good one too.
E3 2015 is a wrap. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys tune in next year. It's going to be amazing!
Zing.
You